Chapter 67. From the initial shock to numbness, Yan Ningzhu gradually accepted this reality. Once she accepted this reality, she couldn't help but feel envious of Yan Chutian. To be able to cultivate in such a terrifying environment, it wasn't hard to imagine that the results would be twice the result with half the effort. It would allow one's physique and spiritual power to reach a higher level. Right at this moment, Qiu Yu suddenly chuckled at her, but the meaning behind his words made her shudder involuntarily. If you want to use this opportunity to cultivate, you can give it a try. However, we can't guarantee that you won't be torn to pieces by the violent spiritual power here. I believe that even you haven't experienced that kind of pain before, right? Thinking about the possibility that Qiu Yu had mentioned, Yan Ningzhu's delicate body trembled. However, thinking that this was clearly said by a weak girl, how could she lower her head? Thus, she immediately straightened her expression, and Qiu Yu slowly said, "Miss Mu Wan, even if I can't cultivate here, you still have to be careful. I believe that you have never experienced that kind of pain before." Yan Ningzhu had her own pride. Even if she couldn't compare to a freak like Yan Chutian, she wasn't someone that could be looked down upon by a girl who clearly looked weaker than her. However, before she finished speaking, the smile on Qiu Yu's face became even more bewitching. A purple light surged in her right eye, and she actually walked step by step towards the formation where Yan Chutian was. Looking at this situation, she actually wanted to enter the formation to cultivate? Are you crazy? Seeing Qiu Yu's actions, Yan Ningzhu quickly shouted. In her opinion, this was nothing more than Mu Wan's personal dispute. If she lost her life or even suffered injuries because of this, how stupid would that be? It was unknown if Yan Ningzhu's shout had an effect, but Qiu Yu, who was about to enter the formation, suddenly stopped and slowly turned around. However, just as Yan Ningzhu let out a sigh of relief, Qiu Yu suddenly shouted and her sharp eyes stared behind her. "You sneaky things, come out now!" Yan Ningzhu wasn't a stupid person. As soon as Qiu Yu spoke, she guessed that there must be people hiding around them. Thus, she didn't hesitate and immediately rushed to the front of the formation. She stood beside Yan Ningzhu and stared at the direction behind them. Sure enough, under this kind of scanning and probing, several figures gradually appeared in the passage and stared at them. TSK. These little mice's reactions are quite sharp. To discover us so quickly. When he spoke, his appearance entered Li Qiu Yu and Yan Ningzhu's vision, and he was none other than the arrogant young man that Xian Kuan had attached himself to, Zhou Qing. After seeing his appearance, Yan Ningzhu whispered. Then she looked at the familiar figure of Xian Kuan and the three young men in robes. Her pretty face gradually became serious. She couldn't be more familiar with this Zhou Qing. Although he was arrogant, he had a certain amount of capital. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, and he rarely met a match at the same level. Even she had to admit that he was powerful. If it was only Zhou Qing, then it would be fine, but the three young men around him were no weaker than Xian Kuan. Adding on Xian Kuan himself, how could the three of them resist? She didn't know about Mu Wan, but she believed that being on par with Yan Chu was the limit, right? Even if Yan Chu could defeat Xian Kuan, how could he be a match for two Xian Kuns? At the same time, hearing the other party call out his name, Zhou Qing couldn't help but take a few more glances at the unbelievably handsome man before him. It was these few glances that made him think of something, and a moment later, his face was filled with joy. "So, it's you, Yan Ningzhu. Haha. I really didn't expect it. It was rumored that you escaped deep into the mountains and forests. It turns out that you actually dared to confuse the public and sneak into the central plains. But it just so happens that I met you today. As long as I can capture you and bring you back to the Fire Xian region, that young master senior brother will definitely give me a huge reward." Zhou Qing's face was filled with excitement. Just thinking about the huge reward he would receive made his heart race. As for Yan Ningzhu, he already considered her a fish on the chopping block. She could forget about escaping. Seeing that the other party had suddenly recognized her, Yan Ningzhu no longer had any intention of quibbling. She immediately removed some simple disguises and her hair fluttered, revealing her true appearance. Yan Ningzhu! Yan Ningzhu! The three long-robed youths and Xian Kuan obviously knew about Yan Ningzhu. After all, the news of the Fire Xian region searching for a woman in the Central Plains had spread like wildfire among the upper echelons of the major forces. However, no one would have thought that this woman, who was rumored to have escaped the Central Plains, would actually hide her identity and allow her to successfully sneak into the safe passage to the Central Plains. After knowing his true identity, the hearts of the few of them quickly burned with passion. As long as they could capture this woman, even if Zhou Qing took the majority of the reward, they could still drink the soup. Even if they could only drink the soup, being able to drink the soup from the Fire Xian region was something they couldn't imagine. Thinking about this, there was no need for Zhou Qing to say anything. The four of them locked onto Yan Ningzhu as their first target. This was in line with Xian Kuan's original plan. After all, he wanted to deal with this person who had dared to make him lose face in public. Now that he could even use her to receive a reward, why wouldn't he do it? Under the other party's undisguised words and intentions, Yan Ningzhu's beautiful eyes became even colder. Strands of terrifying spirit force spread out. This level of spirit force had already surpassed the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. Late stage of the spirit transformation realm, this was her true cultivation. The aura of the late stage of the spirit transformation realm spread out, causing the expressions of the four people to become serious. The heat on their faces dissipated a bit due to the pressure. Late stage of the spirit transformation realm, they didn't expect Yan Ningzhu's true cultivation to be this powerful. With this kind of cultivation, they might not be a match for her. Fortunately, they had a backer, and that backer was Zhou Qing. Facing Yan Ningzhu's aura, Zhou Qing's expression remained calm. He was not surprised by her cultivation. The late stage of the spirit transformation realm was not enough to shock him. After all, he was at this realm. When had he ever feared anyone at the same realm as him? Late stage of the spirit transformation realm? You have some strength, but I don't know how this cultivation compares to your appearance that even moved that young master's heart. Zhou Qing slowly spoke. He couldn't help but let out a faint laugh filled with contempt. It was obvious that even though they were both at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, he had absolute confidence in himself. In his eyes, Yan Ningzhu was nothing more than a flower with this level of cultivation. Chapter 68. After the sharp words left his mouth, Yan Ningzhu stepped off the ground and shot out like an arrow toward Zhou Qing. At this time, she couldn't even protect herself, so she naturally couldn't care about others. Moreover, by blocking Zhou Qing by herself, she had blocked almost half of the five people's strength. She had done her best. Seeing Yan Ningzhu charge at him, a hint of coldness appeared on Zhou Qing's calm face. Since the other party was so bold to attack first, he didn't mind letting her know that even though they were both at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, there was an insurmountable gap between them. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Yan Ningzhu and Zhou Qing began to fight. Their violent spirit force continued to bombard each other and their palms collided. The shock waves from their attacks were something many early-stage spirit transformation cultivators couldn't resist. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the power of their attacks were. As the two of them violently attacked each other, the three youths and Xian Kuan all locked their gazes onto Qiu Yu's delicate body. With Zhou Qing making a move, they obviously had no chance of fighting Yan Ningzhu, so they could only face Qiu Yu. However, Xian Kuan clearly remembered that there were three people on the other side. Where did the thin youth go? Xian Kuan's gaze swept around and naturally looked behind Qiu Yu. Although the light and shadow there was blurry, under careful observation, he could still vaguely see that behind the hazy light and shadow there seemed to be a thin and small figure sitting cross-legged. This was cultivating? Xian Kuan's sudden change made it very difficult for him to not think about cultivation. However, how was this possible? This was the safe passage, and the spirit force inside was extremely violent. If one was careless, they would be injured. How could they cultivate here? The three youths were also shocked. They couldn't imagine that someone could cultivate in the safe passage. Everyone knew how terrifying the spirit force in the safety passage was. Cultivating here was tantamount to suicide. How could an early-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator enter here? Playing tricks, even senior apprentice brother Zhou Qin can't cultivate here. A trivial early-stage spirit transformation cultivator is simply seeking death. The man who seemed to be the leader of the three robed young men snorted coldly. He stared straight at Yan Chutian, who was sitting cross-legged behind the hazy light and shadow, and said, "Ha, you're quite good at acting. Xian Kuan, I'll give you another chance today. The three of us will support you and help you prove yourself once again." "Thank you, senior brothers." Hearing that, Xian Kuan's expression turned cold and arrogant. Then, he looked towards the figure sitting cross-legged. Flames burned in his eyes. He believed that if he hadn't been a little careless back then, the final result wouldn't have been like that. The other party should have fallen in front of him and become an ant under his feet. Today, he was going to prove this point once again and let them know what true strength was. Xian Kuan closed in on the formation step by step, closing in on Yan Chu. However, at the same time, Qiu Yu didn't show any signs of resistance. It was as if she had been intimidated by the three robed young men. This caused the leader to reveal a faint smile. He looked at Qiu Yu and slowly said, "Haha, at least you know a bit about the immensity of heaven and earth." However, the smile on the long-robed young man's face only lasted for a few breaths. Suddenly, a painful howl filled with disbelief resounded. Everyone looked over and saw a figure suddenly smashed out from the hazy light and shadow, slamming heavily onto the ground. The impact was so strong that it seemed to have left a mark on the floor of the safety passage. If this figure was Yan Chutian, it would be fine, but it was clearly Xian Kuan. Just a moment ago, he had arrogantly closed in, but now he was smashed out in a sorry state. "Who? What a pity, it looks like you won't be able to prove yourself." At the same time, a soft cry echoed. Although the sound was soft, it was harsh to the ears. In particular, it sounded very unpleasant to the ears of the three long-robed young men. "What a piece of trash!" the long-robed young man in the lead coldly shouted. His eyes were filled with disdain and anger as he looked at Xian Kuan, who crawled up in a sorry state. Originally, he thought that Xian Kuan, as a so-called heaven's pride in the Central Plains city, should have some strength. He didn't expect that he would be so weak, causing them to lose face. However, only Xian Kuan himself knew that he couldn't speak of his bitterness. His strength was even stronger than before, but only the heavens knew that his opponent's strength was also stronger than before. Now, he couldn't even take a single blow from him. "Senior Su, it's not me, it's him. It's this brat who's strange." Xian Kuan could only sullenly spit out such words in the end. However, the long-robed young man in the lead didn't care about his words at all. He didn't even look at Xian Kuan as he coldly shouted, "Piece of trash, go to the side and wait for us to capture this ant so that we won't continue to lose face." Xian Kuan didn't dare to say anything as he was afraid that the long-robed young man would continue to berate him. Moreover, he was continuously called a piece of trash, so how could he not be angry? Xian Kuan didn't want to remind the long-robed young man because even though it was contradictory, he couldn't help but have the desire to see the long-robed young man lose due to carelessness. At that time, let's see what qualifications the long-robed young man has to berate me as a piece of trash. How's the situation? At the same time, Qiu Yu appeared by Yan Chutian's side and looked at his exposed upper body without minding in the slightest, and her expression didn't change because of the encirclement in front of her. Yan Chutian replied with a smile when he heard this, and he disregarded her. The lightning technique can be considered to have just started, but I still lack some time to polish it. Then do you want me to deal with them and you can continue cultivating? There's no need for that. Your current state isn't stable after all, so it's not suitable for you to make a move. Moreover, these fellows just happen to be good for me to practice and temper my physique. Yan Chutian spoke clearly and logically, so Chiao Yu naturally wasn't in a position to refute him. She could only retreat to the back and watch the formers back silently. However, this scene, which they thought was normal, was a great humiliation to the three long-robed young men. From the looks of it, even if Xian Kuan wasn't included, the other party was actually going to fight against the three of them by himself. Even though the long-robed young man called Senior Brother Su had been suppressing himself to maintain his calm, at this moment, his expression couldn't help but turn gloomy as he swept his gaze over. After taking a few deep breaths, he finally suppressed his anger and spoke with a cold smile. Haha, I haven't seen this for many years. This is the first time I, Su Huang, have been looked down upon like this. The long-robed young man who was the leader, Su Huang, had a gloomy and cold gaze that was like a sharp blade, as if it could cut through everything in its sight. Chapter 69. After searching around the mountains for 2 whole days, they still could not find any trace of Yan Ningzhu. Yan Chutian and Chiao Yu had no choice but to leave. They followed Han Chen's directions and headed towards the Tianji sect. Along the way, Yan Chutian kept asking Han Chen about relevant information. Ever since Yan Chutian agreed to his suggestion, Han Chen seemed to treat him as a real disciple. As long as Yan Chutian asked, he would tell him everything he knew. Yan Chutian asked about various kinds of information about the Central Plains, and in the end, he naturally asked about the Tianji sect. According to Han Chen, the Tianji sect was one of the top forces in the Central Plains. Even if it could not be compared to a first-rate force, it could be considered a second-rate force. However, when Yan Chutian asked about the specific gap between the northern and southern regions, Han Chen was a little speechless. Although the two regions were part of the same sect, the gap was huge. It could be said that the Tianji sect relied on the northern region to have such a high status. If they lost the northern region, the Tianji sect would probably plummet. Yan Chutian did not ask anymore because it would only embarrass Han Chen. Moreover, no matter how big the gap between the southern region and the northern region was, it did not have much meaning in his eyes. What Yan Chutian needed was a platform that would allow him to participate in the grand event of the Heavens Prides of the Central Plains. No matter how bad the southern domain was, he still had sufficient confidence to snatch the qualification to participate from the hands of those so-called Heavens Prides of the northern domain. However, Yan Chutian thought so, but Han Chen did not. He told Yan Chutian everything he knew and even agreed to let them plant spiritual power in his dantian to invite them back to the southern region. It was all because of Chiao Yu. In his eyes, this girl's talent was monstrous. With her around, they might really be able to compete with those monsters in the northern region and even win the right to participate in the Prodigy's grand event from them. If they could really do this, the southern region could finally stand up from the suppression of the northern region and have an opportunity to rise. Even though they had entered the Central Plains, the Heaven Secrets sect was not a place that could be reached in 2 to 3 days. Along the way, they had encountered a life soul spring. The so-called life soul spring was a miraculous place. It was extremely beneficial to the Yuanying of Ascension. Even if one hadn't stepped into the Yuanying realm and was able to give birth to Yuanying, the life spirit spring was still very beneficial to a cultivator. At the very least, it could help to form elixir and give birth to Yuanying. Speaking of which, this life spirit spring was obviously the most beneficial to Han Chen. After all, he had maintained his Yuanying state for too long. As time passed, there would be some wear and tear, and this sort of wear and tear was almost impossible to make up for. Now that the life spirit spring had appeared, it gave him a chance to nourish and restore himself. The life soul spring was right in front of him, but there were 3 huge spirit beasts sleeping beside it. They were 3 giant pythons. Each one was several feet long, and as wide as an adult man's waist. They were very terrifying. Each of the 3 giant pythons gave off the aura of a peak spirit transformation realm cultivator. With these 3 giant pythons, even a peak spirit transformation cultivator would have a headache facing them. That was why Han Chen only looked at the life soul spring a few times before quickly turning around and continuing to lead the way. However, just because he gave up on the life soul spring didn't mean Yan Chutian and Huang Yudi would do the same. Seeing the 2 of them secretly lead him closer to the life soul spring, Han Chen's expression changed and he whispered, "Those are 3 giant pythons at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Even a peak spirit transformation cultivator would be helpless against them. Right now, even I don't dare to fight them head-on. You guys." Han Chen did not continue speaking, but the meaning of his words was already very clear. In his opinion, the 2 of them were a little too bold, and even more ruthlessly said that they were seeking their own deaths. However, Yan Chutian didn't care about Han Chen's reaction at all. He waved his hand and released the spirit prison cage. He smiled at Han Chen and said, "Old Han, do you want to go in and sit for a bit?" It wasn't easy to escape from the spirit prison cage, so how could Han Chen be willing to go in again? He quickly shook his head and looked at Yan Chutian with a bitter gaze. Yan Chutian looked at Xiao Yu and the latter also looked at him. The 2 of them nodded in tacit understanding and Yan Chutian was about to take the lead. However, before he moved, a soft sound came from the other side of the life-soul spring. He couldn't help but stop. Yuanying, the 2 of them looked in the direction of the sound. Under the attention of the 3 pairs of eyes, several figures walked out of the messy forest one by one. There were 2 men and 2 women. One of the men and the woman looked similar and should be related by blood. The other man and the woman seemed to be Dao companions and looked very intimate. "Big brother, look, that's the life-soul spring," the young girl cried out in surprise. However, when she saw that there was a 3-headed python around the life-soul spring, she quickly covered her mouth, afraid that she would alarm it. "Qing lower your voice. Don't alarm the 3-headed python," the other woman whispered to the girl, covering her mouth. She didn't look as stunning as the former, but she was graceful and had a gentle temperament that made people feel comfortable. The girl called Qing nodded and whispered, "I understand, senior sister Wang Ping." At the same time, the other 2 men were also talking. The young man who looked similar to the girl stared at the life-soul spring and whispered in surprise, "I didn't expect that we would encounter a life-soul spring. This is a rare spirit spring that only appears once in 100 years. The other long-haired man was also happy. However, he also saw the 3 sleeping pythons and felt the powerful aura from them. His expression turned serious. "Zhou Yang, these 3 pythons are at the peak of spirit transformation. They are very difficult to deal with." "Yes." Zhou Yang nodded and calmed down. Even though the spirit spring was right in front of them, it was not easy to get. With 3 pythons at the peak of spirit transformation guarding them, even a cultivator at the peak of spirit transformation might not be able to take advantage of them. Furthermore, he was the only one at the peak of spirit transformation among the 4 of them. However, he was unwilling to give up on the life-soul spring in front of him. The competition for the chosen saint was right in front of him. He had to reach the elixir realm as soon as possible. Only then would he have the strength to compete. How could he give up on such an opportunity like the life-soul spring? After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and said to the long-haired man beside him, "Li Feng, I need your help this time. The competition for the chosen saint is not far away. I can't miss this life-soul spring no matter what." The long-haired man, Li Feng, naturally couldn't refuse Zhou Yang's request. He gritted his teeth and said, "Speaking of which, you are competing for the chosen saint for everyone. You are competing for more cultivation space and resources for us. Therefore, I, Li Feng, will help you this time no matter what. With that, Li Feng looked at the life-soul spring again and pretended to be relaxed. Moreover, the life-soul spring is such a miraculous place. I, Li Feng, want to try it. Yes. Chapter 70. The girl, Zhou Qing, and the girl, Wang Ping, both retreated and looked at the two figures before them with worry. Even though they were very confident in their big brother and Tao partner, they could see how terrifying the three giant pythons were. These were three giant pythons at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Even a peak spirit transformation cultivator would have a headache when facing three spirit beasts at this level. Zhou Yang was only at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, and Li Feng was only at the quasi-peak of the spirit transformation realm. Whoosh! The two figures did not give them too much time to worry. Suddenly, Zhou Yang pushed off with the tip of his foot and flew off the giant rock with a whoosh, heading straight for the natal spirit spring. How could the three giant python spirit beasts, who were originally taking a nap, not notice the figure's attack? Immediately, the three giant pythons raised their huge heads and flicked their tongues, causing ear-piercing hissing sounds to constantly be heard. Hua! One of the giant pythons suddenly opened its mouth, and its sharp fangs viciously bit at Zhou Yang. When the giant python closed in, Zhou Yang's expression was solemn and he immediately activated the spirit force in his body. His hand formed a seal and a spirit force barrier appeared around him, forming the shape of a giant bell. Big net bell. Dong. The ancient bell rang. With the protection of the bell, the giant python couldn't harm Zhou Yang at all. It felt pain when it bit the bell, so it quickly retracted its mouth and stared at Zhou Yang. The giant python at the peak of the spirit transformation realm was naturally not a fool. After its first attack failed, it immediately changed its method of attack. Its powerful body wrapped around Zhou Yang and the spirit force bell and continued to shrink. It wasn't hard to guess that once the giant python broke Zhou Yang's big net bell, he would die. What a cunning beast! Zhou Yang couldn't help but curse when he saw this. He felt the pressure from the giant python's body. It wouldn't be long before the big net bell could no longer hold on and would be crushed. However, if it wanted to deal with Zhou Yang like this, it was underestimating him too much. The giant python narrowed its eyes and stared mockingly at the prey in its arms. It didn't know that the prey was secretly accumulating strength. At a certain moment, it suddenly dispersed the power of the big sift bell. Spirit light erupted from its hand and a sharp sword light viciously stabbed into the python's abdomen. Boom! The giant python was in pain and its huge body slammed into Zhou Yang, sending him flying. However, that was not enough to alleviate its pain. While Zhou Yang was sent flying, he performed a series of hand seals. The light sword that was inserted into the python's belly exploded, creating a large hole in the python's belly. Blood and intestines flowed out. Well done! At the same time, Li Feng, who was still hiding on the boulder, whispered in surprise. At the same time, Zhou Qing and Wang Ping, who were in the forest behind them, were the same. Zhou Yang being able to instantly injure one of the three giant pythons naturally made them happy. However, they did not know that on the other side of the mountain, a certain young man was secretly shaking his head. This young man was none other than Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian could clearly see that this Zhou Yang was indeed not bad. At the very least, he was much stronger than those so-called geniuses he had seen outside of the Central Plains. However, even if he joined forces with Li Feng, it was still not enough to deal with the three-headed giant python. This was because the three-headed giant pythons could not possibly coexist peacefully in the same place. There was a difference in strength between them. If he was not mistaken, the giant python with a cyan head in the middle was the overlord of the three-headed giant python. The one that Zhou Yang had severely injured and the other one were just subordinate. Sure enough, when the giant python that was severely injured roared in pain, the cyan giant python on its head opened its huge eyes slightly and flicked its tongue at the other python beside it. It immediately wriggled out and tried to devour Zhou Yang. However, when the giant python tried to devour Zhou Yang, Li Feng, who had been waiting for a long time, did not stay any longer. He immediately shot out. A half-moon black arc like moonlight appeared in the sky above him and slashed down fiercely with his shout. 7 moons slash. Bang! The half-moon black arc fiercely hit the giant python's huge head. However, perhaps because Li Feng's cultivation was not enough, or because the giant python's body was not made of mud, the giant python was not injured. Instead, its tail flipped over and fiercely swept at Li Feng's body, smashing him into the mountain rocks. Then, the giant python gave up on Zhou Yang and directly rushed toward the human who dared to sneak attack it. Mountain suppressing mountain. At this critical moment, Zhou Yang shouted and attacked again. Spiritual energy surged and his palms seemed to be holding up a giant mountain as he pressed it down on the giant python. Boom! The mountain fell and the giant python's fate was even more miserable than the previous one. It directly fell to the ground and seemed to have fainted. Are you okay? Zhou Yang helped Li Feng up from the mountain rock. Fortunately, although Li Feng looked a little embarrassed, he was not seriously injured. At this time, Li Feng could not help but show a touch of guilt. According to the original plan, he should have suppressed the other spirit beast. He did not expect that he would not succeed and instead needed Zhou Yang to save him. However, all in all, the situation was still under control. One of the giant pythons had fainted and the other was seriously injured. Now there was only one left. Looking at the giant python that was slowly raising its giant head beside the life-soul spring, Li Feng could not hide his joy. He quickly said, Zhou Yang, as long as we work together to defeat this giant python, the life-soul spring will be within our reach. Hearing this, Zhou Yang gently nodded. He did not know why, but when he looked at the last giant python, he did not feel relaxed at all. He always felt that there was something different about this giant python. However, he could not tell what it was. However, it did not matter. The 2 peak spirit transformation giant pythons had been taken care of, so this last one would not be able to survive if they worked together. Big brother, you can do it! Senior brotherly, you can do it! On the cliff behind them, the girl excitedly shouted. Now that there was only one giant python left, they did not need to hide anymore. However, was the truth really that simple? Xiao! 2 sounds of wind breaking could be heard almost at the same time. Zhou Yang and Li Feng, one on the left and one on the right, charged toward the giant python. Both of them had powerful attacks in their hands. They only needed one attack to deal with the giant python. However, when the 2 of them attacked, they found that the giant python had twisted its body. A powerful force surged out and sent the 2 of them flying. The power in their hands dissipated and their attacks disappeared. This situation not only shocked the 2 of them, it also made the girl, Zhou Qing and Wang Ping's smiles disappear. How is this possible? Li Feng's face was filled with shock. How could a peak spirit transformation giant python have such powerful strength? At the same time, he also looked at the giant python in shock. Zhou Yang seemed to have thought of something. He stared at the cyan on the python's head and his expression became ugly. Chapter 71. When the 2 words, Snake King, were spat out, not only did Zhou Yang's expression become ugly, Li Feng's expression was the same. They all knew what the 2 words, Snake King, meant. To be called the Snake King, even if it wasn't very strong, it had to be invincible among cultivators at the same level. The Snake King before them was only at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, so it could only be the latter. It was invincible among cultivators at the same level, and even peak spirit transformation cultivators were not its match. Li Feng, let's go. Knowing the identity of the Snake King, even if the life-soul spring was very tempting, Zhou Yang immediately gave it up and called for Li Feng to escape. Li Feng also had the same idea. Almost at the same time, he stepped off the ground and borrowed the force to escape. However, the two of them immediately escaped, but the Snake King didn't seem like it was going to let them go. The Snake King flickered its tongue, and its giant body coiled up. There was a cold light in its narrow eyes, and it suddenly charged at one of the escaping figures. This figure was Li Feng. Pick the soft persimmon first. This Snake King understood the logic of humans. Brother Feng, be careful. Seeing the Snake King shoot out, Wang Ping, who was on the cliff, felt as if her heart was in her throat. At the same time, Li Feng's expression was grave. He gritted his teeth, and the spiritual energy in his body surged out, turning into a light screen behind him. This kind of defense was something even peak spirit transformation realm cultivators wouldn't dare to casually break. However, such an attack was nothing in front of the giant Python King. The gigantic snake head charged forward and actually destroyed the light screens. Bang bang! The sound of the curtain of light shattering echoed, which made Li Feng's face even more pale. He didn't think his defense would be so weak before the Snake King. How could he resist? The giant snake head destroyed the curtain of light and appeared behind Li Feng in an instant. It looked like it was going to devour him. However, just at this moment, a ray of sword energy fell from the sky and smashed into the snake head. Although it didn't injure it, it slowed down the Snake King and allowed Li Feng to escape. Zhou Yang. Li Feng, who had escaped, looked over. Who else could it be other than Zhou Yang who had saved him? However, the moment Zhou Yang saved him, it was obvious that he had angered the Snake King. The huge snake body immediately attacked him. Li Feng, quickly take Qing and the others away. Even Zhou Yang, who was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, could only barely resist the Snake King's attack. However, he didn't expect that before he finished speaking, a delicate figure would jump out from the cliff. It was his sister, Zhou Qing. Clang! Zhou Qing's sword landed on the Snake King's body, but she could not hurt it at all. Instead, with a clanging sound, her petite body was pushed back a few steps. She was in a sorry state. Qing you, brother, you're the only one I have left, so don't even think about asking me to leave. The young girl's young and tender face revealed a strong determination. At the same time, Li Feng also rushed over. Beside him was the girl, Wang Ping. Zhou Yang, don't think that you can become a hero just like that. Zhou Yang was moved. It was fine if his sister was like this, but Li Feng and his Dao companion were also like this. How could he not be moved? Therefore, he didn't say anything more. After dodging one of the Snake King's attacks, he shouted in a stern voice, "Very well, let the four of us live or die together today." Bang! Bang! One after another, the figures smashed heavily onto the ground, causing cracks to appear on the ground. One could imagine how powerful that force was. The Snake King was still the Snake King. Even if the four of them worked together, they were still not its opponent. Even if they could barely resist for a moment, the final result was that they were all broken one by one. Zhou Yang struggled to get up and immediately looked in the direction of his sister. He just happened to catch a glimpse of the Snake King sweeping its giant tail toward Zhou Qing. This situation caused him to feel intense pain again. He clenched his teeth and flew into the air to block the attack before the giant tail swept down. However, the price he had to pay was that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was in a sorry state as he smashed into the ground. "Brother!" Zhou Qing anxiously shouted. However, in the next instant, the snake tail swept over again in her eyes. It seemed that the Snake King was intentionally toying with them. However, this time, there was no one who could block it for her. Zhou Yang crawled his body with difficulty. However, in the end, he could only see the huge snake tail covering his sister's thin and small body. Qing The huge tail swept over again. Zhou Qing could only close her eyes in despair. It was not that she was afraid of death. Instead, she knew that if she died, her brother, Senior Wang Ping, and even Senior Li Feng would be very sad. However, it was good that she died. At least, she would not be a burden anymore. However, when the huge tail descended, the huge creature that Zhou Qing imagined did not touch her body. She was stunned for 3 breaths. The situation was still the same. Zhou Qing couldn't help but open her eyes in confusion. The moment she opened her eyes, she caught a glimpse of a skinny figure that was about the same size as her, reaching out both hands to block the snake's tail less than 3 feet away from her in midair. It seemed that no matter how the snake tail used force, it could not bend the back of that back in the slightest. For a moment, Zhou Qing even forgot to run away. She could only ask the skinny figure in a daze. However, the skinny figure did not answer. With a slight harshness, he lifted the snake's tail slightly. Then, before it fell again, he flashed and pulled the girl away. Zhou Qing only felt a strong aura of an unfamiliar man surge over. When a pair of arms wrapped around her slender waist, her delicate body trembled subconsciously. However, she did not have time to react. In a moment, she fell beside Zhou Yang, who was covered in blood. When she raised her head, she could only see the thin figure rushing straight towards the huge giant python king. "Qing, are you okay?" Zhou Yang, who was covered in blood, hurriedly asked his sister with concern. At the same time, Li Feng and Wang Ping also endured the pain and gathered together. Their faces were filled with lingering fear. They understood that if the thin figure had not suddenly appeared just now, Zhou Qing would probably be a corpse now. "Brother, who is he?" Zhou Yang raised his head to look at the thin figure. However, he had never met him before, so how could he know the other party's identity? What made him even more puzzled was that the other party's cultivation seemed to only be at the spirit transformation intermediate stage. However, how could a spirit transformation intermediate stage cultivator save Qing from the Snake King? The thin young man who saved Zhou Qing was none other than Yan Chutian, who had been waiting on the side for a long time. Originally, he could have ignored the life and death of these people and made his move after them. However, perhaps because of the feelings between them, or perhaps because he did not want to see such a kind girl die, he made his move at the critical moment. Chapter 72. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, the Snake King was extremely angry. He didn't think that this weak ant would dare to disturb him. Because of his disturbance, those little things took the opportunity to escape. They really didn't know life from death. The snake flickered its tongue and its narrow eyes were filled with sharpness. What confused the Snake King was that this ant that was even weaker than the ones from before didn't escape and instead charged at him. The Snake King didn't understand what was going on, but since the prey had come to him, how could he let it go? Boom! The giant Python King's giant body exploded. Its body seemed to cause friction with the air, creating an ear-piercing roar. At this moment, even if a giant mountain was placed in front of it, it would be easily blown apart. "Be careful!" Looking at the Snake King charging at Yan Chutian, the girl, Zhou Qing, quickly shouted. Even if she didn't know the other party, he had just saved her. How could she ignore the danger he was in? At this moment, Zhou Yang couldn't help but want to jump into the air. In his opinion, this spirit transformation intermediate stage youth was not the Snake King's match. He had only taken advantage of the Snake King's carelessness to succeed. Now that the Snake King had made a move against him, he would definitely die. However, no matter what, the other party had saved his little sister, so he couldn't just abandon him. However, just as Zhou Yang was about to leap up, he suddenly realized that the other party had taken the initiative to rush towards the Snake King who was shooting towards him. He could not help but be puzzled by this. Could it be that the young man in front of him was so careless that he thought that he was strong enough to seize the opportunity by luck? As a result, Zhou Yang could only stop because the other party had taken the initiative to charge at the Snake King. Even if he wanted to save him, it was too late. Li Feng, prepare to leave. We are not the Snake King's match. Zhou Yang turned around and said to Li Feng, who was also heavily injured. Then, he could only thank this young man in his heart for saving his life. However, after Zhou Yang's voice fell, Li Feng never responded. This made Zhou Yang feel strange. What was going on? When he cast his gaze towards the former, he was shocked to see that Li Feng and Wang Ping were both raising their heads and looking behind him. An extremely incredulous expression gradually surfaced on their faces. "Big brother! Look!" In the next instant, his sister beside him suddenly shouted. Zhou Yang seemed to have noticed something. His expression changed slightly as he quickly turned his head to look in the direction of the Snake King. And with that glance, he happened to catch a glimpse of Yan Chutian's fist smashing down, brazenly smashing onto Snake King's head. Even Snake King was unable to ignore the strength of that punch. He immediately retreated while hissing. How is this possible?" Zhou Yang could not believe what he was seeing. Just a moment ago, the Snake King was still fiercely attacking the young man. How did everything turn around in the blink of an eye? But he soon understood, because he saw that when the Snake King attacked again in anger, the young man was like a ghost, always able to avoid the small holes in the Snake King's attack. However, it was precisely because he understood that Zhou Yang was even more shocked. He could also do this kind of dodging ability, but in the early stages, his opponent was a mortal or a cultivator who had just stepped into the path of cultivation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to do so. But what did she see? In front of the young man, the powerful Snake King's attack was actually dodged. Perhaps once or twice was a coincidence, but this was clearly not just once or twice, but almost all of them. Similarly, it was not only Zhou Yang. Li Feng and Wang Ping were the same. Even Zhou Qing's little face was flushed red. She couldn't understand how this guy, who seemed to have a cultivation level similar to hers, could deal with the giant Python King, which the four of them were helpless against. At the same time, Yan Chutian was not in the mood to pay attention to the commotion he had caused. At this moment, he was concentrating on dodging. He opened his spiritual eye and took in every movement of the Snake King. The greater the pressure, the better the effect. Although this might be an extremely dangerous situation, in Yan Chutian's eyes, it was all worth it. Yan Chutian continued to dodge the Snake King's attack. Zhou Yang and the others were shocked at the beginning, but in the end, they were able to slowly accept it. He seems to have been dodging. It seems like this strange dodging ability is his specialty, but just dodging is not enough to defeat the Snake King, Li Feng slowly said. At the same time, Zhou Yang let out a sigh and said, "In the end, he is only at the intermediate stage of the spirit transformation realm. Even with this strange dodging ability, it will be very difficult to defeat the Snake King. If I'm not wrong, this kind of ability consumes a lot of spirit force. We owe him our lives, so we can't forget his kindness and leave." Who? He gently let out a breath. Even though he did not attack the giant Python King at all, a smile appeared on Yan Chutian's face that was covered in sweat. The training this time allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the ability to dodge attack. Even if he couldn't completely master it, he could already use it when facing an enemy. However, cultivators were much more cunning and intelligent than spirit beasts, so when he faced an enemy, he had to be more careful. At this point, the Snake King had already lost its final value. Therefore, Yan Chutian, who had rapidly retreated, no longer hesitated and immediately shouted towards a certain direction, "Senior Sister Xiaoyu, I'll leave it to you." Before Yan Chutian's voice fell, the enraged Snake King had already opened its mouth to devour him. Could not imagine that it had been played by a human ant for so long. It was truly shameful. However, what it didn't expect was that just as it was about to charge out in anger and bite the ant that had shouted something, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in the sky above it. Along with the change of her jade-like hand seals, spiritual energy surged, and a pillar of spiritual energy several meters in size fell from the sky and fiercely pierced into its back. Roar! The Snake King painfully roared, but no matter how it roared, it had no effect. The pillar of spirit force that fell from the sky seemed weak, but it was like a dragon pillar that pierced through it and nailed it to the ground. No matter how much it struggled, it was useless. A white-clothed figure landed on the top of the pillar of light, and below the pillar of light was a struggling and roaring python. This scene set off the beautiful figure in white. She actually suppressed the Snake King in an instant. How is this possible? Everything happened so quickly that Zhou Yang and Li Feng could only let out a series of exclamations. They would never have thought that there was a woman hiding in the dark. Moreover, this woman in white directly suppressed the Snake King, as if this powerful Snake King was just an earthworm in her eyes. Senior Sister Xiao Yu is mighty. Chapter 73. The giant Python King struggled violently, causing the ground to crack and crumble as its body shook. However, no matter how much it struggled, it was still pinned under the light pillar until it finally fell. The Snake King had fallen, and Xiao Yu landed lightly on the ground. She was dressed in white, and her exquisite features made her look so otherworldly and beautiful. However, everyone who had seen the scene before knew just how terrifying her strength was. At this time, Yan Chutian also rushed over and landed in front of Xiao Yu. He cut open the Snake King's abdomen and searched inside. To be able to be respected as the Snake King, there was a high possibility that its body had a snake core. This was a great treasure for cultivators and could not be missed. After searching for a while, Yan Chutian's lips curled into a faint smile. This giant Python King did not let him down and allowed him to find a snake core. Moreover, he felt that this snake core should be of the spiritual level. At the same time, suppressing the shock in his heart, Zhou Yang slowly approached Yan Chutian with the help of his sister Zhou Qing. He then said with gratitude, "I am Zhou Yang, a disciple of the Heaven's Secret Sect. Thank you for saving the four of us." Before Zhou Yang's voice fell, Yan Chutian could not help but be happy. He did not expect that the people he saved by chance were actually disciples of the Heaven's Secret Sect. This way, he could save a lot of trouble. However, before Yan Chutian could say anything, a floating old man's shadow suddenly flew out from somewhere and appeared in front of everyone. The old man who appeared was none other than Han Chen. "You are my Heaven's Secret Sect's disciples?" Han Chen was also surprised. The wrinkles on his face were squeezed together. It was obvious that meeting these Heaven's Secrets Sect's disciples made him very excited. However, while Han Chen was excited, Zhou Yang and the others were wary of the old man's shadow that suddenly appeared. Even the spiritual energy in their bodies surged out, ready to give the old man a fatal blow at any time. The reaction of the sect's disciples, whether it was the southern region or the northern region, made Han Chen lose face. He quickly shouted, "Presumptuous! I am an elder of the Heaven's Secret Sect. How can you be so rude?" "You are an elder of our Heaven's Secret Sect?" Li Feng's face was filled with suspicion. He didn't remember there being such an elder in the Southern Territory. Moreover, based on his appearance, this was clearly a Yuanying that had lost his physical body. At the same time, Zhou Qing, who was also staring at Han Chen, seemed to have recalled something. She quickly tugged at her brother's robes and said hurriedly, "Brother, he's the elder Han we saw on the Southern Region's elder's tombstone." After being reminded by his sister, Zhou Yang also remembered what had happened back then. At this time, he looked at Han Chen's appearance again. Although he was only a Yuanying, his appearance was not much different from Elder Han's. Therefore, he asked tentatively, "Are you Elder Han Chen, the one who went missing nearly 100 years ago in the southern region of the Heaven's Secret Sect?" After being recognized, Han Chen nodded, but anger appeared on his face. He cursed in a low voice, "That old Zhuge bastard, I've only been missing for less than 100 years, and he put my name on the tombstone. I'll beat him to death when I get back." All in all, Zhou Yang and the other three could be considered to have confirmed Han Chen's identity. After all, not everyone knew that Elder Zhuge was in charge of the mausoleum. This old man looked so similar to Elder Han, so he was most likely Han Chen himself. Thus, he hurriedly took the lead to greet this Elder Han Chen who had disappeared for many years. Speaking of which, this Han Chern was also an existence that was like a pillar of the southern region back then. If it wasn't for the fact that he suddenly went out and didn't return, the southern region wouldn't be so miserable compared to the northern region. However, now that Elder Han had returned, there might be a chance to contend against them. You guys tell me, in the 100 years that I've been missing, how has the southern region been? Yes. Next, Zhou Yang and Li Feng gave a long explanation. When they reached some key points, they gritted their teeth. Han Chen, who heard this, was also very angry. He did not expect that in the short 100 years that he had been gone, the northern region's suppression of the southern region had become more and more intense. Now, the southern region had almost reached a point where it was difficult to move forward. Damn the northern region, I'm from the same origin, but they are so ruthless in suppressing me. Do they really think that the southern region is a persimmon that can be easily pinched? Elder Han, these two are, after his anger subsided, Zhou Yang also asked Elder Han about Yan Chutian and Li Qiuyu. He could tell that Elder Han should be acquainted with these two. When he was asked about these two, the answer that Han Chern had long thought of immediately appeared in his mind. He slowly said, "Although I met with danger in the outside world, I also found two genius disciples from the outside world. They will soon join the southern region of the Heaven's Secret sect." I see. Zhou Yang secretly nodded, and at the same time, his heart surged with joy. He did not expect that these two people in front of him were actually disciples that Elder Han had brought back and were about to join the southern region. In this way, the southern region might really have a chance to rise. After all, he had witnessed the strength of these two people. Greetings to my 4 senior brothers and sisters. Junior brother Yan Chu, this is my senior sister Xiao Yu. Yan Chutian introduced generously. Although he still wanted to use the name Mu Wan for Qiu Yu, he had already said the 4 words, senior sister Xiao Yu. It was too late to change it, so he might as well directly use it. Yan Chutian introduced generously, but Qiu Yu was much more indifferent. She only nodded slightly at the few of them and did not respond anymore. However, perhaps because Qiu Yu had defeated the giant Python King with a single blow earlier, even if she appeared cold, Zhou Yang, Li Feng, and Wang Ping immediately reacted to her. This made Yan Chutian a little speechless. It seemed that his enthusiasm was not as cold as Qiu Yu's. But at this time, a hesitant and clear drizzle suddenly sounded in Yan Chutian's ears. When he looked over, he just happened to see the slightly immature face of a young girl who had already begun to show her beauty. My name is Zhou Qing. Thank you for saving me just now." The girl's face was slightly red, and her white skin was slightly rosy. It made people want to take a bite. She was too cute. Haha, we are considered disciples of the same sect. It is natural for a junior brother to save a senior sister. Don't you think so, senior sister Zhou Qing? Being called senior sister Zhou Qing, the girl's face was even redder. She did not know what to do and could only nod dumbly. Looking at her expression, Yan Chutian couldn't help but reveal a smile. However, what he didn't know was that there was a cold gaze staring at him in the dark. It took a while before the gaze slowly dissipated. Ahem. After everyone introduced themselves, they were familiar with each other. So Han Chen coughed dryly. When everyone looked over, he said to them, "It's good that you all introduced yourselves. Today, there is a life-soul spring before us. You all should cultivate for a while. We will return to the Tianji sect in a few days." Chapter 74. The life-soul spring was in front of them. Although the life-soul spring wasn't big, it wasn't small either. At least, it looked like it could tolerate the giant Python King wandering in it. Thus, it wasn't a problem to share it with the others. However, there were differences between men and women. Thus, when they were soaking in the spring, the spiritual energy light screen constantly appeared and separated the 8 of them. Sitting in his own life-soul spring, Yan Chutian quickly took off his robe and immersed himself in the spring, allowing the mysterious energy ripples to enter his body. At the same time, not only him, but Zhou Yang, Li Feng, and the others were also doing the same. The life-soul spring was an excellent opportunity for cultivation, and they couldn't miss it. Among everyone, Han Chen's movement was the biggest. This was because the life-soul spring was the most precious to him. Yuanying's body crazily absorbed the power of the life-soul spring to nourish and even repair his body. Time passed extremely quickly during this process. However, at a certain moment, a spiritual energy barrier that separated Yan Chutian from him suddenly broke. Then, a pair of snow-white legs slowly reached into the area he was in. They lightly touched the surface of the water, causing ripples. Although this was a slight movement, it couldn't escape Yan Chutian's perception. He immediately opened his eyes and looked straight ahead with a sharp gaze. However, this gaze almost made him have a nosebleed. A pair of snow-white and beautiful legs swayed in front of him. How could he continue to cultivate calmly? Seeing Yan Chutian's gaze glued to her legs, Qiu Yu smiled indifferently. She gently closed her jade-like knees and lowered her waist slightly. Her long black hair slowly fell. Beside the black hair were 2 lumps of snow that revealed deep cleavage due to the squeezing. If Yan Chutian could still control himself before, after seeing this scene, a certain part of his body immediately showed signs of lifting up. He couldn't suppress it. However, Qiu Yu seemed to want to touch his nerves. After gently closing her jade-like knees, she raised her exquisite and delicate body. Her jade-like hands gently rested on her shoulders, as if she was about to undo her white clothes. However, just as her shoulder was about to be exposed, she stopped and turned her beautiful eyes to look at the dumbfounded Yan Chutian. She gently smiled and said, "Yan Chutian, you have quite the guts. You actually dared to break the spiritual energy barrier?" Yan Chutian really wanted to cry out in his heart that he had been greatly wronged. He had clearly opened his eyes because he had sensed something strange, but in the end, he had seen such a beautiful woman in the bath. Even if he had any lust, he definitely wouldn't have broken the spirit barrier by himself. Are you trying to say that you were wrongly accused? Could it be that you weren't the one who broke the barrier? Or you don't want to see it? With a light laugh, Qiu Yu actually pulled down the clothes that had fallen to her shoulders. Looking at the 2 lumps that continuously revealed themselves, even though he knew that if he nodded, he would be doomed, but for some reason, he still hurriedly shook his head. Qiu Yu was very satisfied with Yan Chutian's reaction. The smile on her beautiful face became even wider. However, she didn't satisfy Yan Chutian's wish. When his eyes were about to pop out, she rolled up her white clothes and tightly wrapped her delicate body. Then, the spiritual energy barrier slowly condensed. Only before the barrier was completely formed, a seductive voice softly sounded. "As long as you perform well and don't go around fooling around, you can see anything, you can." What is this? Yan Chutian's face was ugly. The other party had teased him so much and then suddenly left. What was he going to do? However, even if he was full of dissatisfaction, Yan Chutian could only helplessly pat his brother. He forcefully suppressed the heat in his heart and calmly sat down cross-legged. After sitting cross-legged for a long time, when it seemed that everything was calm, he secretly said to himself, "How should I perform well?" At the same time, Qiu Yu, who was behind the light barrier, hugged her hands and blushed. Even if she could do such a bold action, she was still shy in her heart. At this time, there were no outsiders, so how could she suppress it? However, it was worth it. After her warning and sweet dates, he should restrain himself and not unknowingly hook up with other girls. Speaking of which, she wasn't so careful in the heaven realm back then, and actually made many girls secretly fall in love with him. But this time, it would definitely not be the same as before. However, just as Qiu Yu was thinking about this, there was some struggle in her seductive dark purple left eye, as if she wanted to suppress this purple eye. Obviously, her behavior just now had touched Mu Wan's bottom line. Moreover, how could Mu Wan be willing to be suppressed for such a long time? Behave yourself for a while more. You have always been in control. You want to control it again so soon? Don't even think about it. Time continued to pass. After a full day and night, when the sky brightened again, there was a sudden movement somewhere in the life-soul spring. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered like a vortex and poured into the sky above a certain figure. In this situation, he was going to break through? The movement of the breakthrough attracted everyone's attention, especially the young girl Zhou Qing. She excitedly looked in the direction of the spiritual energy vortex and said in surprise, "Brother, he is going to break through." Because of her brother's breakthrough, she was not prepared to continue soaking in the life-soul spring. She wrapped her clothes and rushed back to the shore, her beautiful eyes staring at Zhou Yang's direction. "Ha! It seems that brother Zhou Yang's wish is going to be fulfilled." Not long after Zhou Qing arrived at the shore, Li Feng and Wang Ping appeared. Li Feng's aura was no longer at the peak of the quasi-spirit transformation realm, but the true peak of the spirit transformation realm. It was obvious that the benefits of the life-soul spring had allowed him to break through. However, perhaps because he was already at the peak of the quasi-spirit transformation realm, there wasn't much of a commotion. Then Han Chun and Qiu Yu both flew out of the life-soul spring. They had obtained enough benefits from one day and one night, so there was no difference in soaking in it again. Also, the effect of the life-soul spring had decreased a lot because of them and was not as good as before. Zhou Yang's breakthrough didn't cause any ripples in Qiu Yu's heart. She only cared about Yan Chutian, and under her attention, she vaguely noticed some fluctuations in the latter's cultivation. "You aren't slow at all." Qiu Yu revealed a faint smile, and this smile stunned Li Feng. It wasn't until his Dao partner pinched his waist that he regained his senses. However, when he looked at Wang Ping again, he was clearly a bit angry. The small interlude did not last for long. Very soon, the condensed spiritual energy whirlpool emitted a rumbling sound. Accompanying the rumbling sound was a sharp whistle. One could faintly see a well-built figure explosively shooting out from within, heading straight towards the spiritual energy whirlpool. Not long after, the spiritual energy vortex dissipated and a figure descended from the sky. It was Zhou Yang. Chapter 75. Congratulations, brother Zhou Yang. Although Zhou Yang was only at the peak of the quasi-spirit transformation realm, Li Feng still congratulated him with a smile on his face. Zhou Yang smiled and agreed. There was also a hint of joy on his face. Although he had not truly broken through to the peak of the spirit transformation realm, the quasi-spirit transformation realm was not bad. He was also confident that he would be able to reach the peak of the spirit transformation realm in the remaining time and compete for the chosen disciple seat. Although he had broken through and his strength had increased greatly, he was still in awe of Qiu Yu and Han Chun. After all, he knew that even if he had broken through, it would be difficult for him to face them. There was no need to talk about Han Chun. After recovering from the life-soul spring, even if he was still a Yuanying, his true strength should have reached the level of elixir. As for Qiu Yu, she was able to kill the giant Python King with one strike. Zhou Yang knew that he was not as strong as her. "I've made everyone wait for a long time. However, where is junior brother Yan Chu?" Zhou Yang looked around and suddenly asked. Everyone was present, so why was Yan Chu the only one missing? It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but the moment he finished speaking, a powerful spirit chi whirlpool slowly formed above the life-spirit spring. The whirlpool surged, and the spirit chi of heaven and earth in the surroundings surged towards it. This commotion was comparable to the commotion caused by Zhou Yang's breakthrough. It was not difficult to see that even though Yan Chutian's talent and physique were not as good as others at the beginning, after being refined and nurtured bit by bit, he had surpassed mortals to a certain extent. It was shocking. This junior brother Yan Chu is breaking through to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm? It seems so. Zhou Yang's face was filled with shock. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have imagined that breaking through to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm would cause such a huge commotion. Li Feng, Wang Ping, and Zhou Qing were the same. They were all shocked. Even Han Chen was a little shocked. He had to admit that Yan Chu was a rare genius. If there was no Mu Wan, he would be the best choice. However, since there was already Mu Wan, no matter how they compared, he was still far behind. However, Han Chen did not know that even if they were to really compare, in his eyes, Yan Chu was not inferior to Mu Wan in the slightest. In fact, the two of them were far beyond his imagination, because they were both young geniuses who had quite a reputation in the heaven realm. Looking at the commotion caused by Yan Chutian, Qiu Yu pursed her red lips, and a smile gradually appeared on her delicate face. It seemed that Yan Chutian's ability to cause such a huge commotion made her even happier than her own. When everything finally calmed down, Yan Chutian appeared at the shore of the Life Spirit Spring. At this moment, his spirit force aura had gone from the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. However, his true strength was not as simple as the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Senior brothers and sisters, sorry to keep you waiting. Jumping onto the shore, Yan Chutian immediately cupped his hands and said softly. Even though he was in closed-door cultivation, he could still sense the commotion in the outside world. Naturally, he knew that these people had been waiting for him for a while. Senior brother Yan Chu is too polite, Yan Chutian spoke, and Zhou Yang and the others agreed one by one. Then, it was Han Chen who spoke, gathering everyone's words. All right, since you are all ready, we will immediately return to the Heavenly Secret Sect. Yes. Although the Heavenly Secret Sect was not considered a first-rate force in the Central Plains, and could barely be considered a second-rate force, it was still an incomparably large force. At least in front of ordinary cultivators, it was a powerful sect that they respected. However, the Tianji sect was very different from the other sections. Although it had the power of the sects in name, the gap between the southern region and the northern region was too big. In fact, the southern region was like a burden to the northern region. The difference between the northern region and the southern region was like heaven and earth. This situation made the disciples of the southern region furious. However, even if they were dissatisfied, they could not do anything. They could only watch as the northern region suppressed them bit by bit. In the end, the southern region seemed to have accepted their fate and accepted all the unfairness of the northern region. This was out of helplessness and sorrow. Perhaps only by waiting for a miracle would the southern region have the possibility of rising again. Yan Chutian and the others trekked through mountains and rivers. Finally, after a few days, they approached the huge force, the Heavenly Secret Sect. Looking from afar, countless continuous mountains surrounded each other. The mountains were densely covered with clouds and mist. The dense spiritual energy was almost materialized. Even if it was originally invisible, there was a spring-flowing substance between the mountains. It was very magical. It had to be said that it was a big force after all. Even if it was in the Central Plains, the spiritual energy inside was much better than the outside world. Looking at the scene in front of him, Han Chen was the most excited. His illusory body flashed forward, and his eyes were fixed on the familiar scene. He had never thought that he would be able to return to the sect one day. Even if he had made arrangements after his death, he thought that he would definitely die and there was no possibility of him returning to the Central Plains. Others might not understand Han Chen's reaction, but Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu felt the same way. Perhaps one day when they returned to the Heaven Realm, they would be the same. Elder Han, Elder Zhou has been guarding outside the barrier of the southern region. I will go and invite him out now. Zhou Yang said respectfully, but when he bowed, Han Chen stopped him. Then, he smiled and said to himself, It's been a long time since I've seen that old man. I won't trouble you this time. Let this old man go personally. Yes. Although he was hesitant, Zhou Yang did not dare to disobey Han Chen's orders. In the end, he nodded respectfully and followed behind Han Chen, heading towards Elder Zhou. At this moment, even if Yan Chutian did not know Elder Zhou, he could still deduce his location. This was because he was very familiar with the Great Formation barrier of the southern region. He had broken through several of them single-handedly in the Heaven Realm. Thus, since Elder Zhou was guarding the barrier, he should be at the center of the formation. As expected, in Yan Chutian's eyes, Han Chen was heading towards the center of the formation. Finally, he appeared at the bottom of an inconspicuous short mountain. This short mountain was the center of the formation. The appearance of the few of them naturally attracted the attention of Elder Zhou. When they appeared at the bottom of the short mountain, a white-haired, hunchbacked old man rushed down from the short mountain. The old man's dignified eyes swept over everyone and finally stopped on Han Chen. With just a glance, his dignified expression suddenly changed, as if he had seen something extremely unbelievable. He actually stuttered like a hot-headed youth. You are old ghost Han? Zhou Shaoxian, you actually dare to call me old ghost like those fellows? It seems that your courage has grown after I left for 100 years. Chapter 76. Han Chen and Elder Zhou Xian chatted happily, almost ignoring the presence of the people around them. As they talked, the two of them naturally gained a deeper understanding of each other. In the end, everyone waited at the foot of the peak while the two of them leaped up. While waiting, Yan Chutian looked at the overlapping peaks within the boundary and couldn't help but ask, "Is this the Tianji sect?" Although the vast territory in front of them was not small, it was still a little small in Yan Chutian's eyes. Even if the Tianji sect was not a first-rate sect in the Central Plains, it shouldn't be like this if it was a second-rate sect. Before Yan Chutian could finish his sentence, Zhou Yang's expression clearly became a little angry. However, at the same time, there was a hint of helplessness on his face. He sighed and said, "Junior brother Yan, you don't know. Our Tianji sect naturally doesn't only have this territory in front of us. It's just that the best and most spacious area has been taken by the North region. Our vast southern region can only curl up in a corner here." Yan Chutian was speechless. It seemed that the southern region's current situation was even more miserable than what Han Chen had said. 100 years had passed, and the southern region today was probably even worse than before. Yan Chutian couldn't help but worry. Could it be that the northern region had taken away all the spots for the southern region to participate in the Prodigy's grand event? Seeing that Yan Chutian seemed to be worried, Zhou Yang hurriedly said, "But junior brother Yan, don't worry. Even though our southern region has been forced to such a corner, we haven't completely lost the chance to take back those territories. There is a heaven opportunity every 20 years. It's a clash between the top geniuses of the northern and southern regions. Only the top holy sons of the two regions can participate. This heaven opportunity is related to the ownership of many territories, including many cultivation resources that originally belonged to our southern region." "I understand." Yan Chutian nodded gently. However, he didn't care about what Zhou Yang said. He only cared about the spots for the Prodigy's grand event. However, Zhou Yang and the others didn't think that way. They all cast hopeful gazes at Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu, especially Qiu Yu. After all, the strength she had displayed not long ago was simply too powerful. She had killed the giant Python King with a single strike. This was something that even some of the saints could not easily accomplish. Not long after they conversed, Han Chen suddenly acted again. He threw a token into Zhou Yang's hand and said to him, "Zhou Yang, settle Yan Chu and Little Yu down first." "Yes." Zhou Yang quickly agreed, but Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu were naturally puzzled. However, after thinking about it carefully, they understood. Han Chen had just returned, and it was rumored that he had died long ago, so there would be a lot of trouble. It was impossible for him to immediately help them get a spot, so they had to take it step by step. Therefore, the two of them agreed and followed Zhou Yang's lead to settle down. With the elder's token, everyone was unimpeded along the way. Soon, they appeared in front of the steward's hall, where the disciples' identities and related matters were arranged. There were many figures going in and out of the steward's hall. Judging from their appearances, they should be disciples. Moreover, their auras were not weak, not even weaker than Zhou Yang's. These people obviously knew Zhou Yang, but they didn't have a good attitude toward him. They only glanced at his sister Zhou Qing frivolously from time to time, causing the latter to bite her red lips. She was angry but helpless. Of course, they also glanced at Qiu Yu today. After all, Qiu Yu's appearance and temperament were more attractive than Zhou Qing's. They couldn't take their eyes off her, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Immediately, a white-faced young man squeezed out of the crowd and appeared in front of them. He said to Zhou Yang, "What's wrong, junior brother Zhou? Is this another new disciple?" As he spoke, his gaze moved up and down Qiu Yu's body without leaving a trace. He thought he hid it very well, but he didn't know that everyone saw it clearly. Zhou Yang obviously didn't have a good attitude toward this white-faced young man. However, due to the sect, he still answered, "These are the new disciples, junior brother Yan Chu and junior brother Xiao Yu. Yes, the quality of this batch of new disciples is pretty good. They've all entered the late stage of the spirit transformation realm." The white-faced young man smiled faintly. These two new disciples can both obtain second-class disciple status. After cultivating in the sect for a while, they might be able to become first-class disciples like you. However, if they want to become a prospective holy son like me, they still need a long time to hone themselves. When the white-faced young man said the words, "prospective holy son," many of the surrounding disciples couldn't help but reveal envious gazes. This was because the higher a disciple's status was, the more cultivation resources they could obtain. This was also a kind of honor that would make people revere them wherever they went. At the same time, Zhou Yang explained to Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu in a low voice, "Our Heaven's Secrets sect's disciples are divided into several ranks. The outer disciples are the lowest, and above them are the third-class disciples. Above the first-class disciples are the prospective holy sons, and then the holy sons. Every rank of disciple can obtain corresponding cultivation resources, but the higher a disciple's rank is, the more cultivation resources they will obtain. This Zhao Hong was originally a first-class disciple like me, but it looks like he's here to obtain the jade tablet of the prospective holy son." Zhou Yang did not express any envy towards Zhao Hong. This was because what he wanted was not just the status of a candidate holy disciple, but the true holy disciple. The reactions of the surrounding disciples made the white-faced young man, Zhao Hong, very proud. However, when he glanced at Qiu Yu, he didn't see the expression he expected. This made him feel a bit embarrassed. But at this point, he couldn't do anything more. He could only flick his sleeves and enter the steward hall. Zhao Hong thought that this woman still didn't know the power of the prospective holy son. She would understand in a while and secretly send flirtatious glances at him. "Junior brother Yen, junior sister Xiao Yu, let's go in too." The steward hall was very spacious. In the depths of the hall, there was a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, guarding an area. He was the elder of the steward hall, Sun Yun. In front of Sun Yun, there were many busy figures. There were young people who had just become stewards of the steward hall, and there were also old people who had been stewards for many years, handling every disciple's status change. Originally, the steward hall was peaceful until Zhao Hong appeared. After all, the difficulty of applying for the prospective holy son was not small. Otherwise, if everyone could become a prospective holy son, how could this status be considered powerful? "You want to apply for the prospective holy son?" A white-haired steward appeared in front of Zhao Hong. Facing such a steward, even if Zhao Hong was very flamboyant in the outside world, he had no choice but to restrain himself. He nodded and said, Steward Wu, I passed the prospective Holy Sun test a few days ago. Today, I'm here to exchange for the prospective Holy Sun Jade Tablet. Chapter 77. Envious gazes continued to land on Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong also raised his head proudly with a proud expression on his face. Moreover, when he thought about it, that junior sister Xiao Yu should also be looking at him with admiration somewhere, right? However, just as Steward Wu was about to announce his status as the candidate saint, a young-looking steward in the corner suddenly stood up hurriedly and ran towards him with an unknown object in his hand. "What's wrong?" Elder Wu asked, puzzled. This steward had been in office for quite some time. Why was he still so flustered? However, he soon understood. The object in his hand was actually an elder's token. Moreover, there was clearly a surge of spiritual energy hidden within the token. That was a special communication method between elders. Thus, Steward Wu hurriedly took the token and hurriedly walked towards Sun Yun, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. This scene caused the surrounding disciples to be puzzled. Why was Steward Wu so flustered? Furthermore, it seemed like he was going to ask Elder Sun Yun for instructions? This, at the same time, Zhou Yang, who had caused all of this, was also puzzled. He did not know the secret behind the Elder's token. He originally thought that it would be enough to arrange the status of disciples for Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu. Why did it cause such a huge commotion? Steward Wu presented the Elder's token to Sun Yun. However, Sun Yun, who received the Elder's token, still had his eyes closed and did not move. He only slowly stroked the surface of the Elder's token. It was not until a certain moment that he suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable, and his face was filled with shock. Sun Yun's huge reaction also gave Steward Wu a fright. It was not as if Elder's token had never arrived before, but Elder Sun had always calmly waited for it. However, his reaction this time was actually so huge. However, Sun Yun would not explain anything to him. His face was filled with shock and joy. He immediately stood up and searched through the crowd in the main hall. Finally, as if subconsciously, he locked onto Yan Chutian and the others. Sun Yun Long strode forward in large strides. His dignified eyes swept across the few people before focusing on Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu. He slowly said, "You are Master Han's disciples, Yan Chu and Little Yu?" Hearing this, Yan Chutian understood that the token that Zhou Yang handed over just now must have contained a video, allowing the middle-aged man in front of him to know of Han Chen's return and their identities. Furthermore, from the way he addressed Han Chen as Teacher Han, could it be that the two of them had a master-disciple relationship? Yes. Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu answered one after another. Obviously, this was all arranged by Han Chen for them, so naturally, there was no reason to refuse. After the two of them answered, Sun Yun laughed heartily. With a joyful expression, he directly announced in front of everyone, "That's great. Today, the two of you are the new prospective saints of the southern region. You will be bestowed the identity of prospective saints with the Jade Tablet and enjoy the treatment of prospective saints." Sun Yun's announcement was so fast that the surrounding people could not react at all. After a few breaths of time, the waves of exclamations and discussions finally sounded. How could they have imagined that the two new disciples would actually suddenly transform into quasi-holy sons? This Elder Sun actually directly bestowed the title of prospective saints on them. What's going on? Could it be that they are Elder Sun's descendants? That's impossible. Elder Sun has always been impartial. How could he do this? The waves of exclamations grew louder and louder. However, Sun Yun did not care about their reactions. He shouted again, "Steward Wu, what are you waiting for? Hand over the Jade Tablet of prospective saints." Yes, yes. Although he did not know what was going on, Steward Wu did not dare to go against Sun Yun's wishes. He quickly took out the two Jade Tablets and handed them to Sun Yun. After receiving the Jade Tablet, Sun Yun handed the 2 jade tablets to Qiu Yu and Yan Chutian respectively. However, just as Yan Chutian was about to receive the jade tablet, a loud and clear angry roar finally sounded from the crowd. "Elder son, I refuse to accept this." The owner of the roar was Zhao Hong. He could not hold it in anymore. These 2 prospective Saint Jade tablets were the last 2 in the entire southern region. In other words, if he lost this opportunity, he would not be able to become a prospective saint for at least a year. How could he, who was already prepared to become a prospective saint and enjoy the glory, accept this? Therefore, even though he knew that he might offend Sun Yun, he still had to say it. With Zhao Hong taking the lead, some of the surrounding disciples, who were originally jealous, also began to shout. They could not accept the fact that 2 new disciples had become prospective saints and were above them. In that case, what was the point of them working so hard to increase their strength and raise their status as disciples? The voices of opposition grew louder and louder. This made Sun Yun feel somewhat helpless. He was usually impartial, so he naturally understood how many people would refuse to accept this sudden decision. However, Master Han, who had disappeared for 100 years, had suddenly reappeared. He was willing to do anything, so even if he was criticized, he would accept it. Thus, Sun Yun paused for a moment, and was about to continue speaking. At the same time, he forcefully shoved the Identity Jade tablet into Yan Chutian's hand. However, just as he was about to speak to silence the crowd, he suddenly felt the jade tablet being pushed back into his hand. Then, a calm voice slowly sounded. "Then, how do you think I can obtain the identity of a prospective saint?" The owner of the calm voice was naturally Yan Chutian. No matter what Han Chen's intentions were, he knew that this must have something to do with the quota to participate in the grand event of prodigies. Therefore, he had to accept it. Seeing Yan Chutian suddenly speak, Zhao Hong was stunned for a moment before he continued. "If you want to become a prospective saint, you naturally have to pass the prospective saint's test in the administration hall. Otherwise, how can you convince everyone? If you can pass the prospective saint's test, we will be convinced. However, if you try to pass the real prospective saint's test, you will definitely die." Since things had already come to this, Zhao Hong was going all out. In any case, there were many similar disciples around. Moreover, if he could become a prospective saint, everything would be worth it. Yes, Zhao Hong is right. If you want to become a prospective saint, you have to pass the prospective saint's test. If you can't pass the test, you can't become a prospective saint. Otherwise, we won't accept it. Won't accept it, won't accept it. The response became more and more intense. This caused Zhao Hong, who was originally a little fearful, to gradually reveal a smile. So what if you have connections? The prospective saint is not like the other disciples. You can't become one just because you want to. As for passing the prospective saint's test, he felt that Yan Chutian was just someone who had connections. His late-stage, spirit transformation realm cultivation was not worth mentioning. How could he pass the test? And it seemed that he was right. Under Zhao Hong's awe-inspiring righteousness, Yan Chutian slowly shook his head and said, "There is no need for me to pass the prospective saint's test." His words made the surrounding disciples feel very disgusted. They all thought, could it be that he wanted to rely on some kind of relationship in front of so many people? However, the scene that everyone imagined did not happen. Before Yan Chutian finished speaking, his words suddenly turned around and his sharp eyes looked straight at Zhao Hong. Chapter 78. The moment Yan Chutian's words came out, the entire room was shocked. They had originally thought that this young-looking new disciple would think of a way to avoid the trial and use Elder Sun Yun to forcefully seize the position of quasi-holy son. But who would have thought that he would actually say such words? He actually wanted to compete with Zhao Hong to determine the ownership of the quasi-holy son. Is this new disciple crazy? He actually wants to compete with Zhao Hong for the position of quasi-holy son? What shameless boasting! Zhao Hong is already at the peak of the spirit transformation stage. Even if he can't compare to the Holy Sun, he can still be considered a quasi-Holy Sun. He actually dares to take the initiative to compete with him? He truly does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does he think that with Elder Sun protecting him, he can do whatever he wants? Junior brother Yen Yu Zhou-Yang's expression suddenly changed. After the shock, there was a deep sense of helplessness. In his opinion, it was because his new junior brother was too young. He only wanted to prove himself, and in the end, he said such words. However, one had to know that Zhao Hong was a cultivator at the peak of the spirit transformation stage, and was not someone a late-stage spirit transformation cultivator like him could compare to. As a result, even if Yen Chutian could fight with the giant python king in his eyes, it was impossible for him to be a match for Zhao Hong. Junior brother Yen is too impulsive. This way, Zhao Hong will have something on him. This matter will definitely not be easily forgotten. In his mind, Yen Chutian shouldn't have this kind of impulsive character. Why is it that right now? Even Elder Sun Yun's expression changed slightly. He looked at the youth in front of him in bewilderment, wanting to see if he was being impulsive or something else. It was just that with Yen Chutian's watertight expression, how could he see any clues? The only people present who believed in Yen Chutian were Chiu Yu and the young girl, Zhou Qing. One trusted him almost unconditionally, while the other trusted him greatly after he risked his life to save her. Ha ha ha! An ear-piercing laughter resounded after the initial shock, echoing throughout the large steward's hall. After laughing for a long time, Zhao Hong slowly raised his head and looked directly at Yen Chutian with a gaze full of disdain. He really couldn't figure out what gave this fellow the courage to challenge him with just a late-stage spirit transformation cultivation. If it were any other time, he would definitely disdain this and would not accept the challenge. But today was different from the past because the other party had already delivered the identity of a quasi-holy son to him, so how could he miss this opportunity? All right, today, senior brother Zhao will give you the opportunity to challenge me. I can also teach you that there is always someone better than you in the sect. Yen Chutian gave a noncommittal smile. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding crowd, he walked straight out of the steward's hall. Seeing this, Zhao Hong coldly snorted and followed. He did not care what the other party had up his sleeve. As long as he defeated the other party in public, even if Sun Yun protected him, the position of candidate Holy Sun would definitely belong to him. Following the actions of the two, a large group of disciples also walked out from the management hall. Clearly, they did not wish to miss such an unexpected fight. At this time, Sun Yun was also helpless and could only follow them out. In this situation, the identity of the quasi-holy Sun was no longer in his control, and he could not control it. Otherwise, it would definitely cause the anger of many disciples. So whether or not he could obtain the identity of the quasi-holy Sun could only depend on Yen Chutian himself. Standing outside the steward's hall, some of the new disciples could not help but be puzzled as they looked at the two people whose cultivations were clearly not equal. And when they understood the reason, understanding appeared on their faces one after another. Although Elder Sun seems to be very protective of this new disciple, he is too naive to think that he can compete with Zhao Hong for the quasi-holy Sun position. Who says he isn't? It's just that this brat agreed himself. Who can he blame when he loses face? Speaking of which, this Zhao Hong is really bold. He has obviously offended Elder Sunday. If he can obtain the identity of the quasi-holy Sun, so what if he offends him? The surrounding crowd discussed animatedly. In short, this battle was already unavoidable. Zhao Hong looked at Yen Chutian, who was several feet away. He was very curious as to why the other party dared to say the reason for competing with him for the quasi-holy Sun position. Could it be that he was really too young and impulsive? But soon, it did not matter. No matter what, as long as he defeated Zhao Hong, the identity of the quasi-holy son would be his. Thus, in the next instant, Zhao Hong did not hold back. His right foot lightly stepped on the ground and his body shot out like a cheetah. His right palm turned into a blade, and spiritual energy surged on it. As it slashed down, it cut through the air and let out a sharp whistling sound. Facing Zhao Hong's attack, Yan Chutian did not bat an eyelid. Just as the attack was about to land, both of his hands suddenly turned into palms and fiercely slapped out, fiercely colliding with the sharp hand blade. Bang bang! As the attacks collided, a dull sound spread out. Looking over, Yan Chutian clearly took a few steps back, while Zhao Hong landed on the ground with a calm expression. "TSK, you do have some strength." After the attack, Zhao Hong indifferently muttered. He could see that the other party was indeed different from a cultivator at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. If a normal cultivator received his attack, even if they were not injured, they would still be in a sorry state. However, this guy only took a few steps back. However, if he wanted to snatch the quasi-holy son position from him like this, then he was looking down on Zhao Hong too much. He had yet to truly display the power of the peak of the spirit transformation realm. With a sneer on his face, Zhao Hong once again shot out explosively, the blade in his hand continuously slashing down. Every strike carried a terrifying tearing force, stacked together like a dense net, covering the sky and covering the earth as it descended. Not to mention a late-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator, even a peak spirit transformation realm cultivator might not be able to block this kind of attack. Because of this situation, many of the surrounding disciples began to talk. "I'm afraid the outcome will be revealed under Zhao Hong's attack. Zhao Hong is at the peak of the spirit transformation realm and is not something a late-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator can compare to. What a pity. Speaking of which, this new disciple has some areas that surpass cultivators of the same level. However, he is too arrogant to compare himself to Zhao Hong. It seems like the quasi-holy son position will fall into Zhao Hong's hands." Boom! The dense net of blade chi descended and rumbling sounds continuously rang out. It lasted for several breaths of time before stopping. At this moment, Zhao Hong's face revealed a joyful smile. The quasi-holy son position would finally belong to him. Immediately after, without waiting for the scene to become clear, he turned around and faced Sun Yun. "Elder Sun Yun, it seems like the quasi-holy son position is still, however." Before Zhao Hong finished speaking, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded out. Although the voice was soft, it was incomparably loud at this moment. Especially when it stopped in Zhao Hong's ears, it was like thunder. Chapter 79. "Senior brother Zhao, it seems like you were too anxious." An indifferent voice slowly echoed, but this indifferent voice caused an uproar among the crowd. It was clear that no one would have thought that under Zhao Hong's attack that could seriously injure a peak spirit transformation cultivator, this youth who was only at the late stage of spirit transformation was safe and sound. How is this possible? He actually blocked Zhao Hong's attack. Zhao Hong definitely used his true strength in that attack, but he was still able to block it? No wonder he dared to challenge Zhao Hong. He was actually hiding his strength. Sun Yun narrowed his eyes. Perhaps others couldn't see through it, but with his cultivation and eyesight, how could he not see through it? However, it was because he saw through it that he was shocked. He secretly thought that the person that Teacher Han chose was indeed not ordinary. "Junior brother Yan Chu is so powerful." Zhou Qing's face was filled with excitement. This scene was very similar to when Zhao Hong saved her a few days ago. It shook her heart and filled her eyes with joy. At the same time, the uproar in the surroundings was incomparably jarring to Zhao Hong's ears. Because all of this originally belonged to him, but because of a moment of carelessness, it had actually been seized by the other party. "You're really courting death." Zhao Hong secretly clenched his teeth. He turned around and looked at the similarly indifferent young face. He really wanted to punch the other party's head until it bled. How could he hesitate? The crowd was shocked as he quickly attacked again. Spirit energy vortexes appeared on his palms, creating a large amount of turbulent spirit energy. 10,000 mountains shattering coffin hand. Boom! Looking over, Zhao Hong's palms had become incomparably black. The pure spirit energy continued to transform into an inexplicable black substance that lingered around his 5 fingers. When both of his palms were covered by the black substance, a powerful tearing intent spread out. It was as though even if a sky-shaking divine coffin appeared in front of him, it could only be torn apart by it. In the next instant, a powerful attack came crashing down on Yan Chutian. At the same time, it brought about a wave of exclamations. Zhao Hong actually used the 10,000 mountain shattering coffin hand. This is a rank 2 spirit grade spirit technique. Tsk, it seems like this brat has really angered Zhao Hong. Once this kind of spirit technique is used, even a spirit transformation peak cultivator would have to think twice, let alone him. Seeing the incoming attack, Yan Chutian lowered his eyes. Even he had to admit that this level of spirit spell attack was enough to threaten him. Even if he had broken through to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm and cultivated the thunder art, there was still a difference of 2 realms between him and Zhao Hong, who had reached the great circle of spirit transformation. Therefore, a head-on clash was definitely not a good choice for him. It seemed that he could only use that ability. Thinking of this, Yan Chutian no longer hesitated. When the spiritual energy handprint with a strong wind descended, Yan Chutian lightly tapped his right foot and his figure swept forward. However, in the eyes of the surrounding people, Yan Chutian's action was no different from suicide in the eyes of Zhao Hong. Because he was actually taking the initiative to charge towards Zhao Hong's attack. Is he crazy? He actually took the initiative to charge towards Zhao Hong's myriad mountains coffin splitting palm? This is crazy. Looking at Yan Chutian's action, Sun Yun was also puzzled. He really couldn't understand why Yan Chutian, who had always been amazing, would suddenly do something so stupid. Could it be that he had really run out of tricks and was at the end of his rope? Since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Seeing this scene, Zhao Hong's face was filled with ecstasy, and then a ruthless expression appeared on his face. Even if he couldn't kill Wang Lin, he had to ruthlessly defeat Wang Lin. Otherwise, how could he vent his anger from before? The black hand descended and appeared above Yan Chutian's head under many puzzled and mocking gazes. In the next instant, the black hand completely covered Yan Chutian's body as a rumbling sound resounded. However, just as joy surfaced on Zhao Hong's face, a thin and small figure suddenly appeared behind the descending black hand, shocking all the disciples present. This is impossible. He was clearly hit by Zhao Hong's attack. How could he be safe and sound? How did he do it? Impossible, how could it be like this? At the same time, Zhao Hong's expression changed drastically. If he was still a little hazy before, now he felt that it was true. Wang Lin had actually dodged his attack by using the loophole. But how was this possible? Wang Lin's cultivation was clearly lower than his by 2 small realms. How could he have dodged his attack? You brat, Sun Yun suddenly realized, and at the same time, his expression became even more shocked. No wonder this guy dared to take the initiative to meet Zhao Hong's attack. He originally thought that Yan Chutian had mastered a high-level movement spirit technique, but looking at the current situation, how could it be as simple as a movement spirit technique? Ignoring the surrounding reactions, Yan Chutian, who was in a daze, grabbed Zhao Hong and shot out explosively. Spirit light surged in his hand and strands of bright spirit energy shot out like a rain of arrows, enveloping the former. Therefore, before Zhao Hong could react, the spirit energy arrows had already descended on his head. His expression was ugly as he quickly urged the spirit energy in his body to summon shields of light in front of him to block the attack. However, his reaction was still a bit slow. as the spirit energy arrows descended. Even if Zhao Hong was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, his defenses were still broken one by one. When the last spirit energy arrow descended, he had no choice but to use his palms to block it. However, using his palms to block it, Zhao Hong's palms began to bleed. This made his expression very ugly because he never would have thought that he would be the first to be injured when fighting against the ant in his eyes. You really deserve to die. Zhao Hong clenched his teeth and raised his head. However, the moment he raised his head, Yan Chutian strangely appeared again and slammed a palm into his chest. Even with his spirit energy protecting his body, he was still sent flying several meters away. Cough! Zhao Hong violently coughed, and this time even blood came out of his mouth. However, Yan Chutian's attacks did not stop. When Zhao Hong wanted to struggle up, another palm landed on his back, causing Zhao Hong to fall to the ground once more. See. Looking at Yan Chutian's series of impeccable attacks, and then looking at Zhao Hong lying on the ground like a dead dog, the surrounding disciples couldn't help sucking in cold breaths of air. Their eyes were filled with shock. If it was before, they would never have believed that a late-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator could fight against a peak spirit transformation realm cultivator. Then their view had changed. The youth in front of them had taught them what true strength was. Even if he was only at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, he could still seriously injure a peak spirit transformation realm cultivator. Senior brother Zhao, it seems like I've won, Yan Chutian whispered into Zhao Hong's ear as he stood beside him like a dead dog. However, after hearing this, Zhao Hong no longer had any ability to refute. Chapter 80. After the commotion subsided, everyone was secretly shocked as they looked at the two people who had clearly won. Who would have thought that Zhao Hong, who had been so confident of victory, would be defeated by this new disciple they had never met before? Thinking about it now, it was no wonder that this new disciple was bestowed the status of quasi-holy son by Elder Sun as soon as he entered the sect. Even if he still had a certain relationship with Elder Sun, the strength he had displayed was enough to bear the title of quasi-holy son. This junior brother Yan is a little too fierce. Beside Zhou Yang, Li Feng smiled bitterly. He originally thought that Yan Chutian was young and impetuous and was too impulsive. But now it seemed that the truth was not so. He really did have the strength to defeat Zhao Hong. Zhou Yang had the same expression as Li Feng. At this time, how could Zhou Yang not know that he had underestimated this junior brother? Of course, in other words, it was just as Li Feng had said, this new junior brother of his was too fierce. I knew that junior brother Yan would definitely be confident. Zhou Qing clenched her jade-like hands, and her fair face was filled with uncontrollable joy. However, when her excited eyes accidentally glanced at the beautiful Qiuyu in front of her, she restrained her smile, as if she was afraid of being noticed. Because of her directness as a woman, even if Yan Chutian and Qiuyu did not express anything, she could feel that the relationship between the two was extraordinary. However, Zhou Qing thought that her little expression was concealed extremely well, but she did not know that her series of reactions had been seen by Qiuyu. Qiuyu was very helpless in this regard. She could only look at a certain figure in the field with some annoyance in her eyes. This guy always inadvertently attracted the gazes of other women. How hateful! Haha! As expected of the person that Master Han has chosen. Sun Yun's face also revealed an extremely rare smile. He was very satisfied with Yan Chutian because Yan Chutian had used his own strength to prove himself. Otherwise, if he had promoted Yan Chutian to quasi-holy son because of Han Chen, Sun Yun would have some grudges in his heart. Little guy, you deserve this. In front of everyone, Sun Yun handed the jade tablet to Yan Chutian. This time, when Yan Chutian received the jade tablet, the surrounding disciples no longer refused to accept it. That was because Yan Chutian had already proven himself. Therefore, he was fully deserving of this identity jade tablet. Perhaps it was because of Yen Chutian that even Chiu Yu obtaining the token was meaningless. After all, in their opinion, how could someone who could be called senior sister by Yen Chutian be any weaker than his junior brother? Receiving the jade token, Yen Chutian thanked Sun Yun sincerely and unwillingly. He wasn't a little kid. In fact, he was probably much older than everyone present. This was because his real age could be calculated from the heaven realm. The news of the battle between the new disciple and the veteran disciple Zhao Hong spread extremely quickly. Very soon it had spread throughout the entire southern mountain range. At first, those who heard the news didn't care much about it. However, when they heard that the new disciple had actually defeated Zhao Hong, they were all shocked. A new disciple who had just entered the sect had actually defeated a veteran disciple who was qualified to become a quasi-holy son. How could they not be shocked? On a certain peak in the depths of the southern mountain range, a white robe fluttered in the chilly wind on the peak. Above the white robe was a head of snow-white hair that was casually scattered. Under the white hair was a pretty face that was enough to shock the world. Unfortunately, this peerlessly beautiful face still had a cold expression. It was as if nothing could shock her heart. The white-haired woman was alone for a long time before a black-robed figure appeared several meters behind her. The black-robed man had a handsome face and a tall and straight figure. He was completely worthy of being called a handsome man. The black-robed man looked forward. When he saw the white-haired figure, his deep eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of passion. This kind of peerless beauty really made it difficult for him to calm down. However, the moment the black-robed man took a few glances, a sharp cold light suddenly shot out. This cold light carried a power that could seriously injure any cultivator at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. If he was hit by it, he would definitely be in a miserable state. The black-robed man clearly didn't expect the woman in front of him to attack so suddenly. Thus, he was in a sorry state. Moreover, after dodging the attack, he felt that there was another fierce attack brewing. He had no choice but to quickly shout, "Luo Shui, I have news for you." Only after the black-robed man shouted did he feel the sharpness disappear a little. However, he did not doubt that the attack could continue at any time. Hence, he hurriedly continued, "Elder Han Chen, who has disappeared for 100 years, has returned. Moreover, he has brought back 2 new disciples." Images. The black-robed man's words didn't cause Luo Shui's face to change at all. However, this expression allowed the black-robed man to know that she was interested in what he said. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said anything and would have continued her attack. So he simply took out the image from that day. It was the battle between Yen Chutian and Zhao Hong. During the process of the image, Luo Shui remained silent. When the image disappeared, she turned around and coldly said to herself, "Too weak." Weak is temporarily weak, but 100 years ago, Elder Han's line suppressed Elder Luo's line and was hailed as the greatest hope for the Southern Territory. Could it be that you don't have any thoughts? When the black-robed man's voice fell, Luo Shui didn't react at all. Her white figure gradually disappeared into the melting snow, but before she completely disappeared, there was an ethereal voice that slowly sounded. 100 years ago is 100 years ago and today is today. Right now, Master's line is flourishing and my line is almost cut off. So, only my Master's line can lead the Southern Territory to rise again. When the ethereal voice disappeared, the elegant figure had also completely disappeared. The black-robed man looked in the direction that Luo Shui disappeared, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. He had a feeling that something was going to happen in the Southern Territory because of the return of Han Chen and the 2 new disciples. If there was an opportunity for the Southern Territory to rise again, it was probably this time, right? Moreover, the Tianji sect was about to arrive. No matter what, he was a disciple of the Southern Territory. He should prepare well to fight for the Southern Territory and for his master. At this time, he suddenly remembered Yen Chutian in the image. Although he was a little surprised that Yan Chutian could defeat Zhao Hong, that was it. Now Yan Chutian's strength was like Luo Shui's in his eyes. He was still too weak. Chapter 81. Because of Yan Chutian, the entire southern region stirred up quite a bit of wave. However, these waves quickly calmed down. After all, even if Yan Chutian defeated Zhao Hong, it only confirmed his identity as the prospective Holy Sun. Even if the prospective Holy Sun symbolized a high status, there was still the Holy Sun above the prospective Holy Sun. The number of prospective Holy Suns was several times that of the real Holy Sun. Therefore, the birth of a prospective Holy Sun would not cause a huge commotion. In fact, the biggest reason for this commotion was because Yan Chutian had just entered the Heavenly Secrets sect. Otherwise, this commotion would have sunk like a stone into the ocean. Moreover, the real Holy Sun selection was about to arrive. After the Holy Sun selection, there would be even more opportunities. This was the real focus of everyone. However, no matter how the situation changed in the outside world, the atmosphere in the two neighboring prospective Holy Sun cave residences that Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu were assigned to were extremely calm. That feeling was as if the waves in the outside world had nothing to do with them. As the night gradually descended, Yan Chutian, who was sitting in the depths of his cave, slowly took out the 2 wooden tablets. These 2 wooden tablets were naturally the mysterious Yang scripture that he was going to cultivate. The mysterious Yang scripture was extremely complicated and involved all aspects of a cultivator's cultivation. Therefore, it was impossible to cultivate it in a short period of time. Even laying down the foundation was not something that could be accomplished in one go. It would require a long period of time. After repeatedly reading the half of the mysterious Yang scripture for a long time, Yan Chutian finally put away the 2 wooden tablets. At this moment, he already had a general direction for the cultivation of the mysterious Yang scripture. First, he had to start from the foundation of the foundation, his physique. However, if he wanted to start cultivating his physique, he could not start from scratch. He had to prepare a lot of heavenly treasures. Yan Chutian naturally did not have any heavenly treasures on him. However, he did have a considerable amount of spirit crystals. He believed that in the vast southern region, there should be a place to sell heavenly treasures. It seemed that he would have to make a trip there tomorrow. After making up his mind, he looked at the sky again. Unknowingly, it was already late at night. As a result, Yan Chutian did not plan on continuing his cultivation. After such a long period of bitter cultivation, he was a little tired. He wanted to have a good night's rest. However, although Yan Chutian's idea was good, he soon sensed a middle-aged man slowly approaching and appearing in front of his cave. Although Yan Chutian had never met this middle-aged man before, he could clearly feel the other party's aura, so he also recognized the middle-aged man's true identity, Han Chun. Needless to say, Yan Chutian understood that Han Chun had occupied a physical body. However, perhaps because he had just occupied the physical body, the aura he exuded was only at the level of a quasi-Yuanying. There was still a large gap between his actual cultivation, and since it was Han Chun, Yan Chutian couldn't possibly reject him and welcome him into the cave. At the same time, there was no need for Yan Chutian to do anything. When the 2 of them entered the cave, Qiu Yu, who was wearing a white dress, was already leaning lazily against the cave's windowsill. Yan Chutian couldn't help but feel his heart beat faster. Ahem! Seeing this, Han Chun quickly coughed dryly. He had not stabilized his physical body before rushing over in the middle of the night. He did not want to see the 2 of them flirt with each other. Hearing Han Chun's cough, Yan Chutian instantly regained his senses and immediately coughed awkwardly. His reaction made Qiu Yu, who was leaning against the windowsill, laugh. Then, her delicate body landed lightly beside Yan Chutian. Seeing that the 2 of them were standing still, Han Chen's expression became serious, and he said the words that he had long prepared in his heart. The situation may be different from what I told you. In the past 100 years, Those old things in the northern region have been suppressing the southern region more and more. The quota for the Heavenly Talents Grand Event has also been reduced from 50% to 70% now. And all the second-rate forces only have 6 quotas, so the southern region can only have 2 at most. At this point, Yan Chutian and Chiu Yu understood everything. Because the southern region could not be dominated by Han Chun alone. Even if he had a great reputation in the southern region 100 years ago, too much could change in 100 years. So you mean, Yan Chutian asked in return, waiting for Han Chun to make the final decision. Han Chun did not let Yan Chutian wait for too long. Soon, he gritted his teeth and said, "Even though I have left the southern region for a long time, I still have many good friends in the southern region. Because of their trust, I can at most get you a quota." "A quota, huh?" Yan Chutian whispered softly. He understood that Han Chun must have done everything he could to get this quota for Chiu Yu. After all, in his eyes, he was still inferior to Chiu Yu. However, this still gave Yan Chutian a headache. It was better to not have a quota at all. Fortunately, Han Chun did not stop there. He quickly continued, "Although I only managed to get 1 quota, it does not mean that you have no chance of getting one. Soon, there will be a heavenly opportunity. If the southern region can defeat the northern region in the Tianji gathering, we will have the confidence to take back the quota that originally belonged to us." "No problem, then give the quota to him. I will get the rest myself." Hearing this, Chiu Yu replied without hesitation. Her words were filled with dominance and confidence. Han Chun was naturally gratified by Chiu Yu's confidence. However, he did not wish to remind her. "No matter how you allocate the quota, you must be clear about one thing before you get the second quota. Only the top saints of the northern and southern region can participate in the Tianji gathering. Right now, you are only prospective saints. Also, don't underestimate the saints of the northern region and even the southern region. They are not simple. At the very least, those who can become saints have stepped into the elixir realm. However, you still have some time. The saints' selection will be held in a month's time, while the Tianji gathering will be held in 5 months. Han Chun explained everything clearly. Yan Chutian and Chiu Yu naturally nodded in understanding. Seeing that the two of them understood, Han Chun took the initiative to say, "Now that I have a physical body, according to the agreement, you can plant spiritual energy in my dantian." However, Han Chun didn't expect that before he finished speaking, Yan Chutian would shake his head and say something that had a profound meaning. "With your feelings for the Tianji sect, we choose to trust you, so there's no need for that. Moreover, if you have the intention to deceive us, I think even if we plant spiritual energy in your dantian, it will be useless." Hearing this, Han Chun nodded secretly. However, being able to be trusted by the other party was still moving in the end. Then, Yan Chutian bluntly told him all the treasures needed to cultivate the mysterious Yang scripture. This caused Han Chen's feeling of being moved to disappear completely. He wondered if this guy had said those words in order to ask for the spiritual medicine. However, since the other party needed it and it was still within his ability, Han Chun naturally would not refuse. Han Chun took out a crystal card from his storage ring and said slowly to Yan Chutian, "There are treasures in the southern region. You can use the points in this card to exchange for them." Then, Han Chun bluntly asked for the spiritual weapon, Qiankuan bag, and so on that had been taken away by Yan Chutian back then. In response, Yan Chutian naturally welcomed him with a smile and obediently handed over everything. Chapter 82. Do you think he's trustworthy? Looking at the door frame of the cave that had long since disappeared, Chiu Yu carelessly fiddled with her hair and said lazily. However, if one looked carefully, they would discover that there was not the slightest bit of laziness in her alluring eyes. Instead, there was a glint of light surging within them. It was obvious that during the process of Han Chen's narration, she had been paying attention to his movements and expressions. Even if there was only a trace of unnaturalness, it would still be seen by her. Chiu Yu was like this, and the always cautious Yan Chutian was also like this. However, from the beginning to the end, Yan Chutian did not notice anything strange about Han Chen, so he had already believed him in his heart. It should be credible. Therefore, Yan Chutian lightly nodded his head, but he did not forget to remind her, however, it's always good to be prepared. Understood, Chiu Yu replied, and then leaned on the stone table. She slowly stretched her delicate body, her curvaceous figure accompanied by a soft moan. It was truly alluring. Even Yan Chutian was not spared, and unconsciously cast his gaze over. Feeling his burning gaze, Chiu Yu could not help but laugh. At this moment there were only the two of them, so she said without any scruples, "Do you want to see that much? Do you want to peek even when I stretch my waist? You weren't like this in your previous life. You changed after being reborn?" Cough cough. Yan Chutian coughed dryly and quickly shifted his gaze away, no longer looking at that alluring body. However, his reaction was obviously useless against Chiu Yu. Just as Yan Chutian shifted his gaze away, the former walked forward with a faint smile and gave him a light kiss on the corner of his mouth. After the kiss, the woman quickly retreated and disappeared from the cave, leaving behind only a sentence with an even stronger smile that echoed in this space. "Continue to perform, I'll give you a taste of some sweetness first." "You woman," Yan Chutian muttered helplessly. He looked at the small tent he had set up somewhere and smiled bitterly. In his previous life, he really didn't know how lucky he was. Now that the delicacies were right in front of him, only God knew when he would be able to eat them again. Furthermore, Yan Chutian knew that there was another consciousness living in that body. If anything were to happen between them, Mu Wan might even have thoughts of killing him. The night was silent and dawn always came quickly. When dawn broke, Yan Chutian stepped out of the cave and went to the pavilion of heaven materials and earth treasures alone. Perhaps it was because it was still early, so there were not many people along the way. However, as he gradually approached the heaven materials and earth treasures pavilion, the number of disciples around him obviously increased. Even though the waves caused by Yan Chutian had gradually subsided, he was still a well-known figure in the southern region, and his reputation was the highest among all the prospective holy sons. Next to him was no one else, it was Chiu Yu. In fact, from a certain point of view, this woman with an astonishing appearance and strength that might very well be stronger than Yan Chu was the most popular person around. "Look, isn't that Yan Chu? It really is him. And he is so young. Looking at him, I don't think he's even 20 years old. What 20? I think he's 18 at most. I can't believe he defeated Zhao Hong." Speaking of which, Yan Chu and his senior sister also broke the record of the southern region and the entire Tianji sect. They became prospective holy sons right after they entered the sect. "Shu, let me tell you a secret. They are different from us new disciples. Rumor has it that they were brought back by an elder who had been missing for 100 years. There's such a thing." Ignoring the words of the surrounding crowd, Yan Chutian walked straight to the heavenly materials and earthly treasures pavilion. Not long after, a hall that was even more magnificent than the steward's hall appeared before his eyes. Looking around, even though the sky was hazy, the hall was already bustling with people. They came and went quickly, and everyone was surrounded by a tense atmosphere. Thinking about it, even if some of them did not have the chance to participate in the selection of the Holy Son, they were still affected by the atmosphere and couldn't help but feel anxious. After sweeping his gaze across the hall, Yan Chutian no longer hesitated and stepped into the heavenly materials and earthly treasures pavilion. The temperature in the hall was obviously lower than the outside world. This was to preserve the medicinal properties of the heavenly materials to the greatest extent. After all, the moment a spiritual medicine left the body or earth, its medicinal properties would inevitably weaken. With a casual glance, Yen Chutian saw some heavenly materials and earthly treasures that he needed to cultivate the mysterious Yang scripture. This made him happy, and at the same time, he sighed at the benefits of having a force behind him. Otherwise, if he had to rely on himself to find these heavenly materials and earthly treasures, who knew how long it would take? However, those heavenly materials and earthly treasures all had a clear price tag. Fortunately, Yen Chutian had obtained a scorecard from Han Chun last night, otherwise, even if he came here today, he would have to return empty-handed. Holding the sparkling black scorecard in his hand, Yen Chutian began to search the hall. Unknowingly, he realized that there was a young girl in the meridian opening stage following behind him, not leaving his side for even an inch. "Why are you following me?" Yen Chutian asked curiously. He had never met this girl before. While Yen Chutian was puzzled, the girl skillfully opened her mouth and said, "Because you are holding a black scorecard, only the elders can possess it. Therefore, there will be a special servant girl to introduce it to you in detail." Hearing this, Yen Chutian couldn't help but look at the black scorecard in his hand. Obviously, he never thought that this seemingly ordinary card would actually have such a difference. It was no wonder that when he had taken out the scorecard, so many astonished gazes had shot from all around. Since there was such a service, he naturally wouldn't be polite. He immediately said, "Then help me take out the heavenly materials and earthly treasures I need." Yes. In less than an hour, the girl was hugging quite a few jade boxes, all of which contained heavenly materials and earthly treasures of considerable value. Unfortunately, even with so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Yen Chutian still felt somewhat helpless. That was because the main spirit medicine, the 1,000-year essence flame, wasn't there. He only had a bottle of 100-year essence flame in his hand. Although the 100-year essence flame wasn't bad, the mysterious Yang scripture specifically stated that it needed a 1,000-year essence flame. Yen Chutian didn't dare to casually replace it. Otherwise, if something went wrong, he would be the one crying. But if the pavilion of heavenly materials and earthly treasures couldn't find a 1,000-year essence flame, where could he go to find it? "Sir, do you think the 100-year essence flame's grade isn't enough?" The girl's clear voice suddenly rang out. She was extremely intelligent and could tell at a glance the reason for Yen Chutian's distress. Hearing the girl's tone, Yen Chutian couldn't help but ask curiously, "Do you have a way? If Sir thinks the 100-year essence flame's grade isn't enough, you might as well go to the Flame Cave to take a look. The 100-year essence flame originates from there, and rumor has it that someone found a 1,000-year essence flame there. There's actually a 1,000-year essence flame." Chapter 83. The Flame Cave was a famous and unique place in the Tianji sect. Not only did the Flame Cave produce 100-year and 1,000-year essence flames, but it was also a place for cultivators to cultivate. As the name suggested, the Flame Cave was filled with scorching underground magma and the air was extremely hot. However, such a vile place would produce spiritual energy that was similar to flames. As long as one absorbed this spiritual energy into one's body, not only could one use it to refine one's spiritual energy, it could even refine one's physique. This was especially so for cultivators who cultivated fire-type spiritual techniques or cultivators whose physique was inclined towards heat. Cultivating in the Flame Cave would be even more effective. It was a pity that the southern region only occupied 30% of the Flame Cave territory, which was originally 50-50, while the northern region occupied the remaining 70%. Due to this situation, the already crowded Flame Cave in the southern region became even narrower. As a result, the frequency of fights between disciples increased. The higher-ups of the southern region were both angry and helpless about this situation. They could only hope that a powerful disciple would appear and lead the southern region to reclaim these lost cultivation resources. When Yen Chutian appeared in front of the Flame Cave, waves of scorching hot air rushed towards him. For a moment, he could not bear it and could only use his spiritual energy to block it. When he gradually became familiar with this aura, Yan Chutian dispersed his spiritual energy. At this moment, he also saw the fiery situation in the flame cave. In such a short period of time, he saw many figures entering the flame cave. This situation made Yan Chutian faintly feel that the process of finding the 1,000-year essence flames would not be smooth sailing. However, no matter what, he still hurriedly entered the flame cave. As soon as he entered, a wave of scorching hot air that was even more intense than the outside world swept over him. Yan Chutian's face instantly turned red and he coughed. "You seem to be much worse than the rumors. Did you really defeat Zhao Hong?" While Yan Chutian was in a slightly sorry state, a slightly tender and crisp voice sounded. Looking over, it was unknown when a beautiful figure had appeared in front of him. The beautiful figure had an exquisite figure and a small appearance. Although her skin was not as white as the skin of an ordinary woman and was dark in color, when paired with her face that was filled with battle intent, it revealed a strange kind of wild beauty that made people involuntarily want to try to conquer her. Seeing Yan Chutian look over, the young girl also stared back at him with wide eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, she said, "I'm Dong Puti. In the past, I was defeated by Zhao Hong, but ever since I became a candidate, I haven't had the time to take revenge on him. I didn't expect you to actually defeat him." Dong Puti briefly introduced herself, and Yan Chutian did not doubt her. This was because he saw that this young girl looked sincere. Her words flowed smoothly and did not seem to be lying. Therefore, Yan Chutian directly said, "Senior Sister Dong, you're welcome." However, before he could finish his sentence, Dong Puti snorted and said rudely, "Humph! I don't want to be polite with you. You defeated Zhao Hong, so it's meaningless for me to defeat him again. So, why don't I just defeat you once?" Before she finished speaking, Dong Puti's face was filled with eagerness. The battle intent in her beautiful eyes became even stronger, as if she could really attack at any time. This made Yan Chutian not know whether to laugh or cry. He should have done a good deed, but he actually attracted the enmity of the other party. Seeing that Dong Puti really wanted to attack, he hurriedly said, "Senior Sister Dong, please don't be rash. I came to the flame cave for an important matter." "Heh, it's too late." Dong Puti strangely smiled. She immediately stepped lightly on the ground and raised her right fist to punch Yan Chutian. A spirit energy vortex quickly appeared on her right fist, accompanied by a faint flame. As a result, even the space around her fist seemed to be unable to withstand it, and distortions appeared around her jade fist. His opponent attacked as she pleased. Even though he was caught off guard, Yan Chutian could only immediately counterattack. As his hand seals changed, strands of pure spirit energy appeared and gathered at the center of his palm. Finally, it heavily collided with the flame jade fist. Boom! The loud explosion was deafening. This huge movement naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples. Their gazes converged and locked onto the center of the explosion. Such a powerful spirit energy aura. Who is it? It seems to be Senior Sister Dong Puti. She's a young prodigy. In such a short period of time, she quickly rose to become a candidate holy child. Who is fighting with her? That person seems to be the new candidate holy child, Yan Chu. Yan Chu? Boom! Yan Chutian took a few steps back, and a serious expression appeared on his face. Although Dong Puti's cultivation was only at the peak of the spirit transformation stage, she was stronger than Zhao Hong. No wonder she had the confidence to defeat Zhao Hong. It was also because of this that Yan Chutian felt troubled. If he fought with Dong Puti, the outcome would be difficult to predict. Moreover, even if he won, he would consume a lot of energy. How was he going to find the 1,000-year essence flame today? This Yan Chu really doesn't mind trouble. He's already fighting with Senior Sister Dong. Heh! Senior Sister Dong is not someone that Zhao Hong can compare to. Today, this guy will definitely suffer. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you defeated Zhao Hong? Today, I'll let you know the immensity of heaven and earth. The surrounding voices that carried traces of ridicule were unceasingly heard. After all, they were all old disciples. Seeing a new disciple in the limelight, they were not pleasing to the eye. Naturally, they were more willing to see Yan Chutian hit a wall. However, would the situation really turn out as they thought? After Yan Chutian retreated, the torrential attack that he had imagined did not continue. Looking over, he saw that Dong Puti had stopped at the same spot and was slowly withdrawing her fist. She then unhurriedly said, "You can be considered as having some ability. You're not fighting anymore?" Yan Chutian asked, puzzled. His question immediately made Dong Puti look like she was going to attack at any moment. Only when Yan Chutian waved his hand did she withdraw her hand. After withdrawing her hand, Dong Puti continued Yan Chutian's words and asked, "Why did you come to the flame cave?" After a moment of hesitation, he felt that the girl before him was not the kind of person to hide evil intentions, so he said, "I'm looking for the 1,000-year essence flame." "You're also looking for the 1,000-year essence flame?" Again, Dong Puti looked at Yan Chutian sympathetically and continued, "That guy Lu Yang is also looking for the 1,000-year essence flame. Furthermore, he was the one who bought all of the treasure of heaven and earth. However, it seems that this is not enough. He has already brought people into the depths of the flame cave." "Lu Yang?" "Lu Yang has already stepped into the elixir realm. He is one of the southern divine region saints." Dong Puti's words immediately made Yan Chutian's heart sink. How could he have imagined that the 1,000-year essence flame that he was looking for just happened to be an elixir saint who was also looking for it? Chapter 84. Yan Chutian was clear of his own strength. Perhaps if he were to face Zhao Hong and Dong Puti now, he would still have the strength to exchange blows with them. However, if he were to face a genuine Yuan Dan stage practitioner, it would still be too much of a stretch. Moreover, Lu Yang was a holy son, so he would definitely be more outstanding than ordinary cultivators. This would make this matter even more difficult. However, Yan Chutian was unwilling to give up because this might be the only way to find the 1,000-year essence flame. Furthermore, the 1,000-year essence flame was related to his cultivation of the mysterious Yang scripture, so how could he delay it? As Yan Chutian's expression rapidly changed, Dong Puti suddenly smiled strangely and said, "However, it's not like you don't have a chance. After all, the 1,000-year essence flame is something that can only be found by chance. If you want to obtain it, not only do you need strength, you also need a certain amount of luck. Moreover, I know of a few places that might have the 1,000-year essence flame. I can take you there." Dong Puti's sudden words immediately made Yan Chutian cautious. He was not a fool and naturally did not think that the other party would help him for no reason. As the saying goes, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Yan Chutian suddenly fell silent. How could the intelligent Dong Puti not know that the other party was being cautious? Thus, she generously confessed, "The flame cave produces flame ear, but what is rarely known is that the flame cave also has a spirit grade 6 veins heaven and earth treasure, the blood flame grass." Only then did Yan Chutian understand. It turned out that the other party had the same objective as her. Now that he thought about it, this woman had probably approached him with the intention of cooperating with him from the beginning. It was only to dispel his wariness that she went through so many twists and turns. Sure enough, even in the mortal world, there was no lack of intelligent young cultivators. If they were placed in the heavenly realm, where their starting point was higher, they might even become top geniuses. Returning to the main topic, since the other party had the same thoughts as him, Yan Chutian gladly agreed. Following which, under Dong Puti's lead, he walked step by step into the depths of the flame cave. After the two of them left, the surrounding disciples couldn't help but feel disappointed. They had originally thought that they would be able to see the new disciple miserably hit a wall, but in the end, The two of them seemed to have reached some kind of agreement and actually walked together. But since there was nothing to see, they left and went back to their own cultivation. In the depths of the flame cave, a cold-faced man in red robes grabbed a sparkling substance that resembled quicksand from the ground. The substance emitted a red light and a warm aura faintly spread out. Just a whiff of it would make one feel comfortable all over, as if it could even raise one's cultivation base a little. However, when the cold-faced man saw this red substance, he didn't feel joy. Instead, he felt furious. Senior apprentice Brother Lu doesn't need to worry. As long as there is an essence flame in this flame cave, we will definitely be able to find it and give it to Senior Apprentice Brother Lu to cultivate. The surrounding disciples quickly spoke up. Among them, there was no lack of people at the level of a quasi-holy son. Although there was only a single word difference between quasi-holy son and holy son, there was still a large difference in status, so there were quasi-holy sons who were willing to follow the holy son. Hearing the persuasion of the surrounding disciples, the cold-faced man's anger disappeared. He gently nodded and handed the red substance in his hand, which was the 100-year essence flame, to them. Then he didn't even turn his head and continued to lead the way in the cave filled with magma to search. At the same time, under the lead of Dong Puti, Yen Chutian arrived at the first place where there might be a 1,000-year essence flame. Looking into the distance, there was fiery red magma in front of them. Waves of heat rose up, as if the entire space was dyed blood red. Not to mention a late-stage spirit transformation cultivator, even a peak-stage spirit transformation cultivator would not be able to ignore this heat. Therefore, there were no other disciples here, only Yen Chutian and Dong Puti. It was also because of this that Yen Chutian truly believed that there might be a 1,000-year essence flame in front of them. However, after walking a few feet forward, Yen Chutian did not see the 1,000-year essence flame. Instead, he saw strands of fiery aura slowly rising from the magma. They quickly intertwined on the surface of the magma and turned into a four-legged beast that appeared, roaring like thunder. It's your first time here, so it's normal that you don't know about this. This is a flame beast, a strange life form unique to the flame cave. However, they can't be considered life forms and will only appear occasionally. However, don't underestimate them because of this. Although flame beasts do not have intelligence, they have the instincts of wild beasts. Moreover, flame beasts are not weak. There are strong ones that are comparable to elixir cultivators. They are very powerful. Dong Puti quickly explained. However, even if she did not explain, how could Yen Chutian not know about this strange life form? After roaming the heaven realm for a long time, he had already seen many similar existences. However, he never thought that there would be one in the flame cave. As for the so-called flame beast in front of him, its cultivation had already reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm. How about it? Do you want to make a move or should I? Dong Puti asked. Although she seemed to be asking, there was a trace of provocation in her words. Yen Chutian could naturally hear the provocation in her words, but this kind of provocation was insignificant. Could it be that he was able to defeat Zhao Hong, who was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, so why would he be afraid of a flame beast at the peak of the spirit transformation realm? Therefore, after glancing at the wild beauty beside him, Yen Chutian dashed out and went straight for the flame beast. As if it felt the aura of an attack, the originally calm flame beast suddenly roared. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Yen Chutian. Its entire body was covered in flames and like a beast-shaped fireball, it pounced towards the former. However, when they really fought, Yen Chutian felt that this flame beast was not simple. When the flame beasts attacked, there would be strands of scorching aura that would invade his body. These flame auras were like toxins, constantly eroding his spiritual power and even his body. Fortunately, he had cultivated the Na Thunder technique. Otherwise, he would be in an extremely difficult situation. At the same time, he also understood why Dong Puti would secretly provoke him. She wanted to see him in a sorry state when he was caught off guard. However, he was afraid that he would have to disappoint her. In less than half an hour, the flame beast was disintegrated by Yen Chutian. When the flame beast was disintegrated, a bright red ball of flames floated in the air. Before he could put it away, Dong Puti's warning came from behind him. That is flame chi. Although it contains extremely pure spiritual energy, it contains a flame poison. The flame poison is much more terrifying than the one released by the flame beast. Therefore, do not try to absorb it, or else you will end up in a miserable state. Flame poison, Yen Chutian muttered to himself. However, he did not stop what he was doing and immediately put away the ball of flame chi. Perhaps other people would not be able to deal with the flame poison, but that did not include him. Seeing that Yen Chutian was still withdrawing his flame chi, Dong Puti was disinclined to say anything more. In her opinion, the other party would not give up until all hope was gone. Wait till he felt the terror of the flame poison, he would naturally give up. Chapter 85. Half a day quietly passed. In this half a day, the two of them had searched all the places that Dong Puti had mentioned where the 1,000-year essence flames could be found. Unfortunately, they were still unable to find anything. However, it wasn't like they were completely empty-handed. Along the way, the two of them had killed several flame beasts, and every flame beast would leave behind some flame chi. However, the flame chi was like trash in Dong Puti's eyes. Thus, the flame chi was given to Yen Chutian. Looking at the flame chi that was the size of a human head, Yen Chutian couldn't help but secretly smile. He could feel that this flame chi contained an enormous amount of spiritual energy. As long as he could get rid of the flame poison and absorb it, his cultivation would increase by a lot. Of course, nothing was absolute. Thus, to what extent he could break through would depend on Yen Chutian's luck. After Yen Chutian withdrew the flame chi, Dong Puti's gaze swept over and immediately said, "It seems that there isn't any flame bloodgrass or the 1,000-year essence flames here. I know of one last possible place. I just don't know if you dare to go." A hint of provocation appeared on Dong Puti's slightly tanned face. Every time she showed such an expression, it was also when she was at her most alluring. Many men who saw her could not help but want to subdue her, pinning her down and giving her a good whipping. Let's see if she still dared to show such an expression to them. Although Yen Chutian's reaction wasn't as bad as that of ordinary men, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Thus, he directly said, "Even if it's an elixir realm cultivator, for the 1,000-year essence flames, I will still make a trip." You guessed right. Not only is there an elixir flame beast there, but Lu Yang is also likely to be there. So, you're under a lot of pressure. Dong Puti giggled. Meanwhile, Yen Chutian's face couldn't help but darken. He didn't expect that he would hit the nail on the head. Not only would he encounter an elixir stage flame beast, but he would also encounter the Saint Lu Yang. But even so, it was impossible for him to retreat like this. Just as Dong Puti had said, obtaining the 1,000-year essence flame was largely dependent on the cultivator's luck. If he was lucky, he might be the one to find the 1,000-year essence flame. How about it? Are you still going? Hearing this, Yen Chutian glanced at Dong Puti and said expressionlessly, "Senior Sister Dong, lead the way." Dong Puti exclaimed in bewilderment. Clearly, she did not expect that the other party would still dare to agree after she had explained everything. However, since the other party had agreed, why wouldn't she dare to lead the way? Hence, the two immediately got up and continued heading towards the depths of the flame cave. As the two of them moved, a few shocked gazes swept over from the surroundings. They all knew that there was some kind of danger hidden in that direction. Generally speaking, even holy sons would not casually set foot there, but today there were actually two holy sons rushing over? They couldn't say whether they were admiring or mocking them. They could only secretly praise the other party for being so daring, because this was something they would never dare to do no matter what. Somewhere in the flame cave, The red-robed man's expression was extremely gloomy as he returned empty-handed. He didn't expect that after searching for so long in the flame cave today, he wouldn't even find a trace of the 1,000-year essence flame. But if he didn't have enough 1,000-year essence flame, how was he going to cultivate that spirit art? Senior Brother Liu, there's still one place we haven't found. I believe there's definitely a 1,000-year essence flame there. Let's go. After flying for several dozen meters, Yan Chutian could not help but feel a little shocked as he gazed at the boiling magma ground. After all, this natural wonder was truly spectacular. However, now was not the time to admire it. His gaze immediately swept towards Dong Puti, who was sweating profusely beside him, and asked, "Where might the 1,000-year essence flame be?" Dong Puti wiped away the beads of sweat on her forehead. Little did she know that even though the beads of sweat on her forehead had been wiped away, the beads of perspiration were still pouring out from her delicate body, wetting her robes little by little. In the end, the robes clung tightly to her delicate body, revealing her still young and tender figure that was beginning to take shape. "It's nearby. Let's split up and search." "Okay." Without further ado, Yan Chutian's body immediately flashed. At this moment, he was also drenched in sweat. However, having experienced too many similar situations, he did not mind and continued to focus on searching for the 1,000-year essence flame. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time and even finding some 100-year essence flames, he still could not find any trace of the 1,000-year essence flame. This made Yan Chutian very disappointed. But at this moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a unique red light appearing at the corner of the magma, which did not dissipate at all. What was that? Yan Chutian quickly rushed forward and after approaching, he finally saw the source of the red light. The source of the red light was actually a plant rooted in the magma. Its entire body was surging with flame-like spiritual energy, which was very strange. Such a bizarre plant allowed Yan Chutian to recognize its identity with a single glance. Wasn't this the blood inflammation grass that Dong Puti had been searching for? Yan Chutian did not know whether to laugh or cry. After all this time, he had not found the 1,000-year essence flame that he was looking for, but had instead found the blood inflammation grass that the other party was looking for? However, he would not take the blood inflammation grass for himself or destroy it because of this. Since it was something that Dong Puti needed and he could easily find, he did not mind being a good person for once. Immediately after, Yan Chutian covered his right arm with dense spiritual energy. After ensuring that nothing would go wrong, he stretched out his hand and slowly pulled out the blood inflammation grass. During the process of pulling out the blood inflammation grass, Yan Chutian suddenly discovered something strange. The magma that the blood inflammation grass was rooted in was not simple. Thus, after pulling out the entire blood inflammation grass, Yan Chutian still stared at the surface of the magma. After that, he could not help but stretch out his hand again. Even though he had consumed a lot of spiritual energy, he still peeled off a bit of the magma's surface. After peeling off the surface layer, an incomparably scorching hot aura gushed out. Looking at the flowing substance under the magma like quicksand, Yan Chutian was overjoyed. He never thought that he would be able to find a 1,000-years essence flame under the roots of the blood inflammation grass. This was really a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. However, since he had found both the blood inflammation grass and the 1,000-year essence flame, Yan Chutian called Dong Puti over. At first, Dong Puti did not know why he had called her and her face was filled with unwillingness. However, when she saw the blood inflammation grass in Yan Chutian's hand, she immediately beamed with joy. Taking advantage of Yan Chutian's moment of carelessness, she immediately snatched the blood inflammation grass. "You're really lucky. You actually found the blood inflammation grass that is not inferior to the 1,000-year essence flame." It's not just the blood inflammation grass. Yan Chutian chuckled. Following his gaze, Dong Puti's gaze naturally fell on the magma. Chapter 86. Dong Puti glanced at Yan Chutian in bewilderment. She didn't expect this guy's luck to be so good. An ordinary person would be extremely lucky if they could find either the 1,000-year essence flame or the red blood grass in the flame cave, but this guy actually found both. Yan Chutian also marveled at his luck. Perhaps this proved that where there was a will, there was a way. Letting Dong Puti snatch the red blood grass, Yan Chutian stooped down to collect the 1,000-year essence flame. However, before he could collect the 1,000-year essence flame, two pleasantly surprised voices came from behind him. "Great, we finally found the 1,000-year essence flame." With the 1,000-year essence flame, senior brother Lu will definitely be able to cultivate a peerless spirit art. At the same time, Yan Chutian, who was happily collecting the 1,000-year essence flame, couldn't help but have a dark expression. Who said he was lucky? He had just found the 1,000-year essence flame, and someone else had arrived. From their tone, it was obvious that they were Lu Yang's people. But even if others had arrived, Yan Chutian didn't care about the consequences and quickly collected all the 1,000-year essence flames. Only then did he swagger to his feet as if nothing had happened and look several dozen feet behind him. There, the two people who were originally happy had gradually turned cold. At the same time, when they saw Yan Chutian collect all the 1,000-year essence flame, they immediately blocked the only exit. If he wanted to leave, he had to pass through them. "Hurry up and put down the 1,000-year essence flame. The 1,000-year essence flame is something that senior brother Lu has painstakingly searched for. How can you touch it?" The two people spoke in a domineering manner, making Dong Puti very unhappy. She coldly snorted and said, "Don't tell me that Lu Yang is searching for the 1,000-year essence flame in the flame cave, so all the 1,000-year essence flame here belongs to him? You?" Dong Puti's words made one of the youths unable to refute. He could only shout, while the other short-haired youth seemed to be acquainted with Dong Puti. He smiled calmly and said, "Junior sister Dong, this matter has nothing to do with you. It's better if you don't get involved. After all, senior brother Lu's attitude towards you isn't bad. You don't want to ruin your relationship with senior brother Lu because of this, right?" Who would have thought that before the short-haired young man finished speaking, Dong Puti would spit and directly say, "Haha. I, Dong Puti, do not care about the person you are loyal to. Also, I'll get involved in this matter. What do you think?" After Dong Puti finished speaking, Yan Chutian looked at her in astonishment, which made Dong Puti extremely angry. She immediately said, "What's with that look in your eyes? Am I the kind of woman who would abandon her companions halfway? No matter what, you were the one who helped me find the red blood grass. No matter what, I will do my best to send you away. However, the two of them are not weak. I can deal with one of them, but if it's two..." Dong Puti did not need to continue speaking. Yan Chutian also understood her meaning. In fact, how could Yan Chutian not see through it? After all, the two youths were both in the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Even if they were weaker than Dong Puti, it would still be difficult for Dong Puti to deal with them. However, he did not need a woman to protect him from all the wind and rain, so Yan Chutian slowly and confidently said, "Senior sister Dong only needs to deal with one of them. Leave the other one to me." Dong Puti immediately nodded. She naturally wouldn't doubt Yan Chutian in such an urgent situation. After all, the other party was after the 1,000-year essence flame. She believed that Yan Chutian wouldn't play around with something that was obviously extremely important to him. Dong Puti's gaze locked onto the short-haired youth. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she coldly said, "Zhu Long, you didn't want to be a good person and instead became someone else's subordinate. Let me see how much you've improved after becoming someone else's subordinate." The short-haired youth also revealed a faint smile. He was not afraid of Dong Puti's gaze. However, he didn't answer Dong Puti. Instead, he looked at the other youth and said, "Zhu Feng, I'll stop this woman. You take back the 1,000-year essence flame that senior brother Lu needs from that brat." Zhu Feng immediately nodded when he heard that. Then, he turned towards Yan Chutian's direction with a look of contempt on his cold face. He could casually defeat a late-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator, so he was not worth mentioning. After dealing with Zhu Feng, Zhu Long looked back at Dong Puti. He didn't use any words and used his actions to answer her. Boom boom! The shock waves from the battle between the two erupted. While the two were fighting, Zhu Feng rapidly arrived in front of Yan Chutian, looking down at the latter from above. He knew that the real battlefield was between them. Zhu Long and Dong Puti were at the same cultivation level, so it would be impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. Once the victor was decided, it would be time for Zhu Long and Dong Puti to stop. However, he really couldn't understand why Dong Puti was so generous to let a late-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator fight him. Did she think that a late-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator would be able to overturn the heavens in his hands? To be honest, a late-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator really didn't give him any desire to fight, so he directly said, "I presume you understand the situation before you. Don't make any unnecessary resistance. Hand over the 1,000-year essence flame, and you can leave safely." Although he didn't know Yan Chutian, he assumed that Yan Chutian was just an ordinary second-class or first-class disciple. Such a person should know how to adapt to the situation. However, he was obviously wrong. After he spoke, Yan Chutian shook his head and indifferently said, "Then I'm sorry, but I need this 1,000-year essence flame for myself. You don't know how to appreciate kindness." Zhu Feng suddenly roared and his hand formed a palm. Spirit force surged out and his palm smashed down on Yan Chutian. Since the other party didn't know how to adapt to the situation, he didn't mind letting him understand what was right. Zhu Feng threw a punch, but what he didn't expect was that the other party didn't dodge at all. It looked like the other party wanted to meet force with force. This made him sneer in his heart. When did such an arrogant disciple appear in the southern domain? A late-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator dared to meet a peak spirit transformation realm cultivator head-on. Boom! The fists finally collided and a huge shockwave spread out. The surrounding magma trembled and waves of heat rose up. However, at the same time, Zhu Feng's shock was even greater. He couldn't believe that a mere late-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator would be unscathed after taking a punch from him. Not only that, the other party was able to stabilize himself after taking a few steps back. Zhu Long, who was fighting Dong Puti, was also surprised. He obviously didn't expect this result. Chapter 87. Is he different from a normal late-stage spirit transformation disciple? Zhu Long muttered to himself. When he looked at Yan Chutian, who was facing off against Zhu Feng, there was a flash of light in his eyes. However, the surging glimmer eventually dissipated. Then, as the aura around his body gradually grew stronger, an indifferent but unquestionable voice rang out. No matter how different he is from a normal disciple, Zhu Feng is still at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. He will lose without a doubt. Dong Puti sneered and no longer said anything. Although she didn't understand Yan Chutian, she could tell that he was not simple from the short time they had spent together. If she underestimated him, perhaps Zhu Feng would really suffer the same fate as Zhao Hong. However, it was useless to say more. Everything would be proven by the fact. At the same time, Zhu Feng quickly suppressed the shock in his heart. No matter what, he was still at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, which was 2 small realms higher than him. With such a large gap between them, could Zhu Feng really overturn the heavens in his hands? Without any explanation, in the next moment, Zhu Feng turned into an afterimage and shot out explosively once again. Like a ghost, Zhu Feng suddenly appeared behind Yan Chutian. His palms were filled with spirit force that could shatter mountains as they mercilessly smashed down on Yan Chutian. However, Zhu Feng was very fast, so how could Yan Chutian be slower than him? When Zhu Feng's palms, which carried boundless spiritual energy, slammed down, Yan Chutian had already escaped. Therefore, Zhu Feng's palm could only strike the ground. A vast force spread out, causing the surrounding magma to splatter, creating a turbulent scene. Humph! After his attack failed, Zhu Feng let out a cold snort and charged forward once more. He didn't believe that with his peak spirit transformation realm cultivation, how long could this late-stage spirit transformation disciple last before him? As a result, what followed was a good show of a cat catching a mouse. Zhu Feng unceasingly chased after Yan Chutian, but Yan Chutian was like a slippery loach, able to evade his attacks every time. What made him even more curious was that during this process, the other party didn't show any signs of sluggishness. It was as if the spiritual energy in his dantian was endless, not to be outdone by him. However, this kind of stalemate was not something Zhu Feng wanted to see. After all, he was a candidate at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. If a disciple at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm dared to jump around in front of him for so long, how could he establish his prestige? Do you think you can withstand my attacks like this? I didn't want to pay attention to a late-stage spirit transformation disciple like you, but you asked for it. Zhu Feng shouted coldly. In the next instant, spirit light surged from his hand. A vast amount of spirit power continued to gather in his palm and even his entire arm. Even his arm was about to emit a dazzling light. However, compared to the light, the powerful pressure under the light was even more frightening. As long as it came down, even a late-stage spirit transformation cultivator would not be able to resist and could only surrender. Golden spear subduing heaven hand. Boom! Under the pressure of the powerful spirit power, even Yan Chutian felt a huge pressure and staggered a few steps back. Facing the pressure of the giant spirit hand, he no longer dodged. After all, although dodging could allow him to deal with it temporarily, it would be troublesome if Lu Yang arrived. Moreover, as one of the top 10 geniuses in the heaven realm, he had mastered countless spirit spells. Why would he need to fear this kind of attack? Phew! He gently let out a breath, and in the next instant, his eyes suddenly lit up with spirit energy. As the spirit energy surged, strands of pure spirit energy seemed to appear out of thin air. They quickly intertwined in front of him and turned into an ancient stone tablet. Boom! The stone tablet fell and floated in the air before Yan Chutian slowly reached out his right hand and imprinted it on the stone tablet. At the last moment when his right hand touched the stone tablet, a low murmur slowly echoed. Great Mercy Tablet! Boom! In an instant, the countless inscriptions on the stone tablet lit up one by one. The light was as bright as the stars. Then the light gathered together and shot into the sky like a pillar of light at the giant spirit energy hand. Boom! A loud boom resounded once again. At this moment, even Dong Puti and Zhu Long, who had been fighting all this time, had stopped. They had a feeling that the victor was about to be decided. When the roar and the majestic spirit energy gradually dissipated, the two of them could be seen standing several feet away. Their clothes were tattered, their auras were weak, and there was even blood everywhere. However, this seemingly even battle shocked Zhu Long and Dong Puti too much. Especially Zhu Long. He could not imagine that a mere late-stage spirit transformation cultivator could fight Zhu Feng to the point where both sides were injured. What would happen if he reached the peak of spirit transformation? Even though she had heard that Yan Chutian had defeated Zhao Hong, who was at the peak of spirit transformation, it was not as shocking to Dong Puti as the scene before her. In fact, if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, which cultivator would believe that a late-stage spirit transformation cultivator could fight a peak spirit transformation cultivator like this? Cough! At the same time, Yan Chutian suddenly coughed and blood came out from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Zhu Feng, who was still in a sorry state, and felt a bit helpless. If he didn't use the Spirit Eye's ability to dodge attacks, it would be too difficult to fight a peak spirit transformation cultivator head-on. Just like now, his injuries were not light. However, it was also because of this that he had to pay such a price. The victor had already been decided. Pooh! What Yan Chutian expected, but what Dong Puti and Zhu Long didn't expect was that Zhu Feng suddenly coughed out a large amount of blood. Just like Yan Chutian, his blood-stained body suddenly softened and he no longer made a sound. What? Dong Puti and Zhu Long were shocked. The two of them originally thought that Yan Chutian and Zhu Feng had fought until both sides were injured, but now it seemed that it wasn't an internecine battle. It was clear that Yan Chutian had defeated Zhu Feng. How is this possible? Zhu Long's expression changed greatly. Just a moment ago, he thought that Yan Chutian, who was at the late stage of spirit transformation, only had a little bit of skill and was not Zhu Feng's match. However, the next moment, Zhu Feng had been defeated. Didn't that mean that his words had become a large slap to his face? Dong Puti's beautiful face changed slightly and revealed a hint of mockery. Her wild beauty appeared and she slowly said, Zhu Long, it looks like the situation is not as you expected. Hearing this, Zhu Long's face turned pale, but he couldn't refute it. This was the truth that had happened before his eyes, so how could he refute it? However, what he didn't expect was that Dong Puti had seized this moment to launch a series of powerful attacks. Even though he had reacted, it was too late. In the end, he was suppressed and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 88. Looking at Zhu Long, who was also being suppressed by Dong Puti, Yan Chutian, whose face was covered in faint traces of blood, forced out a smile. With this, he had finally obtained the 1,000-year essence flame. However, due to his carelessness, Dong Puti, who had already knocked Zhu Long unconscious, immediately shouted, Let's go! These two people are just Liu Yang's vanguard. Liu Yang will arrive here soon, so we must leave as soon as possible. Dong Puti's words were like a bucket of water that immediately woke Yan Chutian up. At this moment, how could he not know that he had been careless? If he had been a little slower and allowed Liu Yang to arrive, then they really wouldn't have been able to escape today. After all, Liu Yang was at the Elixir realm, which was a full realm higher than either of them. In the blink of an eye, the two of them shot out and retreated through the tunnel they came from. The two of them were extremely fast, and as they retreated, many of the surrounding disciples were confused and didn't know what had happened. However, even though the two of them were so fast, when they were halfway back, Dong Puti's beautiful face suddenly changed. She stopped Yan Chutian and urgently whispered, Liu Yang is here. Yan Chutian opened his spirit eye and looked over. Sure enough, there were several figures rushing over from the tunnel ahead. The red-robed young man leading them had a powerful aura that had already surpassed the scope of the spirit transformation realm. He could only be at the Elixir realm. Therefore, if he wasn't the Liu Yang that Dong Puti spoke of, who else could he be? However, the more urgent the situation was, the more Yan Chutian told himself to be calm. He knew that Liu Yang shouldn't know about the fight between them and his subordinate. This was an opportunity. Therefore, Yan Chutian hurriedly whispered, pretend to be an ordinary cultivating disciple. He doesn't know what just happened. Dong Puti was intelligent and immediately understood Yan Chutian's thoughts. She couldn't help but praise the calm mind of the guy in front of her. He actually thought of a solution when she was still panicking. Therefore, she forced herself to calm down and slowly walked alongside Yan Chutian. In an instant, the two of them changed from their original anxious fleeing appearance to the scene of returning from cultivation. If this scene was seen by others, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. At the same time, Liu Yang led a number of people and flitted past the two at an extremely fast speed. In this instant, Yan Chutian and Dong Puti were extremely nervous, because success or failure would be decided in this instant. Fortunately, Liu Yang didn't seem to notice them when he passed by with a few people, causing the two of them to secretly heave a sigh of relief. However, after a few breaths of relief, the rapidly moving Lu Yang actually looked back at them with a bit of doubt in his eyes. This gaze made the two of them feel as if their hearts were in their throats and their bodies were tense. They were prepared to quickly escape at any moment. Don't look at how they were moving forward slowly, they could explode with a speed that would leave many spirit transformation peak cultivators in the dust. Fortunately, the situation that the two of them were worried about did not occur. Although Lu Yang looked over, he hesitated for a few breaths before finally leaving, disappearing into the depths of the flame cave with the people behind him. At the same time, Yan Chutian and Dong Puti had a relieved smile on their faces as they faced the direction Lu Yang disappeared in. The two of them looked at each other and then shot out at the same time, as if they had a tacit understanding, continuing to rush out of the flame cave. When the two of them were about to leave the flame cave, Lu Yang finally saw the miserable state of Zhu Long and Zhu Feng. Both of them had fainted. In that instant, even without waking them up to ask, he could guess what might have happened. Thus, he recalled the two people he met on the way that made him feel puzzled. No wonder he felt a familiar burning aura from the two of them. Wasn't that the 1,000-year essence flame he had been bitterly searching for? When he thought about how he had allowed two spirit transformation realm cultivators to steal the 1,000-year essence flame right under his nose, his expression became extremely gloomy. His expression was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. But now that things had come to this, there was nothing he could do, because according to his estimations, both of them had already escaped from the flame cave. And once they were out of the flame cave, there would be sect rules and countless pairs of eyes watching him. How could he dare to casually make a move on another disciple? However, Lu Yang would remember this. Since they dared to make him suffer, he would make them pay back double in the future. Oh, we're finally out! Dong Puti, who had escaped the flame cave, couldn't help but let out an excited cry. Her previously suppressed emotions were finally released. Leaving the flame cave meant that the competition couldn't happen again. This was the rule of the Heaven's Secret sect, and even the holy disciples couldn't violate it. Otherwise, how could the low-level disciples be safe before the high-level disciples? At the same time, Yan Chutian let out a sigh of relief. After leaving the flame cave, the 1,000-year essence flame was something that truly belonged to him. Even if Lu Yang appeared before him, he wouldn't be able to fight for it. Now that he had obtained the 1,000-year essence flame, he could begin to cultivate the mysterious Yang scripture. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but faintly smile. He was very excited about the mysterious Yang scripture. After all, this was a mysterious spirit art that countless geniuses and even the strongest cultivators in the heaven realm were interested in. He was very curious about what kind of power it had. Don't celebrate too early. Although Lu Yang has yet to see our true faces, he will eventually find out that we were the ones who stole his 1,000-year essence flame through the traces left behind by Zhu Long and Zhu Feng. At that time, even if he doesn't do anything to us in the open, he will definitely do something in the dark. At this point, Dong Puti couldn't help but mutter to herself. She curled her lips and said, I really don't know if I should help you or not. If Lu Yang recognizes me and sends a few people to stop me during the Holy Disciple selection, it'll be terrible if I can't become the Holy Disciple. The Holy Disciple position is related to whether I can step into the elixir realm as soon as possible. It's very important. Hearing Dong Puti's whispers, Yan Chutian wasn't worried at all. He smiled faintly and said, At most, my senior sister and I will cooperate with you during the Holy Disciple selection. This way, you won't have to worry about being surrounded. You want to participate in the Holy Disciple selection too? Dong Puti was shocked. She found it hard to accept that a new disciple would participate in the Holy Disciple selection so soon. However, after thinking about it carefully, she had nothing to say because Yan Chutian's strength had indeed reached the level to participate. Even if there's you and your senior sister, there are only 3 of us. However, that Lu Yong has a lot of people under him. Moreover, he's in cahoots with the other holy disciple, Qin Yi. Who knows, maybe there will be two groups of people blocking us. Speaking of which, what is your senior sister's strength? Is she a monster like you, or, my senior sister is naturally stronger than me. Moreover, during the holy disciple selection, those prospective holy disciples won't be much in my eyes. Chapter 89. After bidding farewell to Dong Puti, Yan Chutian hurried back to his cave residence early. However, before he could enter the cave residence, a beautiful figure in white suddenly appeared behind him. Yan Chutian was very familiar with the girl's delicate face, so he naturally did not feel suspicious. However, when he saw the girl gradually raise her entire face, his originally relaxed expression suddenly tensed up. For a moment, he was speechless as if he had swallowed a toad. After tensing up for a long time, his immature face squeezed out an ugly smile. It was unknown whether he was crying or laughing. Miss Mu. Yan Chutian's completely different appearance from before made Mu Wan feel a little uncomfortable. However, she did not understand why, so she could only forcefully ignore it. Then, her gaze locked onto the former. She hesitated, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and said, I will be in control of the body for a period of time, so don't casually enter and exit my cave residence, or else. Before Mu Wan could say anything threatening, Yan Chutian nodded repeatedly. However, Mu Wan was thinking too much. Most of the time, it was Chiu Yu who sneaked into Yan Chutian's room without anyone noticing. Seeing Yan Chutian nod his head, Mu Wan lightly nodded her head. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and said, In addition, you don't have to worry about me during the Saint Child selection. Even if that woman was indeed stronger than me, I don't think I'm much weaker than her now. This is my body after all. She is not the only one who can use some of the power in it. I can too. Hearing Mu Wan's firm words, Yan Chutian could only nod with a forced smile. Otherwise, what other expression could he have? After saying everything, Mu Wan seemed to be about to return to her room. However, before she did so, Yan Chutian suddenly said hurriedly, By the way, you should remember everything. You should also know that you are temporarily called Senior Sister Xiaoyu here, right? Originally, Mu Wan was still a little happy, but when the title of Senior Sister Xiaoyu was mentioned, her fair cheeks immediately darkened. How could she not have thought that this title was for that woman? However, at that time, the other party's consciousness had taken over, and the title of Senior Sister Xiaoyu had become a foregone conclusion. Thus, she could not refute anything, and could only nod and reply, I know. That's good. Yan Chutian whispered. Seeing this, Mu Wan turned around and continued to walk towards her own cave. Yan Chutian could only sigh helplessly as he watched her beautiful back. Ever since the appearance of Chiu Yu, his relationship with Mu Wan had become like this. It seemed like they were tied together, but it was actually very awkward. With the existence of Chiu Yu, he did not know how to face Mu Wan. Presumably, she was in the same state as him, right? It would be great if the two of them could be completely separated, Yan Chutian thought to himself. However, how could he not know how difficult this idea was? Even in the vast heaven realm, he had never heard of such a strange situation, so how could he solve it? After watching Mu Wan return to her cave, Yan Chutian also rushed into his cave. The moment he stepped into the cave, he quickly rushed into the depths. Immediately after, he impatiently took out the wooden tablet that recorded the mysterious Yang scripture, as well as all sorts of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. After a while, he roughly glanced at the chapter of the mysterious Yang scripture. Yan Chutian looked at the densely packed heavenly materials and earthly treasures around him, and the passion in his heart continued to grow. He was finally going to start cultivating this mysterious spirit technique that had once shaken the entire heaven realm, the mysterious Yang scripture. Although he was cultivating the mysterious Yang scripture, There were many chapters of the mysterious Yang scripture. Yan Chutian could not immediately cultivate them one by one, so he only chose the basic physique. And the name of this physique chapter was Mysterious Yang Body. The mysterious Yang Body is the foundation of the mysterious Yang scripture. It has a foundational effect that cannot be ignored. To cultivate the mysterious Yang Body, one needs to condense and produce mysterious Yang Qi in the body, and then use the mysterious Yang Qi to continuously nourish the physique, tempering and perfecting it. However, the mysterious Yang Qi is divided into 9 grades, and the corresponding mysterious Yang Body is also divided into 9 grades. The first grade is the weakest and the 9th grade is the strongest. If one cultivates the first grade mysterious Yang Body, one can use the mysterious Yang Qi to activate the mysterious Yang finger of the mysterious Yang Body. With one finger, one can shatter mountains and rivers. Yan Chutian silently said. This was the general description of the mysterious Yang Body. In fact, it was not difficult to understand. The cultivation of the mysterious Yang Body used the mysterious Yang Qi as the foundation, and only the advancement of the mysterious Yang Qi could trigger the strength of the mysterious Yang Body. As for the mysterious Yang Finger, it was used by the first-grade mysterious Yang Body. It was a kind of powerful attack technique like a spirit technique. Therefore, Yan Chutian also understood that the next thing he needed to do was to condense and produce a strand of mysterious Yang Qi. As long as he could produce a strand of mysterious Yang Qi, this strand of mysterious Yang Qi would be like a fire seed. He could use his spirit power to continuously produce more, and use it to temper and attack. However, Yan Chutian also knew that the birth of the first strand of mysterious Yang Qi was not simple. Even if he was well prepared, there was a great possibility of failure. However, even if there was a possibility of failure, Yan Chutian would not be deterred. After all, if there was no failure, how could there be success? Lightly exhaling, Yan Chutian slightly closed his eyes and operated his spirit power according to the description of the mysterious Yang Body. After closing his eyes for a moment, he used his spirit power to refine the heavenly treasures. This was the only way to condense and produce mysterious Yang Qi. He could not be careless, nor could he be fast. The cave passed a whole day in silence. After a day, Yan Chutian, who had been sitting cross-legged to refine the heavenly treasures, opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. A day's time was enough for him to completely prepare. Now, he had to start the real condensation. Buzz. Using his spirit power to absorb all the medicinal liquid into his body, Yan Chutian held his breath and concentrated. According to the description, he guided the medicinal liquid drop by drop, not allowing the slightest mistake. Fortunately, Yan Chutian had the help of his spirit eye. With his spirit eye opened, he could observe every corner of his body to the greatest extent. Therefore, under such a concentrated action, he did not have any problems. Everything was going according to his expectations, however, even if there were no mistakes. This process still continued for 3 days. In 3 days, Yan Chutian's entire body was condensed with a layer of green scab, which was formed by the impurities of the medicinal liquid. However, Yan Chutian didn't dare to move. Right now, the slightest carelessness could cause all his previous efforts to be wasted. And if he failed, only God knows how long it would take for him to gather all these heavenly treasures again. Buzz buzz. Finally, under Yan Chutian's dignified state, a strange fluctuation faintly emitted from his dantian. This made Yan Chutian extremely happy because according to the description of the mysterious Yang Body, this was the sign of the birth of the first strand of mysterious Yang Qi. Therefore, Yan Chutian became even more serious. When the fluctuation was emitted, he did not hesitate to wrap it with the purest spirit power in his dantian. That strange fluctuation did not reject the pure spirit power and devoured it as much as it wanted, like a bottomless pit. Under the devouring, the fluctuation became stronger and stronger, as if it could give birth to a strand of mysterious yang qi at any time. Chapter 90. Damn it! In such a situation, even the usually steady Yan Chutian couldn't help but curse inwardly. The spirit energy in his dantian had almost been sucked dry, so why hadn't that wisp of profound yang qi been born yet? However, even though he was frowning, that strand of mysterious yang energy still hadn't appeared. Instead, the spirit force in his body rapidly dried up, and even his face turned pale. What was even more disgusting was that the source of the fluctuation seemed to be sucking dry all the spirit force in the surroundings and was sucking Yan Chutian's flesh and blood. This made Yan Chutian's expression ugly, because if this was the case, his situation would be extremely bad. The spirit force that disappeared from his dantian could be easily cultivated back, but the spirit force in his flesh and blood was not so easy. In this situation, no matter how unwilling Yan Chutian was, he could only cut off the supply of spirit force. However, this meant that his cultivation of the mysterious yang scripture had failed. There's no other way. After several breaths of time, Yan Chutian cursed again. This time, he had failed to cultivate the mysterious yang scripture. If he wanted to cultivate it again, he would have to gather all those heavenly treasures again, but how could it be easy to gather them again? Also, there was the 1,000-year essence flame, which was even more troublesome. However, the affairs of the world were so fickle. Just as Yan Chutian was about to give up, the source of the strange fluctuation that was madly absorbing spirit energy suddenly stopped. The next moment, an extremely rich and pure spirit energy surged back, filling up his dantian in an instant before gushing towards his limbs and bones. This, Yan Chutian was shocked, but he vaguely felt that this meant that he had succeeded in cultivating the mysterious yang scripture. Thinking about this, he revealed a joyful expression and quickly refined the spirit force like crazy. He turned every bit of spirit force into his own cultivation. This large amount of pure spirit force allowed Yan Chutian's cultivation to break through the late stage of the spirit transformation realm and reach the peak of the spirit transformation realm. The peak of the spirit transformation realm. However, compared to the breakthrough in his cultivation, what made Yan Chutian even more pleasantly surprised was that after he had subdued the boundless spiritual energy, a strand of silver spiritual energy had unexpectedly appeared in the center of his dantian, surrounded by layers of spiritual energy. A wisp of silver qi quietly existed. From afar, it looked inconspicuous, just like an aura formed from ordinary spiritual energy. However, if one were to observe it closely, they would be able to feel that there was an extremely large amount of energy hidden within the silver spirit qi. Even Yan Chutian felt a sense of trepidation when he looked at it, and was unwilling to be contaminated. Therefore, what else could this wisp of silver spiritual energy be other than the Xianyang qi that Yan Chutian had tried his best to condense? Mystic yang qi. At this moment, Yan Chutian also revealed an expression of ecstasy. After countless trials and tribulations, he finally managed to give birth to this strand of profound yang qi. As long as this strand of mysterious yang qi was born, the following path of the mysterious yang body would be much easier to walk. It was as if a solid foundation had been built under a 10,000 zhang tall building. However, although the birth of the mysterious yang qi was a pleasant surprise to Yan Chutian, he did not get carried away because of it. Even if the mysterious yang qi was born, this strand of mysterious yang qi was still too weak. If he wanted to use it to refine his mysterious yang body, he would need to put in a lot of effort. As for the fact that this mysterious yang qi was the lowest grade, Yan Chutian did not care at all. Even if this mysterious yang qi was only grade 1, the mysterious yang body that could be refined would only be grade 1. However, even a grade 1 mysterious yang body would surpass an ordinary spirit grade spirit spell by too much. After all, this was a supreme technique that made countless geniuses and even overlords of the heaven realm go crazy. Now that a strand of mysterious yang qi was finally born, Yan Chutian naturally did not hesitate. He immediately struck while the iron was hot and used this mysterious yang qi as a fire seed to produce more mysterious yang qi. However, Yan Chutian did not know that once she tried to induce the profound yang qi, she knew that the consumption of spiritual energy was enormous. Even though he had already stepped into the peak of the spirit transformation stage, the majestic spiritual energy in his dantian could only support the production of 5 balls of mysterious yang qi. However, this amount of mysterious yang qi was obviously not enough to refine his physique. However, Yan Chutian was a patient person after all. He knew that he could not succeed overnight. In any case, there was still about half a month before the Holy Sun selection. Even if it was not easy to produce the mysterious yang qi in this half a month, it would still be enough for him to refine his body once. Time always passed extremely quickly during cultivation. Yan Chutian spent almost all of these 10 days cultivating. Occasionally, he would relax a little, but he would never step out of the cave. He would only take a nap in the depths of the cave. At the same time, no one came to disturb him during these 10 days. It seemed that even Mu Wan had entered into a state of bitter cultivation to prepare for the Holy Sun selection. In these 10 days, Yan Chutian's dantian was finally filled with mysterious yang qi. It was as if his entire dantian had been filled to the brim. At this time, it was obviously the best time to refine his physique. After sitting cross-legged for more than half a quarter of an hour, when the mysterious yang qi in his dantian seemed to have reached its peak, Yan Chutian finally slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Next, he would begin to refine the mysterious yang body. First-grade mysterious yang qi could refine a first-grade mysterious yang body, but there were also differences between first-grade mysterious yang bodies. After all, the number of times one tempered and the amount of mysterious yang qi had a major effect. It was impossible for a mysterious yang body that had been tempered 10 times to be inferior to one that had been tempered 5 times. But of course, such a comparison could only be said in theory. It was impossible for it to appear in reality. After all, the mysterious yang scripture was not something that anyone could come into contact with. It was extremely likely that Yan Chutian was the only cultivator who had mastered the mysterious yang scripture. After exhaling again, Yan Chutian slowly closed his eyes again. He held his breath and concentrated, guiding the mysterious yang qi in his dantian into his body. Buzz. When the first strand of mysterious yang qi entered his body, Yan Chutian felt a warm feeling all over his body, as if he was under the warm sun. It was very comfortable. However, the mysterious yang qi continued to pour in, and the originally comfortable feeling gradually turned into pain. In the end, the pain reached the point where Yan Chutian was somewhat helpless to endure it. He could not help but let out a muffled cry to vent the pain. Yan Chutian did not expect that this seemingly simple tempering of the mysterious yang body was the most painful part. However, he could not give up now. He could only grit his teeth and endure the pain, waiting for the tempering to be completed. The tempering process was not long, and it ended in a quarter of an hour. This was because a quarter of an hour had exhausted all of the mysterious yang qi that Yan Chutian had accumulated for 10 days. It seemed that it was only a quarter of an hour of tempering, but it made Yan Chutian almost faint. It was hard to imagine how great the pain was. However, after the tempering was completed, Yan Chutian was still very satisfied with the powerful strength contained in his body. He could already be considered to have entered the mysterious yang body. Although this level of mysterious yang body was not amazing, it was already worthy of the word powerful. Chapter 91. Under the warm afternoon sun, Yan Chutian was quietly sitting cross-legged by the stone table outside the cave. However, he wasn't cultivating right now. Instead, it was more like he was taking a nap, enjoying the warm sunlight. After sitting quietly for a long time, a familiar aura suddenly approached from afar. Yan Chutian opened his slightly closed eyes and caught a glimpse of the approaching figure. It was Dong Puti, whom he had cooperated with that day and made an agreement with. The girl's slightly tanned skin was suffused with a sparkling luster under the sunlight. An ordinary female cultivator would definitely find it extremely difficult to pull off such a complexion. If there was even the slightest flaw, she would be labeled as ugly. However, Dong Puti did not have such a feeling. Her tanned skin instead gave her a peculiar beauty, just like a little wild cat that made one want to tame her. You seem to be in the mood. There are only 3 days left until the chosen disciple selection, and you're actually still lazing around in the sun here? Dong Puti landed on one side of the stone table, her jade-like hands on her waist as she looked down at Yan Chutian from above. Don't tell me you already know something and are planning to give up? Yan Chutian glanced at the girl again, thinking that she was really quite wild. Even her casual words carried a hint of provocation. However, Yan Chutian was not going to argue over such words. He directly smiled and said, "Senior Sister Dong must be joking. However, one must know how to strike a balance between work and rest. After training bitterly for some time, one naturally needs to relax to a certain extent." "Oh, so you're saying that you're well prepared?" Dong Puti gave a strange smile as she gently sat down on the stone bench. Her hands supported her cheeks as her beautiful eyes stared at Yan Chutian like crescent moons. She giggled and said, "Then you better be prepared. The situation I'm about to talk about is not small. I don't know if your preparations will be able to handle it. Lu Yang already knows that it was me, Dong Puti, and you, Yan Chu, who took away the 1,000-year essence flame that he had been painstakingly searching for. Although he can't do anything on the surface, he has already secretly said that if either of us dares to participate in the chosen disciple selection, he will definitely make us suffer a miserable defeat." As for Lu Yang's ruthless words, Qin Yi also responded as expected. Yan Chutian did not reply, and continued to quietly look at Dong Puti's beautiful face. Dong Puti had already mentioned this before, so it was already expected. However, if it was just this, she would not have come all the way here. Not letting Yan Chutian wait for too long, Dong Puti paused for a moment before continuing. "The actions of these two people are within expectations, but in addition to these two people, there is another chosen who seems to have secretly spoken against you." "Who? What?" Even Yan Chutian could not help but be shocked for a moment. Su Jian was a top figure amongst the chosen, and even ordinary chosen felt inferior to him. However, he had never met such a guy before, so why would he suddenly say something against him? He was clearly using the 1,000-year essence flame as an excuse to speak up for some other reason. But what could that be? Yan Chutian was puzzled. At this moment, Dong Puti seemed to know something and hesitated. Yan Chutian could not help but look over and ask in surprise, "What do you know?" Dong Puti no longer hesitated at Yan Chutian's question and directly said, "Then you have to tell me first. Were you and your senior sister brought back to the sect by Elder Han Chun, who has been missing for 100 years?" "Yes." Yan Chutian answered without hesitation. There was nothing to hide. Even if it was a secret that only a few people knew, he was already prepared to let everyone know. When Yan Chutian confirmed, Dong Puti revealed a look of understanding and said, "That explains it." Before Elder Han disappeared, the disciples under him were the greatest hope of the southern region. Even Luo Qingyi's faction was defeated by him. You know what happened after that. Elder Han suddenly disappeared, and his disciples gradually withered until they were completely cut off. Today, Elder Luo's disciple, Luo Shui, is the #1 disciple of the southern region. Not only is Luo Shui's cultivation incomparably powerful, she also possesses a beautiful appearance and figure that countless women are envious of. Some people like Su Jian naturally want to curry favor with her, dreaming of using this opportunity to get close to her. I see. At this moment, Yan Chutian finally understood. After all this time, Su Jian was trying to win Luo Shui's favor. Since Han Chun only had him and Muan under him, and because of the 1,000-year essence flame, he would naturally make things difficult for him. However, because of this, Yan Chutian could not help but look down on Su Jian. Using others to please a girl was really shameless. It was fine if Luo Shui ignored him, but if she did, she would be just as bad as Su Jian. How is it? 3 saints have spoken so harshly to you. Don't you feel honored? Dong Puti said again. Although she sounded like she was teasing him, there was a strong sense of oppression. With so many obstacles, she thought that she would not be able to participate in the saint selection this time. However, Yan Chutian did not answer her question. Instead, he asked, Senior Sister Dong, do you regret helping me get the 1,000-year essence flame? Don't look down on me, Dong Puti. I'm not the kind of person who regrets something. Dong Puti immediately snorted, as if Yan Chutian was slandering her. Yan Chutian could not help but smile. He lifted his eyes and looked in a certain direction. It was the place where the saint selection would be held 3 days later. Senior Sister Dong, since you don't regret it, I, Yan Chu, will also guarantee that those guys won't be able to take advantage of us this time. Sensing the determination in Yan Chutian's words, Dong Puti did not know why, but she actually felt a sense of trust in him. It was as if with this guy, the huge resistance from the 3 saints was nothing. But of course, Dong Puti would not voice out this inexplicable feeling. Instead, she stuck out her tongue and snorted, "Pay nonsense. With so many prospective chosen saints blocking the way, apart from a Yuan Dan stage chosen, who would be able to escape?" Haha, Yan Chutian did not say much. If it was 10 days ago, he might really feel a lot of pressure. However, it was already 10 days later, so the situation was different. At the same time, a clear voice suddenly sounded from a certain direction, causing the 2 of them to look over at the same time. Just as this guy said, those guys won't be able to take advantage of us. You are? Dong Puti was shocked. Why did such a beautiful woman suddenly appear here? Even she felt a little ashamed. She felt that only Luo Shui could compare to her. Mu Wan was very calm in the face of Dong Puti's question. She looked at Yan Chutian and slowly said, "Let him tell you." Chapter 92. 3 days passed by quietly. At dawn 3 days later, the atmosphere in the entire southern region of the Heaven's Secrets sect was a little restless. Looking around, there were countless figures shooting toward a certain direction. That was the location of today's saint selection, the Broken Mountain Range. The saint selection was a chaotic battle. Only the 6 people who stood out after the battle were qualified to become a saint. However, this batch of saints had to be determined. Therefore, there was a saint peak in the depths of the Broken Mountain Range. The 6 saints who stood out would climb this peak and determine the strongest saint on the saint peak. The title of Strongest Holy Son was not just a title. It was related to the level of opportunity one could obtain after becoming a holy son. If one became the strongest holy son, then the opportunity would naturally surpass the other 5 holy sons. Therefore, those who were confident in themselves not only had to become one of the 6 who stood out, but also had the ambition to become the strongest saint in the end. The sky filled with light and shadows converged toward the mountain break range. Not long after, the mountain range was surrounded by many disciples. They were all spectators. If they were to participate in the Holy Sun selection, they would land on the huge platform near the mountain range. Although the selection of the Holy Sun did not deliberately limit one's cultivation level and identity, many disciples were self-aware and knew that the possibility of taking advantage of the situation was extremely slim. Thus, instead of losing face, it was better to just stand outside and watch the battle. Therefore, those who dared to participate in the saint selection, even if they were not prospective saints, were definitely very confident in themselves. However, not all the spectating disciples were of such cultivation. There were also saints among them, and their appearance caused quite a bit of shock. When a young man with a white sword on his back, who was surrounded by many figures, descended, it immediately caused a huge commotion. Countless gazes gathered, and there was no lack of female disciples who secretly looked at him with scorching admiration. "Look, it's Saint Su Jian. Saint Su Jian is one of the top saints. His yin-yang sword is almost unrivaled. Senior Su Jian is really handsome and mighty. So handsome." This young man with a white sword on his back was Su Jian. His appearance caused a huge commotion. Even the other saint children, such as Qin Yi and Lu Yang, were the same. They approached him and took the initiative to express their goodwill, calling him Senior Martial Brother Su. Su Jian only nodded his head lightly in response to the two calls of Senior Brother Su. If it were anyone else, Lu Yang and Qin Yi would definitely have turned hostile long ago, but this was Su Jian, so they could only endure and pretend that they didn't notice. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that something was amiss. However, no one felt that there was anything wrong with it. After all, even if they were both saints, there was still a gap between them. That was because in this world, strength was everything. Su Jian almost ignored Qin Yi and Lu Yang. However, when a certain beautiful figure in white descended from the sky and landed somewhere like a banished fairy, even someone as indifferent as him opened his eyes and looked over with a fiery gaze. He stared at the beautiful figure closely. In fact, it wasn't just him. As soon as the beautiful figure in white descended, she almost became the focus of everyone's attention. "Saint Luo Shui, she's here too." Saint Luo Shui has never cared about this kind of saint selection, right? Why is she here this time? I don't know. Could it be that there are saints in this saint selection? Impossible. Saint Luo has always been alone. She has never formed any clique. The white-clothed figure was Luo Shui. Luo Shui, who had descended, was like a fairy, causing all the men and women in the vicinity to feel a sense of shame. They silently retreated and maintained a distance from her. At this time, only Su Jian didn't seem to have such a feeling and took the initiative to walk towards Luo Shui. However, he hadn't even taken a few steps forward when a nimble figure suddenly appeared by Luo Shui's side. It was a young girl with the appearance of a little girl. However, those who knew her understood that she wasn't a little girl as she appeared on the surface. "Senior Sister Luo, I didn't expect you to come too," the girl said in a crisp voice. Hearing this, Luo Shui didn't answer and only nodded. At the same time, seeing the girl appear, Su Jian didn't go any closer. He retreated and only watched from afar. The girl saw everything, but there was no expression on her face. She just continued to follow Luo Shui's figure, a delicate smile appearing on her tender little face. When Yan Chutian and Mu Wan landed on the platform, they looked at the figures standing quietly around them with a calm expression. Even if these figures kept casting cold gazes at them, they were all ignored. Only when Dong Puti and Zhou Yang looked at him did he nod in response. Then, Dong Puti even walked to the side of the two, obviously intending to carry out the cooperation to the end. At the same time, Yan Chutian's appearance attracted countless gazes. The commotion caused by this was probably the biggest among all the candidates, and only the chosen could compete with him. This was because the things he did in the short time he entered the sect were bigger and bigger. Not only did he defeat Zhao Hong and become a candidate openly, but he also stole the 1,000-year essence flame that Lu Yang had painstakingly searched for. He's that Yan Chu? He looks ordinary. He's the one who defeated Zhao Hong and even joined forces with others to sneak attack Zhu Feng and Zhu Long and steal the 1,000-year essence flame. Heh. I didn't expect that Yan Chu would dare to participate in the chosen saint selection. He really doesn't know his place. Several chosen have secretly issued orders. Don't tell me he doesn't know? Many discussions sounded in the crowd, but most of them were filled with ridicule and mockery. After all, which disciple didn't know that the three chosen had secretly threatened him? Yet, He actually didn't hide and still participated in the chosen saint's selection. What else could it be other than overestimating himself? Senior Sister Luo, he's that Yen Chu. Oh, and that unfamiliar woman beside him should be that Xiao Yu. I didn't expect her to be so outstanding. The girl beside Luo Shui spoke softly, her large eyes staring at Yen Chutian and the rest who stood indifferently in the crowd. Hearing this, Luo Shui also looked over, but after a glance, she shifted her gaze away. In her eyes, the two of them were really not presentable. In fact, the most attractive thing about them right now was that Xiao Yu's appearance. Are you the new disciples that Han Chun brought back? At the same time, Su Jian also looked over from afar. However, like Luo Shui, the two of them were really not worthy of his attention. In his eyes, it was enough to make Luo Shui have a better impression of him by making him lose face. Brother Lu, is he the guy who stole your 1,000-year essence flame? Qin Yi glanced indifferently at Yen Chutian, then turned to Lu Yang and laughed softly. Lu Yang also replied with a faint smile, his tone full of contempt. Chapter 93. All in all, the saint's selection finally began under the gazes of thousands of people. An elder with a powerful aura appeared. It was a beautiful middle-aged woman. Even though she was old now, it was not difficult to see that she once had a beautiful face. However, compared to her appearance, her current cultivation was naturally more eye-catching. A powerful aura circulated and filled the air. Such a huge pressure made even Su Jian and the other saints lower their arrogant heads. Yuanying 3rd level. Looking at the high and mighty middle-aged woman, Yen Chutian softly muttered. Yuanying 3rd level. Such a cultivation was not weak. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be an elder in the Heaven's secret sect. However, this was only relative to the mortal world. If it was in the Heaven realm, there would be a bunch of ordinary rogue cultivators of this level. It was not worth mentioning. Back to the main topic, the middle-aged woman looked at the many disciples on the huge platform and immediately waved her hand. A vast amount of spiritual energy surged out and enveloped the crowd. This was to check if everyone was carrying any prohibited items. This was because the saint's selection completely relied on the disciples' own strength and could not rely on external objects. However, this kind of inspection was just routine. After all, the saint's selection process would be watched by countless people around the Broken Mountain range. If they dared to use any prohibited words, they would definitely not be able to hide it. Sure enough, the spiritual energy dissipated after a while. The middle-aged woman did not say anything and only signaled to a white-haired old man behind her. The white-haired old man received the order and immediately opened his mouth. His voice, supported by spiritual energy, spread throughout the Broken Mountain range. Saint selection, begin! Whoosh whoosh. Almost as soon as the old man finished speaking, countless figures rushed into the Broken Mountain range like streams of light. Although entering the mountain range first did not have a direct connection to whether one stood out in the end or not, entering a step earlier would still give one some advantages. If they could hide themselves and preserve their strength to enter the later stage of the chaotic battle, it would be even better. Yen Chutian was not in a hurry to enter the mountain range, and Yen Chutian did not move. Mu Wan and Dong Puti did the same. Perhaps because the three of them were biding their time, some of the figures on the platform did not move. They stood quietly in place, waiting for the three of them to make a move. Yen Chutian glanced behind him, and two familiar faces immediately entered his sight. These two were none other than Zhu Feng and Zhu Long. Zhu Feng was currently staring at him with an incomparably venomous gaze. Presumably, he was still brooding over the fact that Yen Chutian had defeated him back then. He was probably already thinking about how to ruthlessly ravage Yen Chutian after entering the Broken Mountain range. Beside the two of them was a white-haired young man. His aura was extremely strong, and he was not the slightest bit weaker than Zhu Long. He was currently staring at Yen Chutian with a playful look in his eyes. Retracting his gaze, Yan Chutian asked Dong Puti without hiding anything. These are the 3 people under Lu Yang? Yes, you must not underestimate that person. He is, Dong Puti reminded him. Unexpectedly, before she could finish, Yan Chutian interrupted her and said, "Let's go in. Since trouble has come knocking on our door, let's just beat it down." Then Yan Chutian no longer hesitated, and took the lead to rush into the mountain range. Mu Wan naturally followed closely behind. However, Dong Puti clearly did not understand this. She muttered to herself, "This guy, when did he become so arrogant?" Really, although she muttered to herself, she still hurriedly followed the 2 of them and rushed into the mountain range. At the same time, the playful look on the white-haired young man's face became more and more intense. He did not expect the other party to be so arrogant, as if he did not take him seriously at all. Tsk. Young and frivolous. Humph. If I had not been ambushed, how could I have lost? This damned ant is actually so arrogant now. Zhu Feng gritted his teeth. He had always thought that if he had not been careless that day, how could he have lost? However, because of his carelessness, the other party actually dared to be so arrogant in front of him. He really wished he could immediately tear the other party into pieces. It doesn't matter. Follow them in and we will immediately let them know how high the heavens are. The white-haired young man smiled indifferently. Hearing this, Zhu Feng naturally nodded repeatedly. However, Zhu Long was a little hesitant. After all, this time there was the obstruction of 3 holy sons. They could find the other 2 parties to join forces with them. There was no need to act rashly like now. "Su Yang, why don't we enter the mountain range and find Holy Sun Qin Yi's subordinates first? With the 2 of us joining forces, I believe it will be easy to deal with those 3 people." However, for Zhu Long's suggestion, the white-haired young man, Su Yang, shook his head with a smile and said indifferently, "No, a disciple of the late stage of spirit transformation, it's too much to unite with the followers of Qin Yi. Later, the 2 of you will hold back the other 2 girls. With my strength, I can naturally defeat them." But, no buts. Back then, the ones who lost face for the Holy Sun were you. This time, the Holy Sun has already ordered you to listen to me. Do you have any objections? Su Yang said forcefully. With such a strong attitude and Lu Yang's name, Zhu Long could only nod helplessly. Perhaps he was indeed overthinking. Even if a spirit transformation late-stage disciple could defeat Zhu Feng, it was impossible for him to be his opponent, let alone Su Yang, who he feared. After entering the mountain range, Yan Chutian did not go in like the others. Instead, he stopped in place as if he was waiting for Su Yang and the other 2. This immediately caused the countless disciples surrounding the mountain range to be shocked. This new Holy Sun is actually so arrogant. This Yan Shu is actually so arrogant? Playing to the gallery. When he is trampled on the ground and begging for mercy, I want to see if he can still be so arrogant. He really doesn't know what he is talking about. As long as Zhu Long and Zhu Feng hold back Dong Puti and the other girl, Su Yang can immediately defeat him. The 3 holy sons are too arrogant. To deal with such a frivolous guy, any one of the holy son's subordinates can easily defeat him. At the same time, Su Jian was also somewhat speechless. He originally hoped that this new disciple who could stir up a storm would have some tricks up his sleeve. At least, he would not be defeated by Lu Yang's subordinates. This way, if his subordinates defeated him, it would make him feel better in Luo Shui's eyes. But now, it seemed that this stupid and arrogant guy would be eliminated immediately. Oh, it seems like this guy is going to take the initiative to attack? The girl looked at Yan Chutian and the other 2 at the edge of the broken mountain range and spoke with great interest. However, although she was quite interested, the fairy-like Luo Shui beside her frowned slightly. She felt that Yan Chutian was really too arrogant. Chapter 94. In fact, regardless of the surrounding people, even Dong Puti found it hard to understand Yan Chutian's intentions. From what little she knew about Yan Chutian, she felt that this guy had a very steady temperament. However, why would he do such an impulsive and even arrogant action this time? If it were any other time, she would definitely leave immediately and not do such a risky action. However, she now understood that her fate was tightly tied to Yan Chutian's. Even if she escaped alone, how could she be spared if the two people in front of her were eliminated? Therefore, in the end, she stayed because she had a little expectation in her heart. She was looking forward to whether Yan Chutian, who had done such a strange thing, had prepared some powerful trump card. Even if it was something that even she found extremely hard to believe. However, even if her expectation fell through, she would still be eliminated in the end. At this moment, Dong Puti could only look at the back of Emoli and wait for the result to come, without letting her and the countless gazes in the surroundings wait for too long. Under Su Yang's lead, the three spiritual energy figures also swept into the broken mountain range. As they swept in, they naturally saw the same three figures that seemed to have been waiting for them for a long time at the edge of the mountain range. This sudden scene made even Su Yang, who had been very overbearing and complacent before, stunned. After a moment, Su Yang, who had recovered, coldly smiled and muttered to himself, "I really didn't expect that the little mouse that we were looking for would actually take the initiative to appear in front of us. Should I say that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, or should I say that you have some kind of amazing trump card?" "Ridiculous!" Zhu Feng coldly shouted, his face full of anger. Did this grasshopper still think that he could jump around in front of them? If so, then he didn't mind letting this grasshopper know that he had only accidentally jumped around a little, and the price for that was to break all of his arms and legs today. Among the three, only Zhu Long didn't look coldly at them. Instead, his gaze towards Yan Chutian's trio was filled with uneasiness for some reason. However, even he didn't know why he had such a feeling. But no matter what, at this point there was no turning back. The fight was inevitable, and after the fight, one side was bound to be eliminated. "Haha, you're asking for trouble, aren't you? Now that you've been surrounded by Su Yang and the others, let's see if you still have the strength to resist. Pretending to be mysterious, I'll show you your true colors soon. Haha, you don't know your place just because you have some strength. Now that you don't have a chance to launch a sneak attack, what can you do in front of all the prospective saints in public?" It was as if countless voices of ridicule were coming from all around. It was as if everyone had foreseen the scene of Yan Chutian's crushing defeat, so they all had solemn expressions on their faces. However, while the outside world could see into the broken mountain range, those inside the mountain range couldn't hear, let alone see the outside world. But in fact, even if they heard and saw it, the movements of these people would not affect Yan Chutian in the slightest. After his rebirth, although his appearance had become younger, his state of mind had not returned. Even if there were shocking waves in front of him, he could still do his best to keep himself calm, not to mention that the situation in front of him was not such a situation at all. Yan Chutian and Mu Wan's indifference, and Dong Puti's silence from beginning to end, finally made Su Yang grind away the last bit of his smile. His face was gloomy and cold. He stared at the three people closely and suddenly shouted, "Zhu Feng, Zhu Long, you delay those two women. I'll personally trample this guy under my feet. Let's see if he can still have such an expression when that time comes." Before he finished speaking, his body suddenly shot out, heading straight for Yan Chutian. Therefore, behind him, Zhu Feng and Zhu Long could only rush out at top speed. As he said, they delayed the two women and prevented them from interfering. Being blocked by Zhu Long, even if Dong Puti wanted to help Yan Chutian, she was powerless. But what surprised her was that Mu Wan didn't seem to care at all. She didn't even move as long as Zhu Feng didn't attack her. She couldn't understand this, but after thinking about it, she felt relieved. In her opinion, Mu Wan should also know that even if she moved, it would be useless, so she was deliberately mystifying things. In any case, the two women were being delayed, So Su Yang appeared in front of Yan Chutian with a sneer, looking behind him condescendingly, his eyes full of contempt. But when he saw Yan Chutian's indifferent face, his sneer couldn't help but come to an abrupt end. He really couldn't understand. Could it be that this guy didn't know what was good for him? Even now, he was still pretending to be mysterious. Kneel for me. Because of this, Su Yang no longer hesitated and immediately sent out a palm strike. A majestic and overbearing spirit force surged out like a storm and entered his arm. It accompanied his palm strike toward Yan Chutian's left shoulder. With such a powerful palm, even if it was a peak spirit transformation cultivator, Su Yang was confident he could make them kneel down unwillingly. He wanted to see what a mere late-stage spirit transformation disciple could do. When Su Yang's shocking palm landed, Yan Chutian finally reacted. His reaction was very simple. He slowly raised his right fist and threw a punch at Su Yang's palm. However, his punch was too small compared to Su Yang's palm. It was like a baby's fist colliding with an adult's palm. The result was self-evident. So at this moment, countless disciples looked away. In their minds, the result was already decided and there was no need to take another look. Boom! The fist and the palm finally collided. However, there were too few people watching this scene. Instead of waiting for the predestined result, most of the disciples would rather look for the other figures in the mountain break range. Perhaps there would be a truly exciting battle there. However, it was also at this moment that countless cries of surprise rang out. Looking over, the disciples that had been watching this all this time had expressions like they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The disciples who had shifted their gazes away immediately realized that they had missed something. They quickly shifted their gazes back to Su Quebec. This allowed them to see the edge of the broken mountain range. Su Yang, who had sent out a palm strike, also had a shocked expression. However, this expression had already frozen on his face because in the next moment, he fell to the ground like a puppet. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. He is not at the late stage of spirit transformation, but at the peak of spirit transformation. But even if he is at the peak of spirit transformation, how is this possible? Chapter 95. Not to mention the little girl, even Luo Shui, who had always been indifferent, was shocked. It was as if she was looking at Yan Chutian for the first time. She could clearly feel that Yan Chutian's cultivation had reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm. However, even if he was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, how could he seriously injure Su Yang, who had reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm, and make him faint? Su Jian's cold and arrogant expression also changed. Previously, he thought that Yan Chutian would definitely lose. However, how could this unremarkable guy suddenly reverse the situation and seriously injure Su Yang? How is this possible? The two chosen, Lu Yang and Qi Ni, also had an intense reaction. Especially Lu Yang. Just a moment ago, he had said that this hopping grasshopper would be crushed to death. However, in the next moment the situation was reversed. At this moment, Yan Chutian was still standing there, while his subordinate, Su Yang, had fainted from his serious injuries. This scene was like a huge slap to his face, and it was even louder than the previous day. Countless gazes that were originally filled with disdain and ridicule instantly turned around, revealing an unprecedented expression of shock. They couldn't imagine that the originally expected result would be reversed like this. Soon after, some disciples suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Yan Chu dared to obstruct them at the border of the broken mountain range. It was no wonder that he was not afraid of Su Yang and the others. It turned out that he was not arrogant and conceited. It was because he knew his true strength. His strength had reached a level where he could defeat, or even crush, Su Yang. Impossible! Zhu Feng's face was distorted. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. Su Yang was defeated by Yan Chu in the blink of an eye. At the same time, although Mu Wan was shocked by Yan Chutian's strength, she was prepared and was able to calmly accept it. After all, in her memories, both familiar and unfamiliar, Yan Chutian had created many miracles. Therefore, while Su Yang was shocked and absent-minded, she quickly made a move and seized the opportunity to heavily injure him, causing him to fall to the ground in a sorry state. If it was a normal time, the scene of Mu Wan defeating Zhu Feng would have caused a great shock. After all, the aura she revealed was only at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. However, a shocking fact had just been born. Compared to this was nothing. Once Su Yang was defeated, Zhu Long knew that he had lost the upper hand. He dispersed his spiritual power and landed on the side. He looked at Yan Chutian's still indifferent face from afar. He really didn't expect that after not seeing him for a dozen days, the other party would become so strong. Even if Su Yang hadn't been arrogant just now, he would still have lost miserably. If they wanted to defeat him, a single holy sun was not enough. However, it was too late for him to realize this now. He knew that the other party would definitely not let the tiger return to the mountain, so the only thing left for them was to be eliminated. Just as he had expected, while Dong Puti was still in shock, Yan Chutian took a few steps forward. His gaze was still indifferent as it locked onto him. Admit defeat, or do you want me to help you? At this point, Zhu Long knew that quibbling was useless, so he gritted his teeth and said, Yan Chu, we lost to you this time, but don't be happy too early. There are still 2 Holy Sun's subordinates in the mountain range. Even if you have the strength of a quasi-elixir, don't think of standing out and becoming a Holy Sun. You don't have to worry about that. If you want to see the result, go outside. Humph! Zhu Long snorted coldly. He grabbed the unconscious Su Yang and supported Zhu Feng, who was still in a state of shock and madness, and immediately left. Seeing this, Yan Chutian gently breathed a sigh of relief. Since the other party had admitted defeat in front of everyone, it was impossible for them to retreat. Therefore, Liu Yang's people must have been eliminated. Next, he would only have to face Qin Yi and Su Jian's subordinates. At the same time, he raised his head and looked at the sky outside. He knew that there must be countless shocked gazes around the mountain range that were locked onto him in disbelief. Therefore, he couldn't help but gently curl his lips and laugh in his heart. Because the shock was just the beginning. Somewhere in the broken mountain range, a black-clothed youth sat quietly on a bluestone. Around the bluestone there were 2 men and a woman. The 4 of them had powerful auras. Only the woman was weaker and was only at the quasi-spirit transformation realm. The other 3 were all at the true spirit transformation realm. The black-clothed youth's aura was even more powerful. The spiritual aura that faintly surged even made the other 2 male cultivators at the peak of the spirit transformation realm feel great pressure. It wasn't difficult to know that there was a difference in strength even if they were all at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Senior Brother Yuan, Su Yang and the others still haven't appeared. Suddenly, one of the 2 male cultivators spoke. Before the Holy Sun selection, they had agreed to meet and cooperate here. Even if this cooperation wouldn't last long, they had to at least eliminate those people. However, after waiting for a long time and even eliminating a few disciples, Su Yang and the others still hadn't appeared. Hearing this, the black-clothed youth finally opened his eyes. He recalled Su Yang's personality and indifferently said, "There's no need to wait. They most likely won't come. With Su Yang's personality, I'm afraid he has already brought people to find them alone. With his and the other 2's strength, the so-called quasi-spirit transformation realm disciple should have already been eliminated." Hearing this, the 2 men and the woman slowly nodded. It was clear that they agreed with the black-clothed youth's words. In their eyes, it was just 2 new disciples and 1 Dong Puti. How could there be a need for the combined forces of 2 Saint Child divisions to attack these 3 people? Now that Su Yang had directly eliminated his opponent, He and the others could prepare in peace and strive to rise above the rest to become one of the 6 holy disciples. Just as the 3 of them were talking, an unfamiliar aura suddenly entered their range of perception. This spiritual aura wasn't strong and it was alone. It was a complete pushover. Moreover, when the female cultivator caught a glimpse of the source of the spiritual aura, she coldly smiled. Heh! I didn't expect that there would be a small fry who could survive until now. Is he also at the quasi-spirit transformation realm? Quasi-spirit transformation realm, the black-clothed youth indifferently said. He looked at the sneering female cultivator and said, "Then I'll leave this small fry to you, Xianyin. After dealing with him, we will enter the mountain range and rush to the Holy Sun Mountain as soon as possible." "Yes, Senior Brother Yuan." The female cultivator bowed and agreed. Her delicate body flew out and appeared before the small fry in her eyes. In truth, this female cultivator's figure and appearance were not bad. However, everyone knew that she had a sinister and even perverted temperament and loved to torture others. Therefore, even though she had a good appearance, very few men approached her. Even if there were men who approached her, they were all vicious people like her. The sudden appearance of the female cultivator immediately caused the hidden cultivator's expression to become serious. He looked over and saw that the female cultivator was not alone. There were 3 auras behind her that were even more powerful than the female cultivator's. This caused the quasi-spirit transformation realm cultivator's face to turn pale. How could he resist or even escape from a female disciple at the same cultivation level as him and 3 men who were at least at the peak of the spirit transformation realm? Chapter 96. The woman before him, who was also at the peak of the quasi-spirit transformation stage, was already enough to make Zhou Yang feel like he was facing a great enemy, not to mention the 3 male cultivators behind her, who were all at least at the peak of the spirit transformation stage. Zhou Yang understood that it would be difficult for him to escape today. Perhaps it was because Zhou Yang's cultivation was too weak, but there weren't many people paying attention to him. Even if there were, they would quickly shift their gazes away. How could someone at the peak of the quasi-spirit transformation stage face off against Qin Yi's 4 subordinates? Thus, there was no need for them to pay attention. Big brother, Zhou Yang. However, not everyone's gazes were like this. Among the many gazes, the girl Zhou Qing and the familiar Li Feng both revealed worried gazes. They stared at the huge light screen that surrounded the entire Broken Mountain range, unwilling to shift their gazes away for even a moment. Little trash fish, your adventure today will end here. Li Xianyin coldly smiled as her long and narrow eyes released a cold light. In the next instant, she charged forward like a tiger and her hand viciously grabbed at Zhou Yang. Li Xuanin's sudden attack caused Zhou Yang's expression to become even more serious. However, even if he knew that the odds were against him, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. When Li Xuanin's hand, which was wrapped in sharp spirit energy, reached out, he clenched his teeth and fiercely threw a punch. Bang! The 2 hands collided in the air and a loud rumble spread out. Although they were both at the peak of the quasi-spirit transformation stage, there was still a gap between Zhou Yang and Li Xianyin. As a result, he was forced to retreat several steps. On the other hand, Li Xianyin had a proud sneer on her face, as if she had already expected this. Little trash, it's over, Li Xianyin coldly said. In the next instant, spirit energy surged from her body and rushed toward her arms. In the end, the spirit energy converged on her palms and formed a seal. Water spirit seal. Boom. As the seal pressed down, it carried an extremely terrifying pressure. Even cultivators at the same cultivation level wouldn't be able to resist this kind of attack. Thus, at this moment, the few people that were paying attention to this scene moved their gazes away. Zhou Qing and Zhou Yang couldn't bear to continue watching and closed their eyes. Boom! The spirit seal was completely suppressed, but the scene of Zhou Yang in a sorry state did not appear. When he looked over, he saw that Li Xianyin had actually retreated after the spiritual seal. Her hair, which was originally tied up, had been completely disheveled, and large mouthfuls of blood were spurting out from the corner of her mouth. She looked extremely like a female ghost. What happened? What's going on? Countless gazes were filled with shock and confusion. However, they soon understood what was going on. Zhou Yang, who should have been suppressed by the spiritual seal, had unknowingly appeared where Li Xianyin was previously. Even though he was also in a very sorry state and covered in blood, there was no doubt that he was the one who had defeated Li Xianyin. Zhou Yang actually managed to turn the tables and injure Li Xianyin. I really didn't expect that such an unexpected scene would occur. Shocked gazes were cast over one after another. Clearly, no one had expected that such an astonishing reversal would occur at the very last moment. However, it was also because of this that Li Xuanyin's gaze turned extremely venomous. She had never imagined that she would end up in such a state at the hands of an ant in front of her. She would definitely torture him to the point where he would wish he was dead. Otherwise, how could she get rid of the humiliation she had suffered? I want you to die. Li Xianyin clenched her teeth and roared in anger. Surging spiritual energy transformed into light pillars that continuously shot towards Zhou Yang. At the same time, she opened her palm and something that looked like a spectrum spread out. The spectrum was filled with thin needles that flickered with a cold light. These thin needles were clearly quite famous. The moment they appeared, they attracted the gazes of countless spectating disciples. This is the torrential pear blossom needles. TSK. This is a set of spiritual rank spirit artifacts that can be used by quasi-spirit transformation Great Circle cultivators. Even a spirit transformation Great Circle cultivator can fight against them. I never thought that it would fall into the hands of Li Xianyin. Haha, this kind of woman will do anything to obtain something. Who knows how many times she has sacrificed her body to obtain this set of spiritual rank spirit artifact. However, in short, possessing such a set of spiritual rank spirit artifacts still made countless disciples envious. After all, the higher the grade of a spirit artifact, the rarer it was. Furthermore, it was even more difficult to find one that was suitable for oneself. Torrential storm of pear blossoms. The moment the torrential storm of pear blossoms appeared, Li Xianyin naturally did not hesitate. When the pillar of spiritual energy charged forward, she immediately used her spirit artifact. It was as if a rain of light filled the sky as thin needles shrouded the sky. When they arrived above Zhou Yang's body, spiritual energy appeared at the ends of the thin needles, forming the shape of pear blossoms as they shot towards Zhou Yang. This was the origin of the name Torrential Storm of Pear Blossoms. This sudden attack caused Zhou Yang's expression to become incomparably solemn. He had never expected that his opponent would have such a set of spiritual rank spirit artifacts, so how could he defend against it? Zhou Yang was not a stubborn person. Knowing that there was no hope, even if he was unwilling, he would not fight back like before. Instead, he gritted his teeth and admitted defeat. Admitting defeat in front of so many people meant that he had lost the qualifications to continue participating in the Holy Sun selection and could only withdraw. However, even if he admitted defeat, Li Xianyin acted as if she did not hear him. Her pretty face was incomparably malevolent as she coldly stared at Zhou Yang, controlling the storm of pear blossoms to come down. Previously, he had put her in such a miserable state. When had she, Li Xianyin, ever suffered such humiliation? Therefore, how could she let him go just because he admitted defeat? You! Li Xianyin had no intention of stopping, and Zhou Yang could naturally see that she was in a state of madness. He had never expected that Li Xianyin would be so vengeful. However, he knew that he could not just sit and wait for death. Otherwise, if he allowed the torrential storm of pear blossoms to attack him, he would definitely end up in an incomparably miserable state. Zhou Yang hurriedly retreated while continuously condensing spiritual energy light screens behind him. However, How could these hastily condensed light screens withstand the torrential storm of pear blossoms? They were instantly destroyed. In the end, Zhou Yang was forced into a corner, no longer having any chance to escape. At this moment, countless disciples in the outside world looked at Zhou Yang with sympathetic gazes. In their eyes, Zhou Yang was already considered pretty good. Unfortunately, he had encountered a poisonous woman like Li Xianyin who possessed a spiritual-grade spiritual weapon. Next, he would at least be heavily injured by the torrential storm of pear blossoms. Brother! Zhou Yang! Zhou Qing and Li Feng gritted their teeth and shouted. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch as the scene unfolded before their eyes. Die, you little trash! After forcing Zhou Yang into a corner, Li Xuannin's smile was incomparably cold. Without any hesitation, she sent the torrential storm of pear blossoms towards Zhou Yang. She believed that in such a situation, she had full confidence that she would be able to heavily injure Zhou Yang, causing him to suffer from constant pain for half a month. This was the fate of those who dared to offend her, Li Xianyin. Those who offended her would definitely be 10 times more miserable than her. Damn it. Chapter 97. The storm of pear blossoms filled the sky and the piercing sound of wind breaking could be heard. Looking at the powerful attack coming at him like a dark cloud, Zhou Yang had a helpless expression. He could already imagine what would happen to him. Even if the other side had scruples and did not dare to kill him, his end would not be good either. Xiao, xiao, xiao. The piercing sound of wind breaking came closer and closer. Just as Zhou Yang had expected, the barrier of spirit energy he had condensed with all his strength was like tofu. It could not resist at all and was easily torn apart. He knew that the next thing to be torn apart would be his body. The next moment, however, the tearing pain that Zhou Yang had expected did not appear. Even the sharp, piercing wind suddenly disappeared. He felt as if something had blocked the attack for him. But who could it be? Who could block the storm of pear blossoms for him? Senior brother Zhou Yang, are you all right? An indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Yang was not unfamiliar with this familiar voice. They had even talked before entering the Broken Mountain Range, but he never would have thought that the person he would save at this critical moment would still be him. Junior brother Yan Chu. Zhou Yang cried out in alarm. His eyes that had unconsciously closed due to despair suddenly opened, and with this glance, he saw that the one who was standing in front of him, blocking the downpour of pear blossoms for him, was none other than Yan Chutian. Senior brother Zhou, heal yourself first. I'll deal with the situation in front of us. Yan Chutian said with a faint smile, but Zhou Yang was a bit hesitant. He was not worried that Yan Chutian would not be Li Xuannin's match. Even if a spirit transformation peak cultivator was placed in front of him, he believed that Yan Chutian would be able to fight against them. But the problem was that Li Xianyin was not the only one here. There were still several Qin Yi's subordinates not far away, so how could he feel assured? Senior brother Zhou Yang, relax. Leave everything to him. Mu Wan, who had followed them, spoke in a soft voice. At the same time, Dong Puti curled her lips and said, "Don't underestimate him. That fellow is quite extraordinary now." Both of them said the same thing. Even though Zhou Yang was puzzled, he still stepped back with some doubt. In any case, he was standing right here. No matter what happened to Yan Chutian, he would be able to help in time. At the same time, when Zhou Qing in the outside world saw that Yan Chutian had saved her brother, her originally worried face was suddenly filled with joy. She excitedly muttered to herself, "That's great! Yan Chu. Junior brother Yan Chu saved my brother." The people inside the Broken Mountain Range didn't know, but the people outside could see clearly that Yan Chutian's current strength was definitely at a shocking level. In a one-on-one fight, perhaps only a quasi-elixir practitioner would have the strength to fight him. Thus, with him saving Zhou Yang, there was no need for him to fear Li Xianyin and Qin Yi's subordinates. I remember now. When this Yan Chu was the first to defeat Zhao Hongyang, Zhou Yang was by his side. Could it be that Zhou Yang already knew of his extraordinariness, so he decided to seek shelter from him? This Zhou Yang is really lucky. He actually found such a powerful backer unknowingly. The crowd discussed animatedly as many gazes gathered. This place had become one of the focal points again. However, no matter who it was, they no longer had the slightest bit of sympathy for Zhou Yang. Instead, they were incomparably envious. They had all witnessed Yan Chutian's strength with their own eyes. With such a powerful strength, even Yuan Kong might not be a match for him. The danger in front of them was naturally resolved. Seeing Zhou Qing so surprised, Li Feng's companion couldn't help but tease her, no longer feeling the slightest bit of nervousness from before. Qing junior brother Yan has saved senior brother Zhou Yang time and time again. We don't have anything to repay him with. Why don't you repay him with your body? The young girl exclaimed as her cheeks flushed red. Her rosy cheeks were like a ripe red apple. After hesitating for a long time, she stammered, "This? How can I do this? And junior brother Yan, he might not even like me." Her originally teasing words were exchanged for such a reply. Looking at the young girl's shy appearance, as an experienced person, Ping immediately felt that she had discovered something. So our Qing already has someone in her heart. Senior sister Ping, I didn't. The young girl raised her pink face and tried to argue, but no matter how she argued, her words were pale and powerless. It's you, Li Xianin coldly said. Her hair was disheveled, but she didn't continue to madly attack Yan Chutian. After all, she knew that the person in front of her had defeated Zhao Hong and Zhu Feng. Zhao Hong had only just entered the Great Circle of Spirit Transformation, but Zhu Feng had been in the Great Circle of Spirit Transformation for a long time. Even if he was only at the late stage of Spirit Transformation, how could he be simple? However, just because Li Xianin hesitated and didn't dare to make a move, it didn't mean that Yan Chutian was the same. He indifferently glanced at the other party and suddenly shot out. Li Xianin was caught off guard as he brazenly sent out a palm that went straight for her right shoulder. However, even if the other party's attack was sudden, Li Xianin was still very confident in herself. The spirit energy in her body surged and strands of pure spirit energy quickly condensed into a light shield that protected her. She wanted to take this opportunity to see exactly how strong this new disciple, whose name had suddenly spread like wildfire in the southern territory, was. Bang! Yan Chutian's palm landed. Just like how he dealt with Su Yang not long ago, his palm didn't contain any violent spirit energy. However, such an ordinary palm strike was able to shatter the light shield in front of Li Xianin. Following that, the palm continued to strike her right shoulder, sending her crashing into the ground under her incredulous gaze. The power of a single palm was so powerful. What? Senior brother Yuan Kong, and the other two disciples all widened their eyes as if they had seen something extremely unbelievable. Even though they felt that Yan Chutian's cultivation had reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm, Li Xianin was at the great circle of quasi-spirit transformation. How could she not be able to resist an ordinary palm from the other party? This Zhou Yang's face was filled with shock. He also couldn't believe what he had just seen. Not long ago, he was present when Yan Chutian fought with Zhao Hong. However, at that time, Yan Chutian had clearly relied on his strange ability to dodge attacks to defeat Zhao Hong. How did he become so powerful? The power of a single palm was so shocking. Outside the Broken Mountain Range, the beautiful middle-aged elder, who was in charge of the Holy Sun selection, opened her eyes slightly. Others might not be able to see what had just happened, but with her cultivation, she could vaguely feel it. When Yan Chutian's palm landed, an inexplicable force that was different from spirit energy surged around him. Although she didn't know what that force was, it was extremely powerful. In other words, the surge of spirit energy just now was more like a cover. That inexplicable force was the key. Chapter 98. Peak of the Spirit Transformation Realm, Yuan Kong muttered. He was certain that this was the other party's true cultivation. Although he was shocked that he could defeat Li Xianyin with a single strike, he could still accept it. In his opinion, Li Xianyin must have been too careless. She thought that the other party was only at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, so she became complacent and was defeated like this. This Yan Chu was at most at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, because any peak spirit transformation realm cultivator could do the same, so it wasn't much. Thus, he took a step forward and looked at Yan Chutian. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to take the initiative to appear before us. You are truly young and frivolous. But I'm afraid you don't know that Holy Son Liu Yang's subordinates are searching for you. Perhaps they will appear here soon." Yuan Kong's words were filled with danger, but he didn't think that his words wouldn't make the youth before him feel any fear. Even the two women who came with him were the same. This made Yuan Kong puzzled. Could it be that they didn't understand the meaning behind his words? When Yuan Kong was so surprised that he couldn't help but ask, Yan Chutian finally reacted. He gently raised his head and locked his gaze on Yuan Kong's face. He slowly said, "I'm sorry, but your thoughts might fall through." "What do you mean?" "They have already left this mountain range." "They left the mountain range and were eliminated?" Yuan Kong's complexion abruptly changed, but he immediately recovered and stared at Yan Chutian. After a few breaths of time, he coldly smiled. "What a clumsy little trick. Do you think you can deceive me by saying such words?" How could senior brother Yuan be deceived by your lies?" "You said Su Yang and the others were eliminated. Could it be because of you?" The two peak spirit transformation realm cultivators behind Yuan Kong mocked. They were very clear about Liu Yang's subordinate. Although they had one less person than them, every one of them was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Su Yang was even comparable to Yuan Kong, so how could they believe that this group was eliminated so quickly? It's just that they thought they had seen through the other party's clumsy lies, but they didn't know that their appearance was seen by countless disciples outside. They all sneered and ridiculed, making Qin Yi gnash his teeth and shout. His face was going to be lost by this group of idiots. A group of idiots, useless things. Qin Yi could imagine that his four subordinates would most likely be defeated by Yan Chu. Because of these idiots, he would lose even more face than Liu Yang. "Brother Qin Yi, don't be angry. Even if our idiots are useless, Su Jian has two quasi-elixir realm disciples. As long as this Yan Chu meets them, it will be impossible for him to continue jumping around." And, hearing this, Qin Yi could only helplessly nod his head. At this point, he no longer hoped for his subordinates to do anything. He could only place his hopes on Su Jian's subordinate. Su Jian had two quasi-elixir realm disciples. He believed that with their strength, this Yan Chu would definitely be eliminated. As long as he couldn't become the Holy Son, they would have a lot of opportunities to deal with him. They had to make him pay the price for losing face today. Inside the broken mountain range, Yuan Kong, who was standing proudly, knew nothing about the outside world. Therefore, in his eyes, even if this new disciple had the strength to defeat Zhao Hong, he would only be at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. However, he was already very close to the elixir realm and was comparable to someone at the quasi-elixir realm. Compared to him, what was the other party? Therefore, Yuan Kong's following orders were very decisive. After ordering two of his subordinates to hold the line, he turned into a ray of light and sent a palm strike toward Yan Chutian. He wanted to see how strong this person, who dared to say that he had eliminated Su Yang and the others, would be when he really made a move. Yuan Kong sent out a punch and a vast amount of spirit energy flowed around his fist. The aura that spread out was enough to suppress any spirit transformation realm cultivator. Xian Kong was confident that even a peak spirit transformation realm cultivator would find it hard to block this punch. Yuan Kong was confident in his own strength, but when his fist collided with Yan Chutian's, his complexion abruptly changed. He was unable to believe the majestic power that was spreading towards him. Even he was unable to resolve that mighty power and was forcibly pushed back. On the other hand, even if his punch could force back any peak spirit transformation realm cultivator, it was like a stone thrown into the sea. It didn't cause any waves. How is this possible? Yuan Kong's heart was calm and he subconsciously spat out words filled with shock. He couldn't imagine that his full-strength attack would result in this kind of result. Just how strong was the other party's punch? Senior Brother Yuan? Senior Brother Yuan? Seeing that it was Yuan Kong who was forced back, the expressions of the two young male cultivators couldn't help but change as they called out to Yuan Kong. However, even Yuan Kong found it hard to believe, so how could he give an answer? While he was shocked, Yan Chutian made another move. Strands of profound yang qi came out from his dantian and entered his right fist. In the next instant, under the cover of his spirit energy, he sent out a tyrannical punch that went straight for Yuan Kong's chest. Seeing the attack coming, Yuan Kong hurriedly blocked it. However, even though he had condensed his attack, it was still forcefully broken through. A small fist heavily smashed into his chest, but it caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body smashed down like a dead dog. Bang! The sound of Yuan Kong smashing into the ground echoed like an ancient bell in the minds of the two young male cultivators. They could still calmly look at Li Xuannin's sorry state, but facing Yuan Kong's miserable state, they could no longer remain calm. Monstrous waves were set off in their hearts. They knew how strong Yuan Kong was. He was very close to the quasi-elixir realm and could even be considered a quasi-elixir realm cultivator. Normal peak spirit transformation realm cultivators were not his mat. However, what did they just see? Yuan Kong was actually defeated by a new disciple, and this new disciple's spirit energy was only at the peak of the spirit transformation realm? Yuan Kong awkwardly crawled out of the hole and looked up at Yan Chutian with difficulty. His blood-stained face was filled with bitterness. How could he not understand that he had underestimated the other party? This seemingly ordinary new disciple actually had strength comparable to a quasi-elixir realm cultivator. Chapter 99. Even though the spectating disciples outside the mountain range had expected this scene, when they saw Yuan Kong smashed into the ground like a dead dog, they couldn't help but feel greatly shocked. This was because they had never seen something like this before. Yan Chutian, a mere peak of the spirit transformation realm, was able to easily crush a quasi-primal core realm Xiuzhe in a fight. It has to be said that even though there had been cases of the weak defeating the strong, which one of them hadn't gone through a bitter battle before the victor was decided. But no matter what, the truth was right before their eyes and broke all the rules. Moreover, whether it was Su Yang or Yuan Kong, Yan Chutian was able to defeat them in one move. This proved that he truly had the strength of a quasi-elixir cultivator and was not some one-off product. There was no need to watch the following scene. Even though Yuan Kong didn't want to admit it, the two peak spirit transformation cultivators were still defeated by this iron plate. In the end, Yuan Kong could only lower his head and admit defeat. He left with the help of the other two male cultivators. With the crisis resolved, Zhou Yang touched his nose and looked at Yan Chutian. In the end, he could only bitterly smile. Now he had to admit that even though he thought he had already looked down on his new junior brother, he had still underestimated him. The current Yan Chutian was already at a level he couldn't even imagine. It was no exaggeration to say that he would definitely be one of the 6 holy sons. Watching Yuan Kong and the others leave, Yan Chutian's expression didn't change much. Practicing the powerful mysterious Yang scripture, the Xiuzhe at the peak of the spirit transformation realm were no longer his match. Perhaps only those near the primal core realm or even those in the true primal core realm could be his mat. In other words, in this chosen saint selection, only the two quasi-Yuan Dan stage disciples from Su Jian's group were able to arouse his interest. Thus, Yan Chutian didn't delay and turned to the people behind him. Let's rest for a bit. In a bit, we'll go to the Holy Sun Mountain that Senior Sister Dong said will appear and wait for the final 6 Holy Suns. The 3 of them nodded in agreement toward Yan Chutian's words, especially Zhou Yang. Originally, he didn't have much hope for the Holy Sun position and only wanted to give it a try. However, with Yan Chutian leading the way, he might really be able to attack the 6th Holy Sun position. A bunch of trash. Outside the mountains, even though he said that he would ignore everything, when Yuan Kong and others were defeated, Qin Yi couldn't help but bite his teeth and curse, and his eyes were cold. Beside him, Lu Yang had the same expression. Right now, they wanted nothing more than to charge into the Broken Mountain Range and trample on Yan Chu. Only then would they be able to vent some of the hatred in their hearts. However, although they were angry, as holy sons, they wouldn't lose their rationality. After regaining their composure, they whispered to each other. Just you wait. Su Jian's 2 quasi-elixir cultivators are in the center of the Broken Mountain Range. I want to see how you can jump around when you encounter them. So what if you're comparable to a quasi-elixir cultivator? Can you be a match for 2 quasi-elixir cultivators? At the same time, Su Jian's face was also gloomy. How could an ant in his eyes be able to jump around and constantly be in the limelight? How could he tolerate this? Fortunately, he still had his own troops in the mountain range. With those 2 brothers, this ant couldn't continue jumping around. Thinking of this, the corners of Su Jian's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Just you wait, ant. Your good luck is coming to an end. Senior Sister Luo, this guy is indeed very strange. He's only at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, yet he has the strength of a quasi-elixir cultivator. The young girl beside Luo Shui said softly, causing countless male disciples to lean on her with envy and jealousy. Her beautiful big eyes were still looking at a certain place in the mountain range. Hearing this, Luo Shui didn't refute because the truth was as the young girl said. However, this made Luo Shui even more calm. After all, he was Elder Han's only disciple. If he was useless, it would be too boring. Senior Sister Luo, do you think he can still go so smoothly against Su Jian's troops? The young girl suddenly asked, but Luo Shui didn't directly answer. Instead, she analyzed. He has the strength of a quasi-elixir cultivator, but Su Jian also has 2 people with the same cultivation. Moreover, they already know what happened here, so Senior Sister Luo thinks he's going to lose? The young girl asked again, but this time she didn't wait for Luo Shui to speak and continued, Senior Sister Luo, how about we make a bet? Hearing this, Luo Shui still did not immediately reply. Her indifferent snow-white eyes looked towards a certain spot in the mountain range. She stared at a certain figure for a few moments, before a clear voice that was similarly filled with coldness finally rang out. Okay. At the center of the Broken Mountain Range, 2 young men with very similar appearances were sitting on top of a stone platform. They were listening to the report of a male cultivator in black below. When the black-clothed male cultivator's shocked words slowly fell, the surrounding people, including the 2 young men on top of the stone platform, were all shocked and couldn't speak for a long time. In the end, it was the young man on the left who spoke first. So that means the new disciple has already eliminated Lu Yang and Qin Yi's troops? Yes. After a few breaths of silence, the young man on the left spoke again with a serious expression on his face. It seems like he should have the strength of a quasi-elixir realm cultivator. It's really hard to imagine that a peak spirit transformation realm cultivator could have such strength. Before the young man on the left finished speaking, the young man on the right finally spoke. However, there was an excited smile in his voice, as if he was happy for such a person to appear. Brother, it's more interesting like this. Otherwise, it would be boring if it ended so easily. Little flame, don't be careless, the young man on the left said in a heavy tone. Only then did the young man on the right stop smiling and no longer speak. It was clear that he still had a great deal of respect for the young man on the left, who was his brother. Then the young man on the left hesitated for a bit before speaking again, but this time there was a parchment scroll in his hand that gave off an ancient aura. This is a spirit formation I accidentally obtained. We'll use it to set up a large formation here. As long as they step in here, they will be restricted everywhere. At that time, no matter how strange the new disciple is, he won't be able to cause any trouble. Yes. Chapter 100. The number of disciples in the Broken Mountain Range was decreasing as more and more disciples were being eliminated. The remaining disciples were all gathering towards the center of the mountain range. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the final 6 holy sons were about to be decided. Along the way to the center of the mountain range, Yen Chutian did not deliberately eliminate the disciples he encountered. His target was not them, but the few people who were waiting for him at the center of the mountain range. However, it was unknown who would be the one waiting for him. After advancing for about a quarter of an hour, a vast land suddenly appeared in the dense forest in front of him. There were some auras hidden in the forest around the land, but they should not be Su Jian's subordinates. This was because there were 2 figures quietly sitting on 2 protruding platforms in the center of the land. The 2 figures were emitting a powerful spiritual energy aura. When that aura spread out, even a spirit transformation peak cultivator would feel as if they were facing a great enemy. It was obvious that only someone close to the Yuan Dan realm could have such an aura. Below the 2 stone platforms, there were a few disciples sitting cross-legged. At this moment, they all stood up as if they had sensed something and looked over. However, the gaze they used to look at Yen Chutian was different from Su Yang, Yuan Kong, and the others. Their eyes were filled with a deep seriousness. It was not difficult for Yen Chutian to guess that the news of him defeating Su Yang and Yuan Kong had already been known by these people. There was no such thing as an absolute secret in this world, let alone in this mountain range with so many disciples. However, so what if they knew? He dared to defeat others in such a domineering manner because he was not afraid of exposing his strength in front of everyone. Otherwise, he could have secretly used the power of the mysterious Yang body and pretended to fight a bitter battle before defeating his opponent. Several gazes were cast over, but no one acted rashly until the 2 youths on the stone platforms opened their eyes. Their sharp gazes locked onto Yen Chutian. They are the 2 brothers under Su Jian, Luo Hai and Luo Yen. Their cultivations have already stepped into the quasi-elixir realm. If not for you, they would have been the 6 holy sons this time, and even the champion would have appeared. Dong Puti promptly reminded Yen Chutian, because in her eyes, Yen Chutian should only have the strength of a quasi-elixir. Therefore, if it was just Luo Hai or Luo Yen, it wouldn't be a problem. However, if it was 2 people at once, it would be troublesome. After all, there wasn't a second quasi-elixir among them. However, at this moment, Zhou Yang felt somewhat relaxed. This was because he knew of Mu Wan's strength. In his eyes, Mu Wan was even stronger than Yen Chutian. She was also Yen Chutian's senior sister. Although he had been showing off his strength ever since he entered the Heavenly Secrets sect, the scene of him killing the Snake King with a single sword was still vivid in his mind. Although he had such thoughts, Zhou Yang didn't make a conclusion so easily. After all, before the truth happened, no one knew what the result would be. Just like before, he felt that Yen Chutian was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be strong to such an extent. Looks like you guys are deliberately waiting for us. Facing Luo Hai and Luo Yan's gazes, Yen Chutian smiled indifferently, without the slightest bit of pressure. This made Luo Hai and Luo Yan slightly shocked, but they nodded inwardly. The guy in front of them should really have the strength of a quasi-elixir. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm right now. Therefore, they naturally wouldn't act rashly. After all, the other party hadn't entered the boundary of the formation they had set up yet. I really didn't expect that the ant we thought was so ordinary was actually the hidden giant ape. Su Yang, Yuan Kong and the others were defeated by you. It's very convincing, Luo Hai said with an indifferent smile. Following his words, Luo Yen chuckled and revealed an arrogant expression. Elder brother is right. However, you can stir up a storm in front of them, but you can't do so in front of us. Brother and I have already stepped into the quasi-elixir stage. Even if you have the strength of a quasi-elixir stage, you definitely won't be a match for either of us. Yan Chutian seemed to laugh strangely. Then, he looked around and smiled. Then I wonder which one of you dares to fight me? Seeing that the other party was about to take the bait, the two of them were secretly delighted. Then, Luo Yen, who had already revealed an arrogant expression, jumped off the high platform and laughed. Haha, brother, you don't have to fight. Today, let me show him what a quasi-elixir stage is. After Luo Yen jumped off the high platform, Yan Chutian immediately shot out and rushed towards him. This scene caused Luo Yen, Luo Hai and the rest of Su Jian's subordinates to become nervous. At the same time, many cries sounded out from the outside of the broken mountain range. Not good, this Yen Chu is about to enter the array formation. Looks like the smooth sailing has made him too arrogant. He actually fell for it so easily. After all, he is a new disciple. Even if I don't know why he possesses such a powerful strength, his temperament is too weak. In that case, after he enters the barrier, it should be the time for him to be eliminated. In a few breaths of time, Yan Chutian was about to enter the range of the formation. However, what made the smiles in the hearts of Luo Hai and the rest stop abruptly was that just 5 feet in front of the barrier, Yan Chutian suddenly stopped and landed on the ground. Yan Chutian looked at the ground in front of him, then raised his eyes to look at Luo Hai and Luo Yen again. Under the strange gazes of the two of them, he slowly smiled and said, "If this is what you are counting on, then it's a pity." Before he finished speaking, he lifted his foot and stepped into the boundary. The moment he stepped into the boundary, countless dazzling rays of spiritual energy burst out, enveloping the surrounding area of several dozen feet, forming a huge array. However, there was no joy on the faces of Luo Hai and Luo Yen after trapping the other party in the array formation. The two of them stared at Yan Chutian, who still had a look of pity on his face, and the last words of the other party before he stepped into the barrier kept echoing in their minds. "Yua, what do you mean?" What did the words of Yan Chu before he stepped into the barrier mean? Could it be that he already saw through the array formation that was secretly arranged? How is that possible? If he could see through the array formation, how could he still step into it? No one could tell what Yan Chutian meant. They did not know whether Yan Chutian had seen through the array formation or not. If he had not seen through it, why would he say such strange words when he was just 5 feet in front of the barrier? However, if he had seen through it, why would he continue to step into the barrier? Wouldn't that be walking right into a trap? Junior brother Yan Chu. Behind Yan Chutian, Dong Puti and Zhou Yang both exclaimed. They did not expect Yan Chutian to step into the array formation. Don't worry, he has his own ways.